Welcome to MongoDB.local London. And now, CJ Desai.
Good morning, London, and it is fantastic to be here today with all of you. Thank you for waking up early, coming here in the morning, and we really appreciate all of you being here, including folks who are standing in the back room. So thank you very much. London is a special place for me. I started my career at a different database company, and I had a very small flat they gave me on the west side of London. And the goal was, as some of these firms were going through the internet transformation, how can database help with client server, web applications, and so on. So since that time, I have been coming to London from internet era to mobile era to cloud era, and now AI era. It's a very special place. It is 100%. I'm not just saying that. If you see any of my previous session, it is absolutely my favorite city, and I love being here with all of you today. And when I think about AI era, I think London and the UK is definitely having a very special moment. When you think about the companies, the transformation that's going on, and it is definitely in very early stages. So let me just tell you why I feel that London is having a moment. So when I think about companies, so one of the Frontier Labs company, that Frontier Lab companies is using MongoDB, and that Frontier Lab company, specifically, the founding engineer was based out of London who chose MongoDB for that Frontier Lab company. Second is some of the large enterprises. I was with one of the financial services company, and that particular company told me that they made a bet on MongoDB very early on, around 2017, 2018, and they are also out of the UK and decided to build mission-critical applications on top of MongoDB right here in the UK. And then the third, we'll hear from ElevenLabs today, and I don't know why the slides are not moving, but somebody will figure that out. So that particular company, AI native company, which is having a phenomenal success, headquartered right here in London, and that company is also running on MongoDB. So when I think about UK, London having its moment in this AI era, I feel that compared to the Industrial Revolution, which also started here, this AI revolution is going to be much bigger, and more importantly, move at a much faster pace. I speak to many customers every single day, and in a week, I don't feel it's a good week if I haven't talked to at least 10 of you, just to understand where you are on digitization, modernization, where you are getting ready for AI. So many customers, many of you are here, and I spoke to a few of you this week as well. Here is what I'll say. If I have to summarize across the sample size since I started MongoDB about 6 months ago, is the theme is very consistent. For AI, the killer use case right now is still coding assistant. Coding assistant is the killer use case, and most of the enterprises, most of the companies, most of the startups are using some form of coding assistant at various scale when I think about the killer use case for AI. Second, co-pilots, co-assistant, whether it's for legal, finance, productivity, it's in various stages of being rolled out, right? Some kind of Gemini co-pilot or Microsoft and so on. And ROI, when I speak to customers, many of you, ROI is still unclear on various co-pilots for the knowledge workers in the departments. And then the last thing, which is the build, truly building an agent that can transform your business, that is truly client-facing, we are still in very, very early stages, right? 2024, 2025 was supposed to be this big year where you can build an agent and roll out in production. I believe whether it's Americas, Europe, UK specifically, or in Asia Pacific, we are still in early stages when it comes to building your own agent. So how do we think about agentic architecture? And if you want to simplify it, three legs of the stool always are data layer, LLMs, and harness and orchestration, right? So you have an interface with the agent, human has an interface with the agent, agents will talk to multiple agents. You will, of course, use LLM, that is a constant. You may use multiple LLMs depending on the agents. And then, of course, the data layer. Now, the data layer, either most of you, when I speak to you, you start with what the agent should do and work downwards in this diagram and get to the data layer. And what I would argue is you should actually start with the data layer. Does the data layer have everything you need so that your agents can run in production at scale, real time, right? And in speaking to many of you, the consistent theme is, and I get asked this question, hey CJ, can you tell us that should we look at analytical databases and ask natural language question that, hey, give me the top 10 customers who contributed the most to the revenue this year, so which I would call OLAP or analytical processing, or should it be OLTP? And we would argue that if you want agents to have real intelligence or general intelligence, and they need to make real-time decisions, real-time business decisions that you're going to custom build, OLTP is the high ground for it, okay? The agents need to be real-time. OLAP, as in analytical processing databases, they are always questions you ask, something you look back, there is maybe 15 minutes delay, multiple data sources that come together, et cetera, but OLTP is always the high ground. And we at MongoDB, we are this unified platform, okay? We are this unified platform that besides your transactional data or real-time data, we have now fully integrated in a single platform, text search, vector search, because you will ask them in a natural language. Most of the questions get asked in natural language, embeddings, and so on. So it's a single unified data layer that provides all the functionality that you need to create, as in build, agents at scale that give you real-time answer based on the questions that get asked, right? So our core strengths, when you look at MongoDB's core strengths, if I have to just simplify it, and I know we cheated on the right side, instead of 3 strengths, the third one has 3 strengths in itself. So it should be totally 5, but we are just going to go with 3, okay? So the 3 core strengths are accuracy when you're building agents. You should be able to run anywhere, and I'll tell you why that's important. And then, of course, perf scale, availability, security, which are really, really important, right? And this is something that our products and technology team are very focused on. They obsess about. All the innovations that is being driven across our global engineering team boils down to these 3 areas or these 5 areas, okay? So let's talk about accuracy. Why is accuracy important? You go to ChatGPT or whichever your favorite tool is on the consumer side, ask a bunch of questions, and then you get answers, and you're like, okay, this answer is a little sus, I'm not sure, this is what I needed, and then you try to reprompt it, ask questions over and over again. What you find with accuracy is that typically most folks think when you're asking a question and typing a prompt that it is a LLM issue. And what we believe at MongoDB is that this is not an LLM issue, but it is actually a retrieval issue, right? Whether it's search or whether it's the questions you ask and the prompt gets broken down, and then it tries to get data from multiple sources to give you the answer that you need, and then it will try to figure out between all the orchestration across sub-agents how to give you the most deterministic answer. That is 100% our belief is a retrieval issue. So let us give you an example. This is an iconic brand. I know here in the UK, but also in many parts of the world. Financial Times is a customer, 100 years plus old company. People still read it. I still read it regularly from the app. And they had multiple data sources, of course, massive archive, right? If you try to go to their website even today, and you go to search, and you go into the custom search, it says over how many years you want to search it. And if you go to FT's website, it will actually tell you, type a question like you would ask us, whether you're an agent or human, and we'll try to give you the best answers, right? So they decided to leverage MongoDB to make sure that all the silos of data come together and provide a great experience when you try to search on a particular thing. What is a market cap? What do we think about the inflation, the war and the fuel prices, whatever the case might be. And they're also going to use our embeddings model so that the experience, whether you're a human or an agent that is trying to search from FT, is clean. You get relevant results, and you feel like, okay, I really got when I went to the app outside of the headlines and answers that I really needed. So really, really cool use case, because what I would say is this retrieval issue, if you don't trust your retrieval, because your data sources, whether you're a financial services, healthcare company, public sector company, NHS, doesn't matter who, or HMRC, if your retrieval is not great, that you can trust, your experience is not going to be great. And that is what we are solving for, okay? So that's our big thing, that in a single platform, we will allow you to do text search, semantic search, embeddings, and of course, the core data layer. The second thing that in speaking to even folks, not only just in the UK, customers in the UK, but when I look at Germany, France, and many other nations, and some of you work for very global firms, what I constantly hear is operational resiliency. That's the term that regulators ask a financial services firm, but even if you are NHS and other, OpRes is super, super important. So why is that important? Why run anywhere is important? What we are learning from many of you, data sovereignty, depending on the nation, depending on whether you're a public sector company or whether you're a financial services company, data sovereignty obviously is very, very critical. The second thing that I would say is that whether it's 3 nines, 4 nines, 5 nines resiliency requirement, not trusting a particular hyperscaler. Most of the hyperscalers, if not all of them, had some kind of a massive outage in 2025, right? Google was in June 2025, Amazon was in October, with a fast follow on Azure. And then with regulators, how are you, whether it's intra-region, inter-region, intra-cloud, inter-cloud, resiliency is also really important. And then the last thing is nowadays compute capacity. I have many of you telling me they go to their hyperscaler and the hyperscaler says, sorry, we don't have a capacity for you in this region. And so many of you are trying to figure out where should I build. So this is a core strength of MongoDB, that you could have a MongoDB cluster or clusters distributed across multiple clouds, and it is the same database that works, whether it's AWS, GCP, Azure. And one of the frontier model companies, they chose MongoDB because they ran out of capacity on their GPUs in AWS, and they said, okay, we need to now move to Google Cloud, we'll use their TPUs, and then they are using MongoDB in a distributed fashion between AWS and GCP. But we are now hearing that from other customers as well, that whether it's capacity related or resiliency related, having a multi-cloud database is very important. And when you think about agentic architecture, one agent may be used for with a particular LLM that runs in Google Cloud, and another agent may want to use OpenAI in Azure. And our goal is we are model agnostic and we are cloud agnostic. So whether you want to do on-prem, some people call this hybrid multi-cloud strategy, whether it's multi-cloud, multimodal, whatever you want to call it, but our goal is to make sure that we are cloud agnostic and we meet you where you are. And even if you are locked into a AWS, GCP, wherever it is that you want to run our database, you may change your mind 3 years from now, 5 years from now, and we want to give you flexibility to do that, okay? Third thing on performance, scale, and availability, of course, when you think about humans and humans interact with database via applications, there will be a lot more agents than humans. And as more agents interact with databases, you have to figure out that can database truly scale, whether it's for reads, it could be for writes, or it could be just ACID transactions and how that works in the context of MongoDB. So this is also always will be our foundational priority when we think about security, performance, scale, and availability, that we will continue to provide you as your workloads grow, whether it's humans or whether it's machines, as in agents, and how do you leverage that, okay? So that's our focus for us. So let's look at a specific example. A top UK telco company, the thing that they were trying to solve is very frustrating experience. I'm sure you've had this with airlines, customer service with your bank, or with telecommunications when you're trying to understand your bill. I still don't understand my mobile phone bill, I never will, or my utility bill. And you call them, you find repeating yourself, whether you go from chatbot to voice. Sometimes they'll say, okay, this is not my department, and I'm going to transfer you to the other department. You get the idea. I'm not going to put you through that pain, but you understand the idea. So this is the problem that this telecommunications company was trying to solve for, that across their human agents, voice agents, chat agents, how do we give that cohesive, streamlined experience so you just ask once, right? You don't have to repeat yourself. So across their 40 million customers, many, many thousands of conversations daily, they decided to use MongoDB to streamline that particular memory layer so that you have persistent and performant memory layer when anytime you try to interact with this company, this telco firm, and they are trying to improve that on a constant basis to make sure that it is performant and you don't have to repeat, so the context is right there as the call goes from text to either voice agent or voice agent to human agent, or it may go vice versa in other directions as well. That's their goal, very noble goal, and we are trying to help them to the best we can as they try to solve this actual end customer problem. So from a summary standpoint, whether it's a frontier model company that is running on MongoDB, and you guys know that there are only a few of them, and a couple of them run us at scale, or whether it's large enterprises running us on-prem or in cloud, many of you who are here who use MongoDB, so thank you for that, or it's an AI-native company, so we'll have a conversation with ElevenLabs today to discuss on why they are using MongoDB for their agentic layer, and this is where we learn a lot as you are going through your own evolution or revolution on AI to do that. And our goal is very simple, is that we want the agents that you're building to get into production. This is going to take time. You want the accuracy. You should be able to run anywhere. It should be performance, scale, and all of that. But that is our simple goal. That is the entire R&D organization's priority, to make sure that you can run agents at scale. And besides the database layer, where else can we help you, whether it's vector search or embeddings and other things that you will see from us throughout the year, that is 100% our priority. Now, from innovation, our goal is to continue to accelerate innovation and give you things you need and move very fast. The days are gone when big releases come every few years from MongoDB. So our goal is, whether it's 8.0 last year, 9.0 this year, and throughout that path, move very, very fast, because you all are trying to move very fast and help you on that journey and learn from you, okay? So the two big announcements that we are making today is, one, we will have auto embeddings in Atlas available today in public preview. So your raw text that just comes in, and it gets converted so that you are ready for semantic search without having to worry about all the syncing of data, pipeline, and all those issues. So Atlas Auto Embeddings, which the team will show you in a few minutes. And number two, nobody says that we love our slow database, okay? And our goal is to always make sure with every release that we continue to perform much better, whether it's reads, writes, and transactions. So Oz will cover the details later this morning, but we are really delighted in London to launch our 8.3 release today that will have much faster performance on read, writes, and ACID transaction. So at the highest level, we really, really want to help you on your AI journey. Doesn't matter where you are. And as you build agents, we want you to consider MongoDB as the default data platform where you can build agents that perform, that scale, and that can run anywhere. So we will have right now Frank and Mikiko. They will go into the details around embeddings. And embeddings is still an abstract term. What does that mean? What does reranking mean? How do you truly leverage MongoDB when you want to do proper semantic search? How do you make it efficient? How do you make sure that your token costs don't go out of control? So they will go into that. Then I have fantastic conversation with Luciana and Alex. Luciana from Sequoia. I know we have many founders here, many entrepreneurs, many of are listening. So Luciana from Sequoia and Alex from ElevenLabs will be here after Frank and Mikiko. Then we'll show you how do you get agents into production at the foundational layer of the database. And then we'll have a conversation with Ulku from Lloyds Banking Group. After that, and after lunch, I'm really delighted to have Harry here locally to have a great conversation. So with that, I'm going to ask Frank and Mikiko to go into the embeddings detail. Thank you very much. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely great to be with you here today. And as CJ pointed out, many companies face challenges getting agents into production. In fact, in a recent Deloitte report, a majority of companies, they're building agents, but only 11% of them are in production. So what's holding the rest, the 89% of them back?
So in a word, it's trust, or more precisely, a lack thereof. As you've experienced, you can't trust agents who forget everything between sessions, or agents that surface the wrong information at the wrong moment. So that's what's keeping agents out of production for many of you.
The first instinct is often to blame the large language model, but as Mikiko and I will show you, bad AI is usually less of an LLM problem and more of a memory and accuracy problem. Memory is absolutely crucial for agents to be effective. And accuracy, that is, retrieving the right information in the right context, is a core strength that your data platform needs to have if you want your agents in production at scale. But before we jump into why accurate retrieval is critical, let's do a quick grounding on how agents and memory work together.
So on their own, agents are a bit like goldfish. Every event is a fresh start with no memory of work before. How exciting. Memory changes that. So when an agent perceives what's going on around it in real time, memory is what shapes what it sees. Those perceptions will then inform the plan. The agent pulls from memory what worked before. And then the agent acts on the plan. So it'll store the outcomes of its actions in memory to build a knowledge base so it can do better next time.
And then the process starts over again. So there's perceive, plan, act, repeat, and this creates an agentic loop. And memory is what makes this loop coherent across sessions and over time. And it's memory that allows the agent to continually learn and adapt to changing circumstances. In short, it's memory that enables agents and agentic systems to make smart decisions and take better actions over time. So for example, think about how your company might streamline a time-consuming manual process like procurement.
To do this, you create a procurement agent. So when it gets triggered, memory is what makes it smart. It knows your preferred suppliers, your contract terms, and your budget history. With all that context, it drafts a contract that's well-priced and compliant.
It then hands off to an accounts sub-agent to match invoices and arrange payment. A receiving sub-agent checks the delivery against the order, and any variance triggers an automatic alert back to the procurement agent and out to the vendor. Now, this whole chain, it runs autonomously. So what once took humans hours, sometimes maybe even days, is now done in seconds, and memory is the reason for it.
Now, in large enterprises, we see agentic systems that combine the capabilities of multiple agents simultaneously. So you have supervisor agents calling sub-agents, and other sub-agents talking to more sub-agents. So this all makes extraordinary demands on the data platform that underpins the system. Each agent will usually have its own memory related to its expertise, and then the system has shared memory containing information needed to guide the actions of all of its agents.
Now, in practice, memory is one of the hardest things to get right in agentic AI, but it's also one of the most consequential. But this is where MongoDB has a natural advantage. The document model is a perfect fit for agentic systems that draw on a wide variety of data types, whereas if you have memory that's based on a rigid schema, it breaks down really, really fast.
So agents need great memory retrieval to surface the right information at the right moment in a form the agent can act on. And this is exactly what we hear from many of you. You're really excited about AI and agents, but you can't put them in front of users if the results are inconsistent, irrelevant, or just flat out wrong because of inaccurate retrieval. And as some people have experienced, one bad agent decision can have pretty disastrous consequences. Not the least bit that every wrong answer will drive up costs. So the agent will keep repeating tasks to correct the error, such that more loops cost more money. And now the instinct is to blame the underlying LLM. When AI gives you a wrong answer, you do a bunch of things. You upgrade the model, you throw more compute at it, you use a more expensive API.
But here's what we've learned, and that doesn't actually fix the problem. LLMs can't produce more accuracy on their own because the issue was never the LLM to begin with. Now, as we said earlier, bad AI is often less of an LLM problem and more of a memory retrieval problem. The LLM, it's only acting on the information it's given. So if that information is incorrect, well, inevitably the output will be wrong.
So an agent that gets retrieval wrong, regardless of whether you're using the most powerful LLM, is still an agent that you can't trust. It's an agent that you can't trust to make it past pilot. So the real fix for this is upstream. It's about improving retrieval to get better information to the model in the first place. And that relies on two things, embedding models and rerankers. And that's where Voyage by MongoDB comes in.
Now, we don't need you to become machine learning experts, but let's do a quick refresher on embeddings and reranking. An embedding model is used to convert everything from PDFs to images to audio or even code into an array of floating point values that capture meaning for software to process. And the key thing is this, right? Embeddings, they work by proximity. So the closer two are, the more similar their underlying data is. And this is what allows agents to find relevant information rather than just matching keywords.
Rerankers take the results that embeddings have retrieved and reorder them to improve accuracy. So you can think of embeddings as the wide net, and the reranker as the hand that picks the best fish out of it. Better embeddings and rerankers mean more relevant, grounded responses for agents because they remember and retrieve what matters.
So let's look at how an agent that leverages embeddings and rerankers in action. Going back to our procurement example, let's imagine a team member who messages the agent, "We need to procure a whiteboard for our 10-person meeting room next week." A naive agent in this case would reduce that down to the keyword whiteboard. It's going to miss most of what it needs. But instead of treating the request as a bag of keywords, the agent's embedding model can convert the entire sentence into a vector. In that space, the request pulls back relevant products like dry erase surface, maybe magnetic board, or wall mount kit. And because of this, The agent can naturally pull in related items without anyone having to explicitly spell them out.
And since the agent's memory holds thousands of pre-embedded Office items, similar options like a flip chart or a corkboard also appear in the results. The re-ranker will take that list, and it will score each item against the original query more carefully, reordering by relevance. So dry erase surface rises to the top because it most precisely answers the procurement need. Now the agent can confidently execute, placing an order for the dry erase surface and wall mount kit. This is how embeddings and re-rankers give you the precision and accuracy your agents need to make good decisions.
And this is where Voyage is a game changer. Voyage gives you industry-leading models that improve retrieval accuracy while also lowering the cost of getting into production. We have general-purpose text embedding models, which convert pure text into embeddings. And we also have powerful multimodal embedding models that can vectorize interleaved text and images while still maintaining high retrieval accuracy. Our Voyage re-ranker sets an industry standard with instruction-following capabilities.
But how does Voyage compare with other models? Well, I'm glad you guys asked that. Thank you. So the results speak for themselves. Our Voyage 4 models, released in January, rank at the top of Hugging Face's Retrieval Embedding Benchmark, RTEB, beating Google, Cohere, and OpenAI. And that's pretty impressive, right? Voyage 4 also includes industry-first innovations like shared embedding spaces, so our models are compatible with one another regardless of size. So that means high retrieval accuracy at lower cost and latency.
Now, you could go find embedding models from one vendor, re-rankers from another, jerry-rig them all together yourself, and some teams do that. But here's what that actually looks like in practice. You need to bolt together different systems, switch between different tools, manually wire together all these APIs, and maintain a lot of pipelines to keep all that data in sync. Every single time you iterate on your AI feature, and you will iterate, believe me, you're touching multiple systems instead of just one. It's a convoluted path with a lot of hoops to jump through and really high operational costs.
Now, on the other hand, Voyage embeddings and re-rankers are natively integrated into MongoDB. So together with search and vector search, you don't need to synchronize data from your operational store into separate search and vector search systems. So with MongoDB, that's one system, one place to iterate, and nothing to stitch together.
And we're continuing to improve this experience by adding new integrated capabilities. As CJ shared a little earlier, we're excited that Atlas Auto Embeddings is now in public preview, which means that you no longer need to manually manage the embedding pipeline. Your data is automatically embedded and kept in sync using Voyage models. And for you, that's one less thing that you have to deal with, saving you development time and operational effort.
We're also making Voyage models available across all the major cloud providers. Every major cloud provider now has them as a native option for AI development. So that includes AWS Marketplace, Microsoft Azure AI Foundry, sorry guys, and most recently, Google Cloud's Model Garden. So whichever cloud you build on, MongoDB plugs in directly. So no third-party addition to source, evaluate, and wire in separately.
And for agent development, MongoDB serves as the memory store by integrating with many popular agent frameworks. Today, we're expanding our LangGraph support to include their TypeScript and JavaScript framework, expanding our coverage across the languages that LangGraph supports. And as the AI space continues to evolve rapidly, this open approach gives you the flexibility you need to plug MongoDB directly into your agents for memory and retrieval. So now, Makiko and I, we want to show you how agent memory and accurate retrieval can produce powerful outcomes for you and your business.
So for this demo, we want to show something fun, since it is London, and what's more fun than a tennis tournament?
The MongoDB Open is a premier 6-day tournament. There's 18 courts, 48,000 ticketed visitors, and over £2 million in projected revenue. But the hard moments, well, they're the predictable ones. So that includes rain, maybe there's lopsided matches, visitor drift, and in each case, the risk is the same. Visitors stop spending and they'll leave.
So to solve this, we are deploying a team of agents with one job: keep every visitor active and engaged no matter the situation. Every decision the agents make serves 3 objectives: revenue capture, churn reduction, and reputation protection. These agents all share memory stored in MongoDB and are embedded using Voyage models. Memory retrieval uses MongoDB vector search and Voyage rerankers.
But these agents, they don't just retrieve data. They also act on it as well. So when the weather forecast shows incoming rain, the agent pulls patterns from MongoDB about past events and decides what to do from there.
Personalization and hospitality sub-agents are there to help execute. That includes sending offers to visitors, alerts to staff, redirecting people to covered areas.
So today we have two visitors. That's an awful image, by the way. We have two visitors who've opted into sharing plans and a little bit more about themselves. So there is Frankie over there on the left, and he is a day pass holder for as many matches as he can squeeze in.
And Mickey, who has been a premium subscriber for years.
So with that, let's watch the agents go to work on a day when it's about to rain.
OK, so here's the command center. Everything you see, live match progress, court capacity, food, and merch queues, is short-term memory at work landing in MongoDB in real time.
And behind it sits long-term memory in MongoDB Atlas, indexed by Voyage, and shared memory across sub-agents keeps the orchestrator and all the specialists coordinated.
So watch the agent log on the right. The agent will do a couple things. First, it'll read short-term memory. Then it'll read long-term memory. Then it'll plan, act, and write the outcome back.
The agent reads short-term memory from MongoDB first and recognizes a pattern. There's a dip in foot traffic, drop in concession, and also the weather window that's closing in.
So now the agent is reading from long-term memory. Past tournaments, past conditions, past outcomes, all embedded with Voyage and stored in MongoDB Atlas. So this is embeddings and rerankers in action, exactly what we walked through earlier.
Now the agent runs a vector query, and the Voyage reranker surfaces the most relevant past situations. So there's coverage shopping in rain delays that do well, and also segmented offers to visitors often outperform general ones.
So the agent is now planning. It picks a strategy, segment by persona, run parallel actions, and it coordinates across sub-agents through shared memory in MongoDB. So you don't push the same offer to a first-timer and a premium ticket holder. Two personas, two parallel actions. The orchestrator hands off to the personalization and the hospitality sub-agents simultaneously.
So for Frankie, that is the first-time visitor, he gets a Quart 5 tip, soft weather note pointing him to the pro shop, where he can settle in with covered seating, big screens, strawberry and cream as well. That is churn reduction. Otherwise, Frankie, maybe he was about to walk out the gate.
For Mickey, the premium ticket holder, she gets a hospitality pavilion table for 3 p.m. with a tasting menu and covered seating, and the staff is briefed on her usual. So her weather note is different. Your pavilion table is fully covered. And that's revenue capture. The highest margin visitor at the venue is redirected before she leaves.
And the agent doesn't just nudge visitors. It also tells the staff as well. So it dispatches extra wait staff to the pavilion. The pro shop is also alerted, and the grounds team is also alerted on the weather countdown as well. That is reputation protection. So when the rain hits, no one's really scrambling. And as a result of all this, we expect revenue to increase by over £2,000 per minute during the rain window.
And finally, the agent will write the outcome back to long-term memory. So the conditions, the segmentation that was used, and the results. Voyage embeds the new entry, and MongoDB Atlas is used to checkpoint it. So next time these conditions show up, the vector query will find this event too.
So the overall result is that food and beverage revenue was up nearly 30% during the rain delay because almost all the visitors stayed engaged through it. By the end of the day, more revenue was captured, more visitors stayed through the delays, and the overall reputation score of the event also ticked up. There's new patterns that were embedded with Voyage and written to MongoDB as well. So the next time these conditions show up, either at this venue or at any other event, the agent will find today's rain delay and learn from it. The agent is now smarter and ready for the next event.
So what you just saw isn't a memory demo. It's accurate retrieval and decisive action in production in seconds.
And it's not just tennis. It's the team on the ground as well that's focused on the experience instead of chasing umbrellas. Their effort overall has become amplified.
So now let's come back to where we started. What's it going to take to get your agents into production? You need those core strengths that CJ talked about. And that starts with accurate memory retrieval.
MongoDB provides the single solution that ensures your agents will act correctly at scale every time. And it's the data platform that closes the gap between your data and your agents, so you as builders can start shipping agents that truly matter.
So I know you guys were all amazed at the demo that we showed, but now we're going to dig into how AI companies are being built in the real world.
To do that, please join me in welcoming CJ back to the stage. All right, great stuff.
So as you saw, Frank and Mikiko did a great job explaining why retrieval is a first-class problem when you want to build agents at scale. I am really delighted to have two extraordinary guests. Our first guest is Alex Holt, here from the UK, studied here locally. ElevenLabs as a company was founded in 2022, right around ChatGPT timeframe. And most importantly, they focused on speech to text, right? There are many, many firms, AI native firms, that focused on text to text, text input, text output. They focused on speech to text. And as you see here, it is incredible that their scale that they have achieved in 3 years, just in 3 years, okay? To have 40 million agents, this many two-thirds of Fortune 500 companies, and just a couple of days ago, the co-founder announced that they hit 500 million in ARR, the fastest growing AI native company based and headquartered out of London. It is incredible. And Alex will be joining us right now. And then we also have from Sequoia, Luciana Alexandru, and she joined Sequoia about 6 years ago, during 2020. And if you look at the firms, so she's on the board of directors at Stripe. She meets many, many founders based here also in London and focused on European founders, how she can help them locally, help them scale, and invest across multiple companies. And she will share with us on how she looks at the investment environment in Europe, specifically in the UK, and what should founders look at right now in this AI era. So please give a big round of applause to Alex and Luciana. So thank you for being here. And I'm going to get started right away with Alex. So Alex, just I think it was yesterday or day before, the big milestone on $500 million ARR. I have to ask you, how does that feel?
It feels pretty amazing. 3 years ago, when I joined the company, we were 10 people, of which there were 4 people in a room in London. And so to go from that to this and speaking to rooms of people, of aspiring developers and people from some of the world's biggest enterprises, with that milestone is pretty incredible.
That is incredible. And when you think about the founding of the company, you were right there. If you can just share with all of us, the use case, I know it was started as a lab, but the use case that you really focused on, and now you're seeing that being played out, whether it's for customer service agents or whether it's for sales development. And what I found out when I met first time ElevenLabs a few weeks ago is that the co-founders were really annoyed by poorly dubbed Hollywood movies and without emotions and just the language conversion, and that's what they got the idea. At least that's what my understanding is. So they hired you initially. What was the premise of the company, and where did you guys decide to focus on?
Yeah. So at ElevenLabs, for those that haven't heard of us, we're an AI and product company, and we specialize in producing AI audio models. So models that can speak using text-to-speech, models that can hear using speech-to-text, and then platforms and products that pull those models together to enable businesses to better communicate, whether that's through building agents that can sell, agents that can offer support, whether it's through creating content that can reach customers and audiences across multiple languages. But we really started as a model lab. And so when I joined the company, we were predominantly a research lab building APIs for our voice text-to-speech model. And it was revolutionary. It was the first AI model that sounded human. When you could listen to our models, and it kind of it passed the Turing test. It didn't sound robotic. It sounded like a natural human voice. We very quickly realized, though, as we kind of started on this journey of enabling businesses to communicate more effectively with humans, that actually that's just one small piece of the puzzle. So having an API that enables you to turn text into speech is fantastic, but our customers were all struggling with the same things, which is how do you get something that not just sounds human, but also interacts in a human way, so it understands what I'm saying, it knows intuitively when I should start speaking back, it knows when I'm interrupting it and saying, hold on, wait, can you just repeat that last bit for me? Also, getting those agents to say the things that you actually want them to say, so controlling the knowledge that it has access to, the actions that it can take, the way that it looks up information from external systems. Those are not research problems, those are all product problems. And so that's why over the last few years, we've really moved from being a research lab, producing the best voice models in the world, to a research and product company, which is, yes, building those models and deploying those as APIs so that developers can build agents using those models, but also providing the platform and the products so that businesses and enterprises can go from zero to an agent that sounds human and is connected to all of their systems and can provide the best customer support or sales experience or operational experience to customers and internal employees very, very quickly.
That's fantastic. And they were at 350 million ARR, annual recurring revenue, in December. They hit 500 million just in 4 months, valued at 11 billion in last 3 years. I mean, just phenomenal. So, Luciana, I know you joined Sequoia almost 6 years ago during the pandemic. You talk to many founders, investors all the time. I know Sequoia is an investor in ElevenLabs as well. When you think about the current investment environment that Sequoia looks at, meet many founders, if they're raising a round or they're going Series B, C, tell us what's going on in Europe, specifically also in the UK. And when people approach you, how do you look for the moat? Hey, is this a wrapper company, or do they have truly advantage as a model company? Just share with us how you think about investments.
With pleasure. And firstly, thank you so much for having me in such great company. It's a pleasure. And just to quickly build on something that Alex said, in a lot of these conversations, I'm asked, can you do it out of Europe? Can you build the next giant company out of Europe? And it's so nice to be on stage here with Alex from ElevenLabs, because I don't have to answer that question, because the proof is in the pudding, the company is doing it. What are we looking for? We talk a lot about moats. What are moats in AI in 2026? I'll start by saying that the world is moving at such a fast pace in AI, and whatever the status quo is today, it may not be tomorrow. And this goes back to what our thesis has been for 55 years when Sequoia was started in the Valley, which is invest in great people early on.
Yep.
And why is that more important than ever? Because it is true. writing code is easier than ever. Software used to be the mode. Is software still the mode today? I would say that's less and less the case. But firstly, we try to invest in people who move really, really fast. I think speed of execution has always been the most important signal for long-term success of startups, but the pace in the AI era is on a completely different scale. So speed of execution, being agile. I was talking to one of our founders who said that they rethink their product roadmap every single month, which maybe, I don't know, maybe it's too much, but I think you have to have that level of agility and moving really, really quickly. The other thing we think about a lot is there an unfair talent advantage? And again, talent has always been really, really important, but in the age of AI, when you're competing with labs that raise huge amounts of money and have huge brands globally, how do you, as a small company, when you're getting started, how are you able to attract the smartest people? And I think actually ElevenLabs did a very nice job. I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit, Alex, but did a very nice job at attracting incredible engineers from all over the continent. But do you have an unfair advantage?
Yeah.
We think about that more than ever. We look at those first 10 employees in every company and the talent density, because that's the bar that you're setting for future success. Like if anything, the bar does not go higher as you scale.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's
So
quite
first 10 is super critical.
First 10 is really critical, and then again, I talked about founders, speed of execution, but the other thing is, can you really become the best in the world at one thing? Like being really specialized in something that really matters. So ElevenLabs, I would argue a lot of people say that models are not a mode today. Again, I don't want to debate that, but if that's the thesis, I would actually argue that ElevenLabs is an exception, because I think they're the best voice model in the world, and then they build applications on top, et cetera. But can you just be the best at one thing? Harvey, in legal, we've been fortunate to partner with Harvey since the Series A, and it's the same. They really understand the customer. The founder comes from the legal world himself. They're executing really, really fast, running really, really fast, but they understand what the customer and the user really wants and really needs. Open evidence in healthcare, similar, deep understanding, deep customer expertise. So I would say we look for people who really, who have a lot of customer expertise, want to do one thing and be the best in the world, move really fast, and have an unfair advantage for talent. But it's not, it's not a checkbox.
Yes,
every single company is unique.
Yeah.
When it comes to application AI companies, I would say these are some of the things that we talk a lot about in our investment decisions.
That makes one last question. You always have talked about great universities in Europe, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's Technical University of Munich to Alex's alma mater, Oxford, Cambridge, all these schools. How much does that play? In Silicon Valley, that you work with Sequoia, there's always, hey, Stanford founders or this founders, that founder. How much does that matter in Europe?
I think it matters a lot. It's a few things. From a founder perspective, in the US, we're seeing a lot of founders drop out of some of these great universities early on and start younger and younger. I would say the entrepreneurial spirit within European universities is on the right path, but it's not quite Stanford level yet.
Yeah.
But when it comes to building some of the great engineering pools of talent globally, I think we have incredible universities. And I think it really helps that you don't have 5 other labs that raise billions of dollars that knock on their door constantly. Because they're spread all over the continent. It's not just one country. TH is amazing, TUM is amazing, Oxford, Cambridge, the list goes on. There's incredible talent in Central and Eastern Europe. I know your team has heritage in Poland. I'm Romanian, so I'm very biased.
Yes, of course.
But I don't know, how do you see this?
Yeah.
You're actually building the engineering team, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, so we have a very unique story, I think, which is that, so we started as a remote-first company in Europe. When I first joined ElevenLabs, we had a hub in London, which was four of our kind of the first 10, and then no one other employee shared a country with another employee. We were spread entirely across Europe, and what that meant was that we got the best that Europe had to offer in terms of talent, of people that were willing to kind of go on this journey with us, and that hiring is actually how we've maintained that same hiring strategy for engineering. We're remote first. We look across.
Remote first, you said?
So for engineering, remote first. So we have hubs in kind of all the places you expect: London, New York, San Francisco, Warsaw. But we hire engineers
remotely, and we just look for the best people. Being AI native enables our teams to remain very, very small and lean. And so from an engineering perspective, that works really, really well for us, because we get the best talent, and we're not constrained by having to meet in office. And we actually just say, work from wherever you're most comfortable working. And there is an incredible pool of talent in Europe that's largely untapped, because the US market is very saturated, and companies are all looking for the same kinds of people. And so when we go and look for the best builders in Europe, we're a real advantage.
That's very cool. So I have to ask you this, because you are at MongoDB conference, so thank you. And we really appreciate, I think it was Tim who made the decision to use MongoDB for ElevenLabs on the agentic architecture. Tell us why, how is that going, and do you sleep better that you're using MongoDB, or you still call our customer support line all the time?
Yeah. So actually, when we first started using MongoDB, it wasn't for our agents product. So Tim was one of our founding engineers, and led our work in the speech-to-text space. So using our models to transcribe audio with a very high accuracy. And we have a number of interfaces for editing and correcting mistakes or formatting that for other users. Before we built that product, we'd built using kind of a previous provider of data, a different provider, and we found ourselves having to maintain multiple different stores for our information and code to sync across them. We found that we were replacing, so specifically it was searching of free text within our database. Our very first decision on database provider didn't provide it. We tried adding additional layers in for index stores to enable that, and syncing certain fields across the two. And we found that it basically became a full-time job for somebody to maintain the secondary database and the code to synchronize between the two. And so we made the decision when we were building a new product. It was very easy to say, let's try something different. We know that Mongo is very, very good at this. We did it, and the thing that was really impressive was that we then just didn't have to think about it. And I think for any infrastructure, the best outcome really is that the vast majority of the engineering team doesn't have to worry about it, because it just runs. And we have a very, very powerful, amazing set of infrastructure engineers at ElevenLabs that keep the lights on and keep everything running. But it means that they don't have to worry about our database scaling.
Right. So you focus on the innovation with the models and others, so you don't have to worry about the data layer, and the data layer is MongoDB. So thank you. And from external information is that ElevenLabs, to the best of my understanding, is built in Google Cloud, so that's where you leverage us. So thank you for that. And with this scale on agentic, just quick question, Alex. As you've seen this scale, 40 million agents, you have forward deployed engineers that will go to some of these banks or healthcare companies. What are they doing to help these customers of yours to create these agents?
Yep. So it goes back to that story, I think. It's kind of the natural progression. So we started out as a model company selling APIs for text-to-speech. We realized that lots of our customers were trying to achieve the same outcomes and were building the same layers on top of those models. And so we built platform and product to make building voice agents exceptionally easy. And we built that as a platform so that our customers could take the bits that they need and innovate where they wanted to. The next extension on that is that now, once you have those things, you can still only sell to people that are fluent in agents and can build agents themselves. Really what we want to do, our mission is that we want to change the way that humans interact with businesses through technology. Gone are the days of having to go and type in forms or be on hold waiting for a human agent to be available, or having to hope that an API exists, and if it doesn't having to manually hire a bunch of people to then make the calls and do operational tasks in person over the phone. And to get there, really, the next step is that we want to enable enterprises to achieve those objectives even without the technical teams, without that expertise in agents. And so we built a forward deployed engineering motion whereby we will partner with our enterprise customers to solve their problems. And the way that motion works is that we work out what the problem is, what are the things that this business enterprise cares about, whether that's CSAT scores or on the kind of the support side, or whether it's in the case of some of our other customers, it's maybe even activation rates of users going through registration journeys. We partner to understand that problem very, very deeply, and we embed engineers and what we call deployment strategists that will then work to define how we build, deploy, and then measure agents so that those enterprise customers can actually see a value from
the true ROI on that. Yeah.
Exactly. But without having to ever even
yeah.
Understand how those agents work, unless they want to.
Yeah. And Lucien, I have to ask you this. You're at Sequoia. You're the founding member of Sequoia Europe, right? How many investment requests you get, and how many companies you actually invest in Europe?
At Sequoia, we work as one team. We're team first.
Yeah.
But I am one of the partners based here, and I joined to help us set up the business in Europe 5 and a bit years ago. I don't actually count the number of opportunities that we see. I feel very fortunate to work on this wonderful platform that allows us to engage and meet some of the best founders in Europe and in the US. I'll start by saying that. And the interesting thing about Sequoia is that looking outside in, you may think that we each make 10 investments a year because, again, my partners who've been there for decades did such a great job and partnered with Apple in the early days and NVIDIA in the early days and Google and more recently the ElevenLabs of the world and others. But actually, we each make maybe 2-3 investments a year.
Yeah.
So we're very, very high conviction, partner with a small number of founders. And when we do, we really try to put the entire weight of Sequoia behind that particular company. And if you ask us, what our job is, we're not going to say investors, or we're not going to say only investors. We really focus on investing, but also company building, and try to be in the trenches with our founders as much as possible, and put the entire weight of the firm and the pattern recognition from 55 years behind those businesses that we partner with.
When you wake up in the morning and you look at your inbox, is it like so many emails?
It's so many emails.
Yes, okay, got it.
I think it's all of us.
Yeah. So that makes sense. And when you think about the innovation just on European, because that's the
Yes.
sector you focus on, between Germany, and I know you are invested in German companies, but Germany, France, UK, the inbound, is it pretty distributed across Europe, or you get more from the UK or France, specifically in AI?
That's a great question. Europe is very fragmented. So we don't have one Silicon Valley, which comes with good and bad. The main hubs are the ones you mentioned, but also Stockholm is doing a great job when it comes to AI. Amsterdam has always punched above its weight in terms of great outcomes. So I'd say maybe those are the main ones. It comes with good and bad because it's actually very helpful to have concentration. And in the Valley, you can get to anyone through a friend or a colleague, whereas in Europe, that becomes a bit harder. But what we are seeing in the age of AI is that there is more concentration in London than before.
I see.
We're seeing a lot of founders move from the continent to London. And oftentimes, actually, they start in London and the US around the same time. So they also think about that US expansion much earlier. I don't know how it was for ElevenLabs. But back in the day, pre-AI, let's say in the SaaS era, founders used to raise a lot of capital, build locally, and then at some point think about the US. Today, it feels like Europe and the US almost are started around the same time. And in Europe, a lot more concentration around London, which I actually think is a great thing for the ecosystem.
Yeah, and from one of the frontier model companies that use MongoDB, when I actually found out who made that decision, and that decision was made by one of the founding engineers, here at ElevenLabs to use MongoDB, but that founding engineer in London actually came from Google DeepMind and decided to choose. So the Google DeepMind, which I think started in 2010,
Yes,
that has created a really good AI community around the UK, and we see those people not only starting companies, but starting companies at scale and of significance, so which is very cool.
It's a good time to build from Europe.
It is a good time to build from Europe. So Alex, one last question. When you think about ElevenLabs, and as you scale, we scale, so thank you. Every time you have a customer that uses ElevenLabs, they use MongoDB. Tell us which other areas, because voice, I could think about media companies, I could think about customer support, and those use cases make sense. Translation, there are massive opportunities. Are there 1 or 2 areas that ElevenLabs want to focus on for next 3 years?
So I think our mission is really to change the way that enterprises communicate, and that's whether that's with customers or employees or the world. And so with customers, that looks like customer support. It looks like outbound and inbound sales. It looks like user interfaces that are completely reimagined, so that instead of interfacing with a user interface, you're interacting with an agent behind a voice layer that can do whatever action you need it to do. But crucially sounds human. Internally, that looks like training, it looks like role plays, it looks like replacing our kind of operational tasks, like, give a great example of another London business, so delivery users to contact restaurants that have been flagged as being closed by their riders that they don't know about.
So that delivery information is up to date.
Yeah, exactly. So they're using a phone call, a voice as an API. So they imagine that a restaurant is open. That's what that information says. Rider turns up, it's closed. How do we verify this? There's no API to check it, but now we can send a voice agent to give that restaurant a call, validate the opening hours, and then update your system entirely autonomously. And so those kinds of operational use cases are increasingly becoming a part of what we do as well.
If the restaurant is in Scotland, does it use Scottish accent or no?
No, and then this is when I say revolutionizing the way that human technology communicates, it's exactly this. So with our models, you can have voices that sound human and sound relatable and sound relevant to your business.
With empathy and all of that rather than a robot.
And across 74 different languages.
Yeah.
Where we want to be is that if a business wants to interact with a customer, it's going to sound like the customer would expect, and it's going to be able to communicate that with that customer clearly using the language that they speak, but connected to an agentic system within that enterprise. That means it's also the most efficient, intelligent, kind of personable way of interacting with that business.
And my big thing, when I found out originally that ElevenLabs is using MongoDB, we asked Mati, and he said Alex should come here. And I just wanted all of you to know that it makes us so proud that the most disruptive company in voice that is doing really, really well is using MongoDB to build the agentic architecture infrastructure that is scaling at this level. I mean, 40 million agents today. I guarantee you 3 years from now, there will be 400 million plus. So thank you very much for being here. And Luciana, one last question. As you think about, you were at Excel, pre-AI era, now it's Sequoia. When you think about the pre-AI and post-AI era, what are you seeing in terms of, are there still a lot of opportunities to create new software companies? Because if software is not a mode, as you were describing, that software can be written by AI, what should the founders, entrepreneurs here should focus on?
We believe in founders being really smart and figuring out new areas of focus. We do still invest in application companies and are excited about those, as I mentioned. We think you have to go really, really deep in a vertical to be successful, and that becomes your moat over time. But I will say there is a whole other world that's been unlocked right now around physical AI, which is not an area where companies were scaled that fast before, but we have really, really interesting companies in robotics, both in the US and in Europe, companies in defense, both in the US and in Europe. So we see physical AI as, call it the next frontier, and an area where some very smart founders are building now.
That's very good. So please give a big round of applause to Alex and Luciana. And now we will have Osmar come and talk about our foundational improvements. Osmar, please come over.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. So CJ talked about the core strength agents need earlier today. You also saw accuracy in action with Frank and Makiko. I'm going to double-click into Run Anywhere and performance, scale, and availability. These are the foundational pieces. Because what CJ just described isn't the future. It's right now. The users of your next application won't only be people. They'll be agents. We'll have machines calling machines, agents calling other agents. Round the clock, no off hours, no holidays. You've heard the expression, agents don't sleep. Well, then your foundation better not either. So as you develop agentic systems, ask yourselves, are you sure? Are you 100% sure that your data platform can handle the pressure? You can have the most sophisticated reasoning agent in the world, but if the foundation buckles under load or locks you into one environment, you're stuck. You're going to fall behind fast. Believe me, I know the pressure this puts you on firsthand. Before I joined MongoDB, I was building high-frequency trading platforms for large financial institutions. I know what it's like to get a call at 2 in the morning if a system doesn't hold up under strain. And I also know firsthand how the ability to run anywhere is critical to deploying AI systems successfully. Where's the ideal place for agents to run? Let's see a show of hands. Who says public cloud? Nobody? Nobody's in public cloud? Oh, OK, some hands over there. How about multi-cloud? Come on. All right, what about on-premise? OK. So what do you think the correct answer is? I'm happy to say all of you are correct. MongoDB is the only OLTP database that doesn't force an architectural change based on the environment you want to run in. Our customers have told us that they want the flexibility to decide where they store their data and where they run their agents. Because different businesses have different needs. If you're in a highly regulated industry like banking, healthcare, or government, laws often dictate where data can be stored. Maybe your company needs its database to run close to where your applications live, to reduce latency or to improve reliability. That could be in a private data center, in a regional distribution center, or even on a factory floor. And as AI adoption grows, you might need tight control over your data to protect privacy and intellectual property. You want to ensure your data never leaves your security boundaries. MongoDB handles all of this. You get a data platform that's available wherever your applications need to be. No juggling multiple technologies, no compounding complexity, and no friction slowing down development, operations, or security. MongoDB gives you one database, one API, one set of skills. It's the same features, the same experience everywhere. Whether you're developing on a laptop, running in a data center, or running in the cloud. Whatever your environment is, MongoDB is there. You can run MongoDB Atlas on AWS, Microsoft Azure, or Google Cloud. Atlas has more than 131 supported regions worldwide across all 3 major hyperscalers. But Atlas goes beyond just cloud choice. A single deployment can span multiple clouds simultaneously. Let me say that again. One MongoDB instance can be distributed across multiple clouds. That means you can have some nodes in AWS, other nodes in Azure, and even more nodes in Google Cloud. The flexibility across clouds and regions gives you the highest level of resiliency you could ask for. It provides you with ways to keep running through disruptions and survive outages. That same cross-cloud flexibility also unlocks new opportunities in AI. You can take advantage of each cloud provider's specialized AI services and infrastructure without being locked into any one provider. So if you want to use AWS Bedrock and Google Vertex together, no problem. You can do that from one cluster. In the fast-evolving AI landscape, this means you always have access to the best large language models, AI services, and compute infrastructure, regardless of your cloud provider. Our ability to run anywhere, whether you manage MongoDB yourself or let Atlas handle it, keeps you in control. You're free to move, deploy, and scale however your business demands, while remaining resilient against whatever comes next. Let's talk about the next strength: performance, scale, and availability. Like we've said before, the agentic era will test your performance like never before. Think of these super tall skyscrapers around the world, like the Shard here in London. By the way, being a database nerd, I really love the name. These buildings put enormous stress on their foundation. And if the foundation isn't reliable, then the whole thing comes crumbling down. You can't expect a foundation built for an old-fashioned 40-story building to support one with more than 90 stories. And you can't expect an archaic data platform to support the needs of this new agentic era. So with each new release of MongoDB, we invest heavily in the fundamentals. With MongoDB version 8, we made our biggest leap in performance yet. It's the fastest release ever. And the performance of this release had an incredible impact on our customers. By upgrading to version 8, Marks and Spencer saw faster reads, and Bosch experienced lower CPU usage. Over 75% of our customers, including many of you in this room, are running version 8. That's more than twice the adoption of our previous releases. Your trust is our proof that we got the fundamentals correct. And today, we're excited about the release of MongoDB 8.3, because 8.3 somehow boosts performance even more. Provides up to 35% more write throughput, 45% more read throughput, and if you're using ACID transactions, like in a banking application, for example, you see 15% more throughput. These improvements translate into faster performance and the ability to process greater load. In agentic settings where agents continuously invoke one another, this compounds fast, making any gain significant. The best proof comes from the customers with the most demanding requirements in the world. For example, Stripe processes over $1 trillion in payments volume every year while maintaining 5 nines of availability. For reference, that's 1.5% of the global GDP running through one company, powered by MongoDB. Stripe shared that they use MongoDB as a foundation layer for their APIs because of our ability to handle massive volume of real-time data at scale. And it's not just Stripe. Over 70% of the Fortune 100 run MongoDB to power their most critical applications. Companies like these only choose technologies they can trust. And we deliver the rock-solid foundation to earn that trust every day. And it doesn't just stop at performance. As I mentioned, agents never sleep. But hopefully, you do. So what happens when shit hits the fan at 2 in the morning and no one's awake? That's when scale and availability become the only things that matter. As more agents come online, your system has to keep up. It doesn't just need a high ceiling, it also needs the ability to handle huge, unpredictable bursts. It's always the unexpected events that get you in trouble. At some point, you're going to find yourself in a race, scrambling to add resources before your application hits the wall. And if demand outruns your available capacity, you risk an outage that impacts your users and your business. MongoDB addresses this need with its distributed architecture that ensures your data remains available and online in the face of increasing write load and data volume. I can't emphasize enough, this makes scaling to maintain availability extremely easy. A great example of this is our autoscaling capabilities. In Atlas, you can configure autoscaling to monitor resources like CPU and memory to automatically scale, adding capacity when load spikes and reducing that capacity when it subsides. To illustrate how this works, let's watch these two graphs. The graph on the left shows increasing activity, which translates into increased resource usage. As more resources are used, autoscaling kicks in, giving the system more resources and bringing it back to a sustainable level. Traditional autoscaling is a vital safety net. But it relies on a signal that stress is already present in the system. In other words, by the time it kicks in, you and your customers are probably already experiencing a slowdown. So to address this, in January, we introduced predictive autoscaling. It's an option that uses machine learning to anticipate future scaling needs and increases its capacity before a spike occurs. Think of predictive autoscaling as the first line of defense for known activity patterns. So say your cluster sees increased activity on regular intervals. Maybe you run a weekly batch job that bulk loads data on Sunday nights. I think a lot of you in the financial services industry can relate to that one. During those times, the increased activity, your cluster gets pushed to its limit. Here we see that pattern of increased activity, which corresponds to a pattern in resource usage. Predictive autoscaling identifies the pattern and allocates more resources before the activity hits. And once the activity subsides, the cluster can be scaled back down, freeing up resources and saving you money, frankly. Predictive autoscaling ensures that the database is always one step ahead of your workloads. So I started with a question. Are you 100% sure your data platform can handle the pressure of the agentic era? After everything we've covered today, you should be able to answer that question with confidence. Agentic systems don't just need a good database. They need a platform with the core strength that agents demand. That's MongoDB. It provides you with the assurance and trust to move a prototype into a production. With proven performance, the ability to scale as you scale, and always-on availability. It's the data platform that will allow you to build powerful agents wherever and however is best for you. Thank you very much. I now want to welcome CJ back to the stage. Take it away, CJ.
So before we break after this session, I would say, really, really happy that Ulku is here today, Ulku Rao. So Ulku is CIO of Commercial Banking and Capital Markets at Lloyds Banking Group. Everybody here knows Lloyds Banking Group, so I don't need to introduce Lloyd. And our colors are also similar, so.
Very on brand today.
Very on brand.
On both sides.
We like it. And I'll just share a short story. When I met Ulku for the first time as she's driving transformation at LBG, one of the 200+ years the firm has been around, found out we both, out of all the universities in the world, went to the same grad school, University of Illinois, and share a lot of people in common at the University of Illinois. And then she was just recently there. We have gotten same alumni recognition. She was just voted Distinguished Alumni of the Year, so congratulations.
Thank you. Same as well to you.
Yeah, and then when I think about her career in trading, risk, analytics platform with some of the largest banks in the world, like JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, UBS, and then she went to work for Google as they were figuring out how do they serve Google Cloud, financial services sector, multiple years at Google. Now you live in London and New York?
Yes.
Yes, she lives in London and New York. So delighted to have you here. So thank you.
So great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yes. So first question I have to ask you, how did Lloyds Banking Group convince you to take this job?
It didn't take much, actually. I think, and I talk about this story quite a bit, right? An institution like Lloyds Banking Group that has 250 years of history, customer intimacy, serving the UK market, and serving for the people of this country, for the businesses of this country. And they're undergoing a massive transformation that is led by technology, putting technology in the forefront to make it a much better company, better services for the customers, and doing this with tech. How many times one gets to do that? And I love the City of London, by the way, too. Yeah. That helped.
Yeah, and it's an iconic firm. So, Ulku, you declared publicly that this is the year of AI for LBG. Tell us, what does that mean?
To be honest, I think it's the decade of AI.
Decade of AI, okay.
I think many of you in the audience, have been living and breathing AI for a very long time now. I think, when I think about it, like you and I were both in University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana. I went there, I think, in the 1990s, where Mosaic, the internet browser, was built on that campus, and shortly after Netscape came in. And I was so excited, thinking about that, like what the internet could do to the world and the people. And now we're in that pivotal moment again with AI. Mm-hmm. The opportunities that it holds done right is phenomenal. So at Lloyds Banking Group, we believe in the power of AI. We think it's a pivotal tool that will actually help us reimagine our businesses across the board, from our client experiences to how we run our shop to the back office. So we're really thinking about AI as an embedded tool, and we're using it to reimagine actually everything that we do. So, and personally, I am an AI optimist.
Yes.
And that helps too. And I think right now, you almost can't overinvest in AI.
I see. So very significant investment in AI at LBG. You have spoken about externally market intelligence, right? Yes. You have years and years of data at LBG. Tell us a little bit about how did you approach it? How did you look at the foundational elements? And are you getting the value out of it?
Yeah. So let me tell you maybe a little bit about the businesses that we support and what does LBMI, the Lloyds Banking Market Intelligence, does. So we serve businesses across the whole spectrum, starting from the little mom and pop shop, the sole trader, to the multinationals of this economy. So the people that we serve are the businesses of this country. And on the retail side, though, we have about 28 million customers. Yeah. And our customers are everywhere across this country. So they're not just in London, but they're everywhere, north, south, west, everywhere. And about 1/3 of every transaction goes through our systems. So we have a lot of insights about how the economy moves. So we're kind of saying, okay, could we use that data to provide insights to our customers?
Insights to your customers.
Insights to our business customers. It's all about aggregated data. It's all about anonymous data. But could we tell a business, how are they doing with respect to their peers? Could we provide them benchmarking? Could we say, you want to set up a new shop somewhere? Is that the right place? What kind of spending patterns are we seeing in that market? What kind of, is that market saturated? Is that open to the kind of products that you want to do? So it's really about, setting up the businesses for success to say, look, we're seeing this about what's happening in the transactions, what's happening in the economy overall. It is quite representative because of our size and scale. And then providing those insights to the businesses so they can serve their businesses much better.
I see. That makes sense. Now, Ulku, I know we have talked about this modernization, transformation, very, very hard jobs in companies, obviously firms like Lloyds. Talk about people, even we are talking to ElevenLabs and they deploy forward deployed engineers to help out the enterprises that they serve, whether they're banks, healthcare, government. What does it mean for people transformation, reskilling? How are you now being at Lloyds? How do you think about that locally here?
Yeah. it has so many facets, right? You said it. It's about the tooling, yes. You got to build the infrastructure so that you get access to those models, and the engineering side, that's one thing. And second, you got to think about how do you kind of skill your engineers. There aren't AI engineers, lying around everywhere to hire. So we spent a lot of effort into taking our existing engineers. We have great engineers, right? They're great Java engineers, front-end engineers, back-end engineers. How do we skill them to become AI engineers? Because honestly, I think AI is never going to be built in the center somewhere. AI has to be built into every single platform, every single system that we build. So our engineers, no matter where they are, which system they work on, they need to be AI literate and be able to use them. So we have this program called AI Academy. We're offering it to every single engineer. All of our engineers are getting skilled. But it's not just about the engineers, as you know. It's also about how do we get the business on this journey?
The knowledge workers, analysts.
Exactly, from everyone, from the branch person all the way up to our CEO. How do we skill them? So we are addressing programs to get them skilled up. We have a partnership with the Cambridge University. We actually have a 6-month executive program where we literally took 300, our top 300, we're sending them on a 6-month program to think about how do you run a business with AI? What does that mean? How do you attack the problems? Because this is very much about your business, your product working together with technology to do it.
And so Cambridge created a curriculum for LBG specifically?
We co-created it, yes.
Oh, you co-created it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. This is that important to us because if we're going to do it, you have to do it right.
I see. Very good. So thinking about, you have been on the other side when you were at Google Cloud. Now you're back on the banking side.
Yeah.
As you think about hyperscalers, frontier model companies, AI native companies who come and try to get your time, and you look at all the different transformation initiatives, use cases that you want to enable with AI, how do you balance that? When Google reaches out to you, or AWS, or pick Anthropic, whoever, OpenAI, I know you have a partnership with OpenAI as well. How do you balance that, and what matters to LBG?
Yes, very good question. And I think you and I talk about the partnership quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I think, if you think about the world that we live in, it's very much an ecosystem, and very true for financial services specifically too. It's not about just what we do with our customers in the branch and the online systems, but what partners do we work with, both on the financial services application side, but also both on the infrastructure side. So partners are a very important part of our estate. That's how we scale.
Yeah.
That's how we do things well. So partnerships are super critical to us. But how do I pick, as you know, there's just so many logos, so many companies trying to do it. I think one, for me, it's the key players are important. In those, I need to have a small number that will actually be partners to me, because it's not about writing a check. It's not just about buying the software. It's about how do we work together to design the future together. Especially at Lloyds, we're a very value-based company. It is very important to us to create the right client experiences for our customers. So I want a partner that is going to do that with me, that's going to challenge me, that's going to work with me, that's going to innovate with me, so that we can do the best work for our customers. And it is really important, I think, in this to be open to the relationships, because there is a place for a lot of our partners, but it needs to be based on shared goals and shared outcomes that we go after together.
And potentially roadmap alignment as well, right?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. That's why you hired George.
Yes.
Met George, and wonderful, and it's our goal to earn your trust to become that true partner for many, many years as you drive the agenda.
Yes.
When you think about, you've gone through at BofA, JP, and many other institutions, cloud transformation, then you're on Google's side, obviously, coming back. How long do you think this AI transformation goes on? 5, 10, 15, 20? What is your guess?
I wish I had a crystal ball, but we know it's going to be for a while. And I think, as you said, I worked in banks. And then the cloud companies came along, and it was about, for me, the transition was very interesting. I went from like being, a bank person to being a vendor, and I got then like trying to say, how do we now shape the industry from the other angle? Now I come back, I'm like, okay, now like I've seen both sides. It's I think amazing insights it gave me. Well, the one insight I know is we don't know. There's a lot that we don't know. But I think the AI is going to take us a long way. And like what I'm doing right now, it's almost like I'm going backwards a little bit. I'm trying to figure out what's the next thing in AI, right? Like we talk about agents today. We used to talk about Gen AI yesterday. Like I'm actually going back and reading today about like the new research. Because the products that we have available in the market today are based on research that was like written maybe a couple years ago. So I'm trying to stay up to date, not on the products, but actually on the research to say, okay, what's going to become a product next? What do I need to worry about? And it's a very fast-moving, as you know.
Yes.
It's a very fast-moving market. And the key is like, how do you stay connected to the innovation that's happening so you can figure out what's going to happen next? But long-term, I don't know. Like the internet took us this far. I think AI is going to take us pretty far as well.
Yeah. One of the things that really stuck with me first time I talked to you is that besides commercial banking and capital markets, you're also responsible for true transformation. And coincidentally, I was with one of your board members yesterday, and she told me that the charter that you have taken on behalf of the bank is a massive one. We absolutely want to partner with you so that we earn that right to you to call us that, okay, MongoDB is a great partner on the transformation, modernization journey. And one last question I have from your standpoint, do you consider like cloud, AI, as you talked about client services for Lloyds Banking clients, how do you think all of this you think as one, or you're like, no, let me just think about how can AI help client services better or employees? How do you think about that?
No, it's all of it.
All of it.
You can't do one without the other. Like, I mean, AI is great, and I think it's a means for us to leapfrog in some cases.
Yeah.
But like, unless you get your infrastructure right, and the infrastructure, could be, your private cloud, public cloud, a combination of those, and then you got to get like your data right. You got to have the right tooling to be able to do that. You got to modernize your systems all at the same time, and then talent, right? You got to get the right talent in there, and the right talent wants to work on the right problems. So you got to give them the right tooling and the right problems so that you can get the right talent into your organization. And then, and then AI obviously is just the icing on the cake to pulls it all together. But you can't think of them as separate things.
Thank you very much. We wish you good luck on your transformation journey at this iconic firm, Lloyds Banking Group, and I know you guys will do great, and we will always be your partner on that journey.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me, and thank you for being a great partner.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ulko. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So we are going to have 3 different breakout sessions, and then after lunch, I'll be here with Harry, and really looking forward to that conversation. Thank you very much. Okay.
We started from this quote that we used to hear our shoppers say, it's too time consuming and I don't want to learn a new way of shopping. Benny is a secondhand search engine that helps you find resale alternatives. Brands can resell that same pair of jeans, but if you're a resale marketplace, you only have one-of-one inventory. Our catalog has over 300 million listings in it. 90% of all of the inventory in the US for apparel and accessories, with a delta of like 1 million listings a day. So what we needed was a vector database, and we were using Milvus, and we had our catalog stored in MongoDB. And so we needed to keep 2 separate catalogs live and in sync. And that's really tricky for a company that's trying to innovate quickly, right? So we migrated over to MongoDB. The three biggest wins that we get from MongoDB are that we now have a unified vector and catalog data store that is easier to manage through our ETL ingestion pipeline. The second one is we can scale endlessly at a manageable cost because we've sharded our catalog. With MongoDB, we're continually focused on expanding our product catalog. And the last is smarter, more personalized search, because we're able to store our user engagement data alongside of our vector data, alongside of our catalog attributes. We can slice the data however we want. And we can basically show you in real time a product in your size, in your color preferences, etc. There aren't very many vendors out there that can do hybrid search in the way that MongoDB can do hybrid search. Everybody in the
MongoDB, and I'm your host for this segment here at the MongoDB.local in London. With me right now, I have a very exciting partner in crime, Eden from 3T. So Eden, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Hey, I'm Eden. I'm recently appointed as the head of product at 3T. Before that, I spent over a decade in product growth for multi-billion consumer platforms, and I decided to shift into this space. It's probably the most exciting space to be, considering the shift data engineering is going through right now, and I hope to be able to bring this lens into building MongoDB tooling.
Oh, that's really, really great. And obviously, we're talking a lot about Agentic AI, so we need to mention Agentic and AI every second sentence.
Oh, I'll try.
It's very, very important. But maybe give the audience a little bit a short pitch on what is 3T, because there's probably some people who are not aware about the company.
Yes, absolutely. So 3T is most famous about its desktop IDE. Basically, for over a decade, we are helping teams to extract more value from the data and to have better output. Just get an access to the data engineer to complete their tasks. That's we built for humans. Our most recent releases and where we try to focus is realizing the Agentic AI is taking...
You mentioned Agentic AI.
You got it.
Very good, very good.
They are becoming more and more popular and having this connection to the data, and we are trying to think what it means for us, what it means for the shift of competing against output where you have Agentic AI. Here's number 2. And how can we become an outcome multiplier in the future?
Yeah, I start to realize for myself as well, the data tooling side is becoming more and more important, right? Because the LLMs are by now interchangeable, and it's maybe a little bit unfair to say the model doesn't matter. What matters is your data and your control on this one. But so when I look at your solutions, I assume the viewpoint you have to the data is slightly different than a historic viewpoint to, let's say, a table.
Yes, absolutely. We really believe that understanding the data that is being fed into the Agentic AI and humans is becoming far more important, and that's where tooling needs to shift and change a little bit. A tool that will just try to compete with AI to help to produce more output from the data will just fail. We want to give this visibility and to make sure that data engineers, CISO, CDO, any type of persona, any employee that deal with data in data organization is able to tell what data is being used for a certain model and how is it helping to extract value for the business.
So basically, I'm more streamlining who sees what, when. This must be having as well nice impact on governance, things like, so we're in Europe here, obviously, even UK is still Europe, and GDPR obviously is a big term, data privacy. So how is this helping from your perspective, the data privacy angle?
Yes, I think GDPR and any regulated industries is probably our biggest clients and the customers that I speak the most and where they raise this problem. When you connect Agentic AI to your data to extract data, they don't know what is a PII. They get what the connection gives them, right? And the policy that is written very nicely in the past to enforce is no longer valid. You need to have something on the architecture that allow you to make sure that Agentic AI only receive the data they're supposed to receive. And frankly, I hear mostly from customers not a confident yes to that question. Are you meeting the regulation? And that's a huge risk that lives right now in the workflows that are being built. What we try to do, or what it's a big problem to solve, is for these specific type of clients to make sure that we are able to set the rules and then to have tools that allow to make sure that the expectation that's set by these rules are actually being there in reality. That's a hard problem to solve, but what I'm very excited to focus on right now. The terminology that we are using internally is governed data access, and for me, it's more than a policy. It's actually an architecture, and that should guarantee this kind of privacy that we are all worried about here in Europe, in the UK, and also in regulated businesses in the US.
So let me see if I get this correct. So basically, instead of saying, give me everything which is in the document and let the agentic instance sort out what it does with this, you are actually allowing to streamline architecturally the path. What does the agent need to see? When does it see it? In which context? Because these are obviously three different dimensions.
Correct. That means, in fact, masking, data masking on the PII, on the pipeline layer. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And making sure that access management is done at the very beginning of the identity. I think what happened is that there are more. The question right now is not anymore who are our users that extract data. It's who are our users, what our AI agents, and what they permitted to see. And we need to make sure that we are able to build an infrastructure that enforce this policy and allow different personas in the organization to validate that that's actually the case. And that's how our role also shift to help businesses and companies to extract value from data.
This is cool. I love how you describe that different roles are involved of different people, but probably different agents as well. When we look at hierarchies, hierarchical agentic system become a big thing. So what are you doing for hierarchical systems?
We try to make sure that our products and our new features are allowing this level of flexibility, right? And I think as a product person, and now I'm going into the product world, identifying the different problem statements that are coming up with that is probably the hardest thing to do, because this we are at a time that everything evolves very, very quickly. So we are looking into the problems specifically that raised by our customers and try to connect them to the value that they are able to generate. We are still at the very beginning of exploring that, and hopefully in a year from today I will have even a clearer answer on that question.
That's actually pretty cool, because I think when we look to most clients by now, this understanding of data in the context of agentic, I always compare this to you think your agent Jimmy talks to your agent Jerry, but it's actually Sergey in Russia. And to avoid that data basically getting exposed alone is already half. And this concept of guardrails, everybody talks about guardrails, but I think what you guys are doing is pretty much giving a very active approach to this one and managing the design versus having design and figuring out afterwards how do I control it.
That's absolutely correct, and that's what needs to be done with the current problem of volume times autonomy, right? Agentic AI, they are great in generating the output and as a multiplier of when they have the autonomy. Think about a pipeline that is there to generate customer care answers, or any tooling that is built to give a business leader a visualization of the data. When that comes in place, we need to make sure that this enforcement is not something on top of our work, but it's at the very, very base core of everything that is being built. That's what we try to solve, and that's in particular for companies that need to have this hybrid set of databases, on-prem, cloud-based, and that's a hard problem for us that we're trying to solve right now.
Yeah, and that's another thing which I'm really impressed, I admit. I know historically, you guys are actually, you don't care where the data resides, right? It's cloud, on premises, on the laptop, and everything in between.
Correct, and I think that I can compliment MongoDB has done an excellent work to solve the problem that I just described on the platform layer. We are trying to make sure that we are able to complement that and to solve it for this reality of businesses that need to manage the whole estate. That's the type of clients that we are working with. And hopefully we are able to deliver the same level of result and the same level of confidence for these customers.
This was really, really, really exciting. Thank you so much for that one. So what would you think is the most important punchline you want what our listeners should take home from you, Dan?
Punchline. I think I'm saying it quite a lot. The tooling of data tooling need to shift from becoming an output multiplier to an outcome multiplier. We cannot compete with AI. AI will generate an extent output that the best IDE would not be able to do. Actually, Treaty Software won the IDE game, but we need to make sure right now that the outcome that is coming out of the data is something that CDO, CISO are able to trust and stand behind, and is generating the right value for the business. That will take us to a far more exciting era than where we are right now.
I love this. Outcome over output.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here today with us, and thank you for the cool insights.
Thank you so much.
So that was Iman from 3T Technologies, and that was our first guest today on this environment. And we're having coming up next Kevin Smith, who should show up soon and then with him I will talk more about how C# and MongoDB will be an exciting infrastructure and will be able to deliver more solutions.
We started from this quote that we used to hear our shoppers say, it's too time consuming and I don't want to learn a new way of shopping. Benny is a secondhand search engine that helps you find resale alternatives. Brands can resell that same pair of jeans, but if you're a resale marketplace, you only have one-of-one inventory. Our catalog has over 300 million listings in it. 90% of all of the inventory in the US for apparel and accessories, with a delta of like 1 million listings a day. So what we needed was a vector database, and we were using Milvus, and we had our catalog stored in MongoDB. And so we needed to keep 2 separate catalogs live and in sync. And that's really tricky for a company that's trying to innovate quickly, right? So we migrated over to MongoDB. The 3 biggest wins that we get from MongoDB are that we now have a unified vector and catalog data store that is easier to manage through our ETL ingestion pipeline. The second one is we can scale endlessly at a manageable cost because we've sharded our catalog. With MongoDB, we're continually focused on expanding our product catalog. And the last is smarter, more personalized search, because we're able to store our user engagement data alongside of our vector data, alongside of our catalog attributes. We can slice the data however we want. And we can basically show you in real time a product in your size, in your color preferences, etc. There aren't very many vendors out there that can do hybrid search in the way that MongoDB can do hybrid search. Everybody in the world of shopping is trying to solve this problem of personalization. We think we're the best set up to win in this space, and we're excited to be on this journey with MongoDB. So don't hesitate. MongoDB is the best. We love working with them.
Certainly when you start a technology company, architecture is destiny. You don't want that architectural decision to limit you in the future. What you build at the beginning defines what you can become as a company. When we were starting BigID, we thought there was an opportunity to reimagine how organizations go about protecting their sensitive data. Early on, we made certain decisions in how we built the product.
Two .NET groups, one in York.
The choice of stack.
Yeah.
because I couldn't.
Is important. We obviously looked at the structured options in terms of like Postgres and so forth, and we looked at some of the NoSQL structures. But again, we wanted an organization to bet on into the future. MongoDB provided us the full package, enterprise class support, multiple interfaces. We wanted the ability to operate in the cloud.
Hey guys, we are back at the MongoDB.local in London. My name is Boris Bielik, I'm your host right now. And with me I have a very interesting person, Kevin Smith. He is one of our MongoDB champions. Thank you so much for being one of those. And he is as well a Microsoft MVP. So that together is a cool combination. So obviously the subject is C#.
Yep.
Kevin, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit?
Yep, so I'm, as you said, like a MongoDB champion. I think it's maybe 3-4 years I've had that now. And I've been an MVP, Microsoft MVP for quite a long time, like 8 years I think now, probably now. But yeah, mostly kind of working day jobs like C#, .NET kind of related. Do quite a lot of like TypeScript as well with React and front-end stuff as well. But I kind of like, anything what anybody throws at me, I normally kind of just pick up these days, to be fair. So yeah, quite relaxed about what I work on, as well as like different cloud platforms, etc.
Yeah, this is an interesting combination because React framework and JavaScript on one side, and on the other side the C# world. So how do you bridge this over?
Yeah, so we're like the company I work in at the moment, we use like ASP.NET Core to kind of like write the APIs for the back end, then we communicate with the front end, like with React and JavaScript. In previous companies where I've worked at, we've also used like Blazor as well, which is quite nice to be able to use like kind of like the same models for your domain models across the boundaries as well, which is quite nice. But I guess the kind of community behind like Blazor is completely different from like React. Even though they're kind of like the kind of architecture is very similar, like there's a lot more things to get off the shelf with like kind of React in the open source world, which is quite nice.
Yeah, for me C# is still, so to disclose myself, when I started using MongoDB 2015-ish, I'm dating myself, I'm really old, and when we started in that one, for me C# was really exciting because MongoDB was the first database which had a complete new driver concept with the objects.
Yep.
And where I could directly persist objects. And my first experience was 2 lines of code.
Yeah.
Open connection database, which by the way didn't even exist, which was created, persist object. This part is still for me one of the big things somehow.
Yeah. I think what I kind of like was introduced in the 1.2 days of like MongoDB, and one of the kind of like things compared to all the rest of the database technologies out there is you could run your tests against a real database. And comparing that with like SQL Server, etc., you had to kind of like mock all that kind of layer out because you couldn't just like spin up. This is before Docker as well became like quite commercialized. You couldn't just spin up that executable in process on your build server and run all your tests against it. So actually having Mongo spun up as like an executable next to your application and be able to like run your tests like as they would run in production was kind of like amazing as a developer in that kind of like
it was honestly unheard of. I was doing financial services, risk management, and I was suddenly able to run the stuff on my laptop with 100,000 objects, and before I needed to get this VM set up, talk to IT. And
get Vagrant set up. And
and then, let's drop the database. No, you can't do that. We need to have a work order for that one.
Yeah.
And so this was one of the big things. And the other thing, what I was always really, really happy with was the polymorphism inside the data, right?
Yeah. That's just like a no-brainer these days, isn't it? Compared to having like 100 tables across everywhere, just having some kind of polymorphic objects or objects and like layered down like documents.
Maybe you can give a short rundown for the audience about how polymorphic data work. Because I don't think most people understand that here so much.
Yeah, so like at the company where I work at the moment, we use MongoDB like extensively, and we have like, it's a bereavement software for when people pass away and die. We collect all their estate items together. So that's from all the beneficiaries on the case, the stuff about the deceased person, all their estate items, so that maybe any assets linked to them, like a house, a car, a bank account, and then also any liabilities like a loan, a mortgage, etc. And there's lots of there's invoices in there, like all the distributions and etc. like that. And we store all that as like one kind of document in Mongo, because a lot of the kind of calculations you need all that information up front. And if that was in like a relational database, we'd probably have like easily like 150 like kind of like tables.
Every type of piece would need to be a table or multiple tables, denormalized.
Yeah. So for example, like we have a case as a like root object. So that's our root document in MongoDB in a collection. And then inside that we have a list of estate items, and an estate item can be like a car, and the car can have like an ID with a registration plate, the model, the make, the color, the valuation of it. And then we can also have like a house, which is like
complete different asset,
like completely different like thing. And each estate item has like things like an evaluation, realizations. So the valuation is like kind of what you evaluate the date of death. A realization is like kind of what it's being sold at, and then you can work out from like not all the kind of estate items are the same, but you can kind of compress them down into like an estate item has like a price what you've sold it at, and the price at date of death, so you can compare that to get the like the gain loss for tax reasons, which means like even though they're not the same, and you look at things individually, and like you can look up like kind of get an estimate for like a house using like Zopala's API, and same thing for like car valuations as well. You can use other APIs to kind of get valuations, but you use different data for them things. But we store them in a collection in an array inside of Mongo, pretty much identically, but they're kind of very disparative, like kind of different fields, even though they've got similar fields as well.
So it's a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs, right? Like house plus car plus whatever minus loan divided by mortgage equals, and this like, and that's a polymorphism there. And when we look at the C# side, obviously we just did over the last 2 years a lot of work around the entity framework.
So that's actually quite impressive, to be fair. I think more from other people coming on board to like kind of using MongoDB from the .NET like side, because everybody, as you know, like kind of like is using entity framework by default, either if they're using MySQL, like kind of SQL Server or any other database provider, to be fair. Everybody's used to just using EF by default and just abstracting themselves from using SQL. And you only kind of do the like kind of go down to the raw SQL using like Dapper or anything else if you want more performance and don't want it to manage like kind of your your queries. And having Mongo to do the EF provider as well. So you can pretty much just connect it to Mongo without knowing any of the Mongo syntax, the query language, to actually execute your queries is amazing. And just be able to kind of like have change tracking and all that kind of goodness kind of like wrapped in it as well, because it just allows you to produce like code faster, right? Get the product out to market faster.
So that's an interesting item. So would you say that the entity framework is actually more than just the legacy support in that part? Because I had a discussion with a client lately, and they were really big on the, we've done historically entity framework, but by now, and I always say, well, you know, if you have that in and you have that in your design, don't change it. But what about new applications?
I think if you care about shipping your product fast, I'd probably go with ES first. Like, get something out there into market. If you've got some good open telemetry, like metrics around the application, so if you're monitoring all the kind of spans, what are happening in your application, so that say you've got all the connections what are connected like Mongo, which you wrap in EF, because there's an EF telemetry provider as well for that. And you're gathering that somewhere else. You can just monitor kind of like what is your like bottlenecks. And if that is a problem, like how like you're fetching the data and then updating the data each time you kind of like do a certain thing, and maybe that's a bit slow, you can just pull that into your application and just start using the Mongo the client broadly, and actually rewriting them queries. Very similar to kind of how like people do it with. I've seen it a lot of times where people start with EF to get something out there, and then fall back into using Dapper to write raw SQL. And people do the same thing with Mongo. Like kind of you kind of start off with EF. And then once you know there's kind of like some performance tuning what you want to do, you can just go back into using the driver and write kind of like a proper Mongo query as well. And I think it's actually a good foundation of actually starting a new application, because it just lowers the barrier to entry, right? And that's
because
what
people know the EF experience.
Yeah.
They know the C#. They just offload, and they don't need to start with MQL.
Yeah.
They don't need to start with any functions on that level.
Yeah, totally. It just like loads of, it's like any abstraction, right? It's all lowering the barrier to entry. Like you don't like open a raw socket and like start accepting requests.
Well, I hope we don't do that one much anymore. So you remember the first emails, Hello World?
Yeah.
Connecting now. We don't do that anymore.
I remember writing a pop server when I was like at university and all that kind of stuff. But yeah.
But when we take a look on that one, what suggestions would you give somebody who's new to that space, maybe comes from a C# classic SQL Server background, moves into Mongo? What would be the, let's say, top 3 items you would give them?
I guess like transitioning, if you've already used EF before, which I think is like the default for like kind of like C# developers these days, because even like many years ago I used to use like LLB Gen and lots of other kind of like ORMs, and they all kind of had the same context that like you just abstract yourself from the query language and the database in theory, and it allows you to build like nicer domain objects, which then your business like logic lives in your domain. If you're used to that kind of like architecture in the first place, transitioning over to using like MongoDB, I think is actually a lot easier because you haven't got that kind of like mind shift and saying like, oh, I've got these like 10 tables what whack to this kind of stuff, and I've got these limits on my strings have to be like varchar 10s and whatever else. You don't kind of have that kind of like barrier, I suppose. And like kind of cognitive load when you kind of move over to Mongo, because you're pretty much just usually storing your documents as you're using them, right? And if you think about like how you store them as you're using them, it just makes your like life as like a software developer a lot easier, because you don't end up with like as many migrations. And this is not probably answering your question.
But I think there's one more item which you're kind of going after, which is, before people dealt with a lot of weird types like blobs, clops, and trying to stash stuff into databases which doesn't belong there, including XML documents. And I've done those. It's a really bad idea. But all that stuff is gone. I have all the types directly at the top level, geospatial, choose it, your poison. I can do whole graph structures in there. That was, for me, my big moment, to be honest, on that space. So.
Yeah. Well, I remember using I don't know if many people use it these days, but using GridFS. So like before, like cloud was like a big thing. I used a GridFS in Mongo quite a lot for just like storing like documents as if you store them in like S3 and like Azure Blob Storage, for example.
So now I need to obviously abuse you because you know so much. Agentic systems. So we cannot get away without that.
Yeah.
Where do you see the advantages for C# maybe over some other systems in the agentic world?
I think they're parallel to most things because everything is quite interweaved. But like C#'s got what's it called, semantic kernel, which is kind of built in. So that's very similar to I suppose like LangChain and things like that, where you can like annotate things to call back to certain functions. So you can augment like data. Like Copilot's recently, like GitHub Copilot has recently released like a C# SDK, so you can bake GitHub Copilot into middle of your kind of C# application. So if you've got like a thick running client on your machine, you can pretty much give it like embed it inside your thick client, give it functions it can call, and you can just like ask it questions and it'll be able to do things on your behalf, which is quite neat. So there's actually quite a lot of like that kind of integrated scenarios already kind of like there's tooling for that already. As for the kind of like, I suppose like things like semantic search and stuff like that, Mongo is great for that, right? And with the new kind of
the vector functions and the hybrid search, right?
Yeah.
I can use this is always the funny part when people ask me, and I can use this in C#. And I tell them you can use every single function out of C# directly.
Yeah. People always say that about me as well. But they kind of the whole like kind of like C# driver is just pretty much just a big BSIM document. And if you kind of if something's been released that day and the driver's not even caught up, you can still call them functions because you just pass the BSIM document on it. And to be fair, the driver team's pretty awesome at like catching up with pretty much the latest releases anyway, right? I think that's across the board with like since Mongo like ever started, like the driver support has been like unreal compared to like other like kind of like data platforms and things like that, especially when you've got like a dedicated like driver as well across for all the languages.
Yeah,
that Mongo
this was for me my personal experience coming out of a more Java environment and then C# and being used to very rather esoteric drivers. You build a lot of abstraction layers on top, and suddenly there's a driver where you just drive in a single document on top, and that's it, and then persist.
Yeah.
And this function is quite extreme. Now, before we get to the end, you run as well some user groups as well here in the region for people, right?
Yeah.
So we should do a little bit advertising, I suggest.
Yeah, so I actually run 2 .NET groups. One in Sheffield, which I've been running over like 15 years, I think it is now. And it's not just purely .NET. We do like lots of other kind of like cloud-related like topics. We do some workshops. We do like a lot of front-end development because like tech these days is quite like kind of muddled together, I'd say. So we do like lots of different kind of like topics. And I also run a user group in York as well, where I live. And that's probably been going about like 6-7 years, I think it is now. But yeah, the Sheffield one runs the first Tuesday of every month. The York one runs the first Thursday of the month, and we also do some online ones every like Thursday, Wednesday, ad hocly as well. So if anybody just Google it,
they can get in touch with you via LinkedIn, I suppose.
Yeah.
The lingua franca of today's IT technology. So ping Kevin for the York and Sheffield user group meetings.
Yeah.
So that's really, really great. I know we get very soon strangulated because we're probably up in time, Kevin. Thank you so much for being here today. What was the biggest thing you saw so far today?
I think one of the like inspirational things is probably the auto-embedding of models. I think it's going to be quite a game changer compared to like kind of how everybody works today, right? That everybody's like trying to couple like, load systems up, integrate things together, and just having like Voyager models kind of auto-embed like kind of like your vectors on your documents is going to be quite like super useful for anybody developing applications who want to use kind of like some semantic search.
That's great. Okay, at that point, I would like to thank you, Kevin, for the time with us here. We were really, I hope, wow. I just realized we have a big audience here right now. And thank you so much, folks. And I think I'm heading over to the next host. And thank you, Kevin.
Thanks again.
Hello, everyone. My name is Makiko Baisley. I am a staff developer advocate over at MongoDB. And for the next 20 minutes, I have the pleasure of talking to Jeff Emerson, who is the Global Mainframe Modernization Practice Lead at Accenture, where he helps clients modernize mission-critical systems and build new digital experiences on modern architectures. Besides that, he is a lifelong software engineer. He's led work spanning mainframe, middleware, and microservices with a strong focus on agile, cloud, DevOps, and event-driven practices. He is very passionate, and he will talk quite a bit about transforming legacy estates weighed down by technical debt into resilient, scalable platforms. And outside of work, he's a weekend woodworker. Ah, that's lovely. I am a weekend leatherworker myself.
Awesome.
Alpine paddler and dedicated family punster. That is amazing. I personally could not do a pun to save my life. So excited that you're here. How's the event been so far?
It's been fun. Exciting to hear what's on the horizon with MongoDB and everything around that.
Awesome. So first question for you is, so this new Accenture and MongoDB mainframe modernization solution, what makes this unique compared with the other modernization offerings in the market today?
Well, we've been doing modernization for years, if not 15 plus years. And a lot of that has really been, how do we transform the code? How do we get this from legacy code into a modern language? But what we're dragging with it is all of the architecture of the mainframe, right? And so, though it is in a new language and a different data structure, database, it still carries a lot of things that are not really recognizable in the modern world. And it's necessary in order to go fast with these tools. However, in the very recent past with the AI agentic models, now we can contemplate and execute on going truly to a modern architecture and leaving those strictures behind. And that gives us the freedom to choose any architecture, any database, any transaction platform, and so on. And that creates an entirely new modernization experience.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because, so my background, I've worked a ton of different jobs. I'd say my career has been exploring the entire pipeline of from data creation to, model training and now LLM post-training and evaluation. And what was interesting was that, so I have a bunch of friends who are in the data engineering space, and a lot of them have been very interested and they're very passionate about helping companies get their data systems up to shape. And I think something that they've observed is that this new wave of agentic applications, it's really driving a demand for modernization. It's accelerating it in a way that maybe wasn't as prominent, let's say 4 years ago. Is this a pattern that you've also seen in your practice?
It is, and of course I say that with balance. The mainframes are the lifeblood of so many banks and applications of that sort, but there's also applications that are just living there and could be better elsewhere.
Yeah.
And those are the applications that we really need to be looking at that can be reimagined in a substantially different way and make a real difference for the business by augmenting the data and plugging it into all the new things we can do.
Yeah, and from your perspective, what's the core problem that Accenture and MongoDB's modernization is trying to solve for organizations that are still heavily mainframe dependent?
It is about driving agility, the ability to create new things more quickly, to be able to adapt to new technologies as they're available, and still leverage the strength of the mainframe transaction backbone as needed.
And it's quite interesting because right now there is new talk about what is a world where we're building not just for people but for agents looks like. But you talk a lot about human in the lead as an approach to agentic AI, and this is different from just a human co-pilot paradigm, right? And so what does that mean, day to day?
Yeah, I think about human in the lead in the modernization process. And when we are doing a substantial architecture modernization like this, like you need to do when you're going from mainframe to modern, that means you're making decisions about how to deal with GDGs and VSAMs and packed decimal fields, right? That you just have to think carefully about each one and make sure that you're not putting all the code, all the 30 million lines of code into the chipper and having it come out the other side, but really think about this on a page by page and module by module and batch by batch process to examine, here's a new problem. Here's something new that we need to figure out and fit into our modern architecture. What does that look like now? And then build the context, build the drivers for that so that as the agents come across that again, they're ready for that.
And that's quite that's a more proactive position, I think, than, for example, some people have observed that in some cases we are giving agents full autonomy, not necessarily even from a security and IAM perspective, but just we're treating agents as they are the leads, they are the thought leaders, and that's not quite what you're saying, right?
It's not at all. Agents are very helpful, amazingly helpful, and yes, they can come up with approaches that perhaps the humans didn't think about, but they need to be validated, and we've been iterating on this and built a number of agents that help us through those translations, but then sometimes get it wrong.
Yeah.
And they need to be guided back in and given the right context, and it's it always comes down to, did we ask exactly the right question of the framework in order to get the right agents driving the right behaviors. That is something that has to be developed more thoughtfully as you go through this process.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think early on a lot of the excitement around agents was this idea that we can kind of build these fully autonomous agents, but I think where people have been getting the most value is some form of bounded autonomy, where we make a decision. Sometimes it's a conscious decision, sometimes it's a little bit more unconscious, where we say, okay, here are the parts where we're okay to kind of release to the agent, and here are the other parts where we absolutely need human in the loop or some human guardrails. How do you work with your clients to kind of decipher what that trade-off or what that decision matrix is for them?
I think all of us are gaining experience as we go through this, and it is an iterative process and a learning process for the people and for the agents. Some examples might be, we have built some bug fixers, agentic bug fixers, and they do a great job on the first 100 or 200 defects that we had envisioned the system for, and then they start drifting further and further because they're getting defects that are okay, I hadn't considered that. I hadn't considered the other thing. And the need to put then more guardrails into it, to steer it, to give it additional agents, whatever it might be, continually builds on itself.
Yeah, it's nice because I think there is growing understanding that, because before, early on in the days of agents, or the pre-agent wave of Agentic AI, of generative AI, it seems like there were kind of two camps. There was really one camp, which is it's all about the LLM. We get more powerful LLMs, we get more powerful productive agents. Now it seems like there's actually two camps where you still have a lot of people that are okay, it's really about building a more capable, bigger LLM, but maybe we should also downsize it because big LLMs run slow. But there's this other group that's saying, look, it's not just about the LLM, it's about the infrastructure around the LLM. It's about how you evaluate. It's how you orchestrate. There's a term, harness engineering, that's come about that I think is really kind of fascinating. What do you see are kind of some of the challenges for your customers in being able to modernize in a way that allows them to take advantage of these agents?
Well, I think there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is that you can do things so quickly with the agentic models, and you can iterate on that. The bad news is that it can go sideways in a hurry. The key thing in this is to continue watching what it is that you're doing and make sure that you're focused on the end goals that you want to achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. And so MongoDB, we kind of position ourselves as like a kind of digital brain for the organization. So can you kind of describe this digital brain concept to me a little bit further?
The digital brain that we refer to in our modernization practices is that context that we've pulled together from all of the application, but not just the applications and the code, but also the operational metrics that we have. And the mainframe is a very rich platform for operational metrics. And so capturing all of that information together, the data flows, the interface flows in and out of the mainframe, putting all this together so that you have an end-to-end view of how things work. Right? Once you have that, then operating through that in order to take pieces, modernize pieces, make the linkages and so on is much easier if you've got full knowledge of what's going on.
Yeah, and I think something that we encounter pretty frequently is, whenever a new LLM comes out, we see some of our users or even people who, just in general out in the world, they'll say something like, oh, like vector search is dead, RAG is dead, any kind of retrieval is just totally dead. But, what I love is that you're pointing out that, companies can't control when the next LLM comes out or is released, but they can absolutely control their context engineering and the digital brain that they're building.
That's right. So when you talk about the core LLM, then there's a context layer that helps us orient that, and a mechanics layer that gives you all the APIs and insight into what you're doing, and finally, a structure that is built just for you that you built just for you in order to accomplish the tasks at hand.
Yeah, and something that we also encounter as well is that me personally, the speed of AI is so fast. It's so fast. All the innovations that are coming out. Even as like a practitioner and a builder, I have a hard time keeping up with everything that's going on. I feel like I'm kind of just treading water in terms of like all the new innovations that come out. So for executive leaders like the CIOs, CTOs, who are listening, who want to treat mainframe modernization as the foundation of a broader Agentic AI strategy, what's the one next step you'd urge them to take in the next 6 to 12 months?
Use it.
Yeah.
That
they should go vibe code on the weekends.
Well, that helps
Yeah.
a lot in terms of just understanding what's there and opening your own mind to the horizons that are there. It's one thing to read about the articles and say what other people did, but using it to solve some small problem of your own makes a huge difference in just kind of understanding and taking it forward, and then allow their teams to use it, encourage their teams to use it. I found not all teams are encouraged to do so.
Yeah.
And as much as that baffles me, because I'm in it and like I'm living it, it's just not universal. And encouraging people to use it, even if it's not something that is agentic exposure to the outside world, but you're doing it for the purposes of internal IT development. Great, okay, you've got a contained blast radius. You still have all of your testing process, verification processes in order to make sure that you're not going off the reservation, but you're applying it to your own work, and you should feel more confident in doing that.
Yeah. And I mean, a strategy I've seen some of our customers use that I was quite impressed by, because they're similarly in a very highly regulated industry. And their approach was, they still keep their main customer-facing software locked down. That stack is secure. It's got all the checks and balances. But what they then decided to do was, instead of saying, no employee can use any generative AI technology, what they did was they worked with the engineering team to establish kind of like safe sandboxes. And then, they looked at vendors. They looked at vendors who could, match their sort of needs. And then they said, okay, employees, here are all the tools that you can use within these sandboxes. Go play, go build stuff for your needs, right? So a prog marketer could build an agent or even just a RAG pipeline that allow them to do their jobs better. Same with someone in sales and marketing. And so for me, I was very impressed by that strategy, and anything that gets adopted within that sandbox, that can then get elevated to the product roadmap.
Yeah, I think that's very insightful in terms of enabling, especially the IT engineering shop, right, to do their jobs better.
Yeah.
Right? They're not necessarily building agents that get released into the public, but they're building agents that enable them to build build their software more effectively, and therefore do it more quickly with higher quality. And that's what we should all be thinking about as software engineers, is getting that reliable product out there. The end software is a deterministic, right? It is code, it runs all by itself. It's not making AI decisions unless it's specifically for that. But especially in the mainframe space, right, when we're modernizing that, we're taking deterministic software and creating deterministic software, and we're just using AI tools, agentic tools, in order to make that bridge. It's not going out into the wild.
Yep. Awesome. Very cool. Well, thank you so much, Jeff, for joining us today. Folks, if you would like to connect with Jeff, he's on LinkedIn. Any other place they should reach out to you?
That's the best place.
LinkedIn? Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you again, Jeff. And thanks, everyone, for joining. We'll be back soon. See you in a bit.
Lovely talking to you.
everyone. We're back. Thank you for joining us. So I am pleased to speak with Arik, who is a database engineer at Hugging Face, working on the machine learning platform team, and a MongoDB champion recognized for his contributions to the community. Woot! Okay, he's the author of MongoDB in Action 8.0, which I definitely read, and co-author of Mastering MongoDB 7.0, with years of hands-on experience running databases at scale. Okay, so First off, I love Hugging Face. Love Hugging Face. I absolutely use the inference and the model endpoints a lot for personal projects and spaces. So how does Hugging Face use MongoDB in the ML learning platform and other internal systems?
Hi everyone. I'm happy to be on this podcast. Regarding Hugging Face and MongoDB, MongoDB Atlas is our main database. What does it mean? For example, if you are searching for models or Hugging Face Hub, or if you are searching for datasets, in reality, you are searching this in MongoDB. MongoDB is source of truth for our metadata. Sometimes, some people are surprised that MongoDB doesn't keep models themselves. Models are in S3. MongoDB document only point to the correct model, which is in reality in S3.
And that's a pretty typical pattern that we see. But yeah, so I personally love data set. I'm a big Hugging Face fan. So, you know, in terms of best practices that you've developed at Hugging Face for running MongoDB at scale, can you share a couple?
Yes, of course. I just maybe tell you a little bit about motivation for changes with MongoDB, which we are doing right now. Currently, Hugging Face has more than 13 million of users. We host almost 3 millions of public models. Also, more than 50,000 organizations are using Hugging Face. And I'm not talking only about hobbyists or researchers, because 30% of Fortune 500 is using Hugging Face in their AI workflows. Just to give you some perspective, 2 years ago we had 20,000 models. And I think this growth is only beginning of our journey. We use MongoDB Atlas replica set as our main database. But this growth is motivating us to start using sharding. So the biggest change which I'm introducing in Hugging Face MongoDB infrastructure is sharding. We are going to shard some of our clusters. So instead of replica set, we will be using MongoDB Atlas sharded cluster to be prepared for more growth, more users, more data, and more use cases. Fortunately, if you are using Atlas, you don't have to physically set up sharded clusters. I know them well because I was working a lot with sharding. So Atlas is orchestrating everything, which makes our life much, much easier.
And that was pretty, you know, I love that you point that out because, so before I, moved over to developer advocacy, I was actually a machine learning ops engineer. I worked on the ML platform team over at MailChimp and then, into it when it was acquired. And I remember that MailChimp was a 20-year-old company at that time, was on-prem, and there was this huge effort to start sharding things. And even like the amount of effort just to shard like one shard was intense, like 6 months, I think. Now it's a slightly different scenario in that case because once again, it was going from on-prem to cloud and trying to like shard from that. But I love that you point out that it seems to be a much smoother experience.
Yes, of course, because if you want to run sharded cluster on-prem, you need to use MongoDB Ops Manager. It means you need to learn Ops Manager. Then you need to remember that sharded clusters has more components than replica set. You have also config servers. You have also MongoS routers. And you need to make sure each of those components are running smoothly and communicate with each other. So you need a lot of experts to make sure that your sharded cluster will be running without bigger issues. In Atlas, it looks differently. You have only Atlas UI or API. You are ordering sharded cluster, which will be orchestrated by MongoDB Atlas. And the hardest part for you would be to choose correct shard key, which means you need to do lots of tests, lots of benchmarks, etc., to make sure that your shard key will be optimal. But even if it will be not optimal, now you can change your shard key without bigger issues. There is a command which is doing resharding, so it's not very difficult now to change your shard key.
Yeah, and I like that you, so you gave us some numbers earlier, and I imagine the number of models that are hosted, it just keeps going up because, from my understanding, it's not just models that AI Frontier Labs are hosting, but it's also open source models. It's, any model that, for example, a contributor has forked off and maybe they've fine-tuned their own version. So I'm kind of curious, actually, in terms of traffic, it seems like your current system is actually handling those spikes pretty well.
Yes. It is also because we are using MongoDB 7-member replica set, which is a large cluster, and this cluster is main cluster, which is supporting Hugging Face Hub. So we are routing queries to different members of this replica set cluster. We have 3 electable nodes, 3 read-only nodes, and 1 analytic node. So the Hugging Face Hub is routing different kind of workload to different replica set members. You can set it up at driver level, so you need to set read preference. We are using secondary preferred or nearest, and also you can use tag to make sure that your query will go, for example, to analytical node. So currently, this is how we are dealing with load on Hugging Face Hub. Also, we are using Atlas autoscalers. Yeah, because sometimes, for example, at 3 a.m., when everyone is sleeping, you are getting spikes into traffic, and Atlas is able to automatically increase disks or maybe increase cluster size. And I believe this feature is very, very helpful if you are dealing with spikes in your traffic. Yeah,
and I was over at Fireworks, and Fireworks is an inference and model hoster, and it was just incredible because the minute, for example, we had a DeepSeek model drop, I mean, we just saw like a 20x plus rise in terms of not just people signing up, but also existing users wanting to go try out the model. And of course, a lot of them will have their eval sets or eval pipelines, where then they're kind of testing the limits and the performance. And so all that just kind of contributed to whoa, this is very spiky. So I love that you've kind of dived in so much into how MongoDB is being used. I'm kind of curious, so you're a MongoDB champion and author of MongoDB in Action 8.0. How did your journey with MongoDB begin?
A long time ago, in city of Munich, in Germany, one company was searching for a MongoDB expert. I wasn't a MongoDB expert at this time, but I applied. And during interview, we agreed that the company will help me to get MongoDB knowledge, and this is how it started. I was working a lot with MongoDB consultants at this time because we were building one of the largest MongoDB farm in Europe. I'm talking about clusters which had plus 120 terabytes of data. We were using micro-sharding as advanced sharding technique, so this cluster was distributed across, as far as I remember, 75 different nodes, and each of them was able to host several shards. So this is micro-sharding. When you are using more than one MongoDB process per machine, we were using large on-prem servers which were able to handle, I think, up to 30 different MongoDB processes per node. This project was, let's say, we had to do lots of benchmarks and tests to make it run. Yeah, but I think this cluster is still alive, and if you are trying to book your flights via, for example, Skyscanner, you will be using this cluster.
Oh, that's amazing. Like, I love the fact that it's still alive. You've worked with MongoDB 7.0 and you've worked with MongoDB 8.0 now. What would you say are some of your favorite features?
Performance is much better in MongoDB 8.0. What else I do like? Maybe not even MongoDB 8.0 features, but I do like full text search, which is finally part of the MongoDB. In the past, I had to replicate data from MongoDB to, for example, Elasticsearch in order to get full text search. Now, thanks to Atlas Search, actually this is not even Atlas Search, because search is also available in MongoDB Community Edition and Advanced Edition via Apache Lucene MongoDB process. So now you can use full text search and also vector search via MongoDB API, which means your application doesn't have to route queries to a couple of different databases or data store technologies, because everything is integrated in MongoDB.
Love it. And in terms of writing MongoDB in Action 8.0, any lessons or anything surprising that came out of that process for you?
Actually, I learned a lot about MongoDB details, because if you are writing chapters, you need to make sure they are technically correct. So you need to read again and again and again MongoDB documentation. Then if you finish your chapter, you send this to publisher. Publisher is doing technical review. This chapter is coming back to you. You need to fix your errors, etc. So I think during writing this book, I learned a lot of things which I didn't know that MongoDB can do, like details. Details, not well-known things, but details. Also, a writing process is not easy. It took me almost 2 years. You know, all weekends, all evenings, almost all weekends. Yeah, but finally this book is out.
Yeah, I think people don't always understand the amount of effort it takes to write something so technically in-depth. Even, I've gotten this question from people as well, where they're like, oh, well, but shouldn't the fact that you now have access to these like agents that can produce like really good writing, like doesn't that help speed up? And it's like, even deep research agents, and I'm like, well, no, not really. You still have to review everything that the agent produces, even the deep research mode. And then I know what I've also found is that it kind of gets you 80% of the way there, but the 20% that really closes that gap in terms of a high quality technical book or artifact is your own work experiences, your own skills that you've developed through your career. Because then you can say like, okay, well, I don't think this research paper is exact. I don't think this relationship that you're drawing really makes sense, or maybe it overemphasizes some other thing. So I'm kind of curious, like, how do you keep up to date with some of the changes that are coming out with MongoDB?
Well, I have MongoDB newsletter, so I'm getting emails.
I love it. Our marketing loves it when people read our newsletters.
Yeah, also what I can recommend to everyone is MongoDB University. It's up to date. You can find there lots of nice content. Actually, this is how I started with MongoDB years ago. It was from university, MongoDB Online University. You have free of charge courses, which are very well. Actually, I like quality of those courses. And also, if you want to do MongoDB certification, you need to learn for the certification. And then also you can get some good MongoDB knowledge. But as far as your question, I'm using newsletter and MongoDB blog.
I love to hear that, because I think Hugging Face produces some of the best free, accessible educational materials out there. So I love the fact that we have the endorsement from a Hugging Face person. Last thing. So if you could give one piece of advice for teams scaling MongoDB for AI workloads, what would it be?
Performance. So what I'm doing, I like MongoDB log file, because in this log file you can find plenty of informations. If you are searching for bottleneck, if I'm searching for bottlenecks, I'm just downloading MongoDB log, and I'm using some tools like, for example, Keyhole, which is open source, or some tools which I wrote to analyzing those logs. Actually, I'm downloading logs every 24 hours and checking last 24 hours. And I'm able to find some bad queries, some suboptimal indexes, and similar stuff. So I would recommend to read your MongoDB log file, analyze it, and do improvements. This is sometimes long process. It takes weeks, even months. But if you will be doing this consequently, you will see that performance of your database will increase. Another thing which is very important are indexes, MongoDB indexes. You need to learn, and actually this is also what I'm doing at Hugging Face. I'm, for example, checking if MongoDB indexes are used. Because sometimes you have that index. Index exists, use space, but there is no query which is using this index. So I'm just hiding this index. I'm checking if there is no bigger problems on application side, and then I'm just dropping it. So I'm making sure that indexes are up to date, and I'm making sure that queries are really used, those indexes, in optimal way.
Love it. And also, folks, if you are starting your MongoDB journey as well, we've recently we have released MCP server, and we also have agent skills. Nevertheless, we still encourage you to read the MongoDB in Action 8.0. I know I will be reading it after we get back from .local London. And thank you again so much. I think we've learned just so much about how you guys are using MongoDB.
It was a pleasure for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Everyone, we will be back in a few minutes. Use this time to just get yourself a nice cold drink of water or a little bit of snack, and we'll see you guys again soon.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. So right now, I'm speaking to Igor, who is a Principal Data and Analytics Partner Solutions Architect at AWS. In his role, Igor works with strategic partners to help them build complex AWS-optimized architectures. Over the years, Igor has worked with Databricks, Splunk, and Datadog. Currently, he serves as a dedicated principal partner SA for MongoDB. I know people from my team and myself have the pleasure of working with him. So before joining AWS as a data solution architect, he implemented numerous projects in the big data domain, including several data lakes within the Hadoop ecosystem. And additionally, as a data engineer, he was involved in applying AI and ML to fraud detection and ops automation. Well, thanks so much for joining us. How's the event been?
It's doing great. Thank you, Mickey, for having me here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, Igor, you've had a front row seat to basically every major data architecture shift of the last decade. Hadoop data lakes, the Databricks era, observability with Splunk and Datadog, and now agentic systems on AWS with MongoDB. When you look at what developers are building today versus even 18 months ago, what feels new to you versus like what's the same patterns wearing new clothes?
Well, I'll probably start with what's same pattern. So retrieval is still there, right?
Yeah.
We still need to get our data. Data needs to be retrieved many different ways. Maybe we'll talk about that part later. So that kind of existing pattern. Data is stored somewhere, it sits at rest, maybe sitting in memory, you retrieve it with certain latency. How you retrieve it, there are different ways.
Yeah.
What's new is the agency, the autonomy.
Yeah.
You're bringing, like, even before that, when we started first to have first chatbots, right? You had LLM. With LLM, you had a little bit of non-deterministic behavior because user input fluctuated. But it was more like a side effect, because people could type anything they want. That fluctuating input was driving non-deterministic output. But now we are more intentional about agency. We want to control the flow of how application is behaving through the agentic capabilities that you have in your applications.
Yeah.
And that flow is driven by data.
Yeah.
So the agentic or the non-deterministic behavior is what's new, what's happening now.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because I think early on, like when agents were first coming out, and by first coming out, I don't mean that research on agents hasn't been around in like the last 30, 40 years, but we started getting LMs that were more tool capable.
Right.
And people were very excited about this idea of like fully autonomous agents. But I think there's been a few experiments. So one paper was from, I think, the Carnegie Mellon about the agent company. And what they had found was that it's actually very hard to, for example, run a company with agents because their behavior can become all over the place. One of the things that they'd point out was that the agents couldn't like click pop-up windows, which now I don't think that's not quite the limitation. But it was more the agents like sort of confidently lying about when they had done something. And I think some more recent social experiments that people have done have shown that hasn't really changed all that much. So do we really want fully autonomous agents, or do we want like very helpful assistants?
Well, you're hitting it on the nail, actually. So this degree of autonomy, it's a spectrum, right?
Yeah.
Degree of autonomy, each company has to decide on their own. Even before we had agents, we have a concept of workflows, but they were usually static, right?
Yeah.
Like as part of the program, your application, you define specific workflows, and you deterministically launch them, and they follow deterministic steps.
Yeah.
So now we have ability to still shape these workflows, right? Maybe the trigger shouldn't be deterministic. Should be deterministic. And but the flow itself is described, or vice versa. Like the degree of autonomy and how like you can maybe use like the advantage of agentic system, right? Let's say you have an application that has agentic capabilities. User can define their own flow. They can say, I want this, and that, and this, and that's a flow.
Yeah.
And it is defined by the user. Your application has only like built-in basic blocks coming maybe from an MCP server or integration with other agents, but the degree of this autonomy, each application owner has to decide on their own what they're comfortable with. Of course, you need traceability. You need to be able to know what has happened, why it happened. That's important. But I would say starts from a small autonomy, or like little autonomy and kind of progress towards more autonomous systems. That's probably the easier way. Don't just give it all to your agent. Plus, checks and balances also needed. Like maybe your agent is trying to delete your database. We don't want that to happen, right?
Yeah.
Even though maybe it's saving money, but no.
It's like that Silicon Valley episode where what happens where the agent basically deletes the code base because it had decided, I forgot, Ivan, what I think was the name of the agent in Silicon Valley. I'm not sure. I'm sure someone watching the stream probably knows the name. But it deleted the code base because it had decided that humans were the inefficient bottleneck.
Yeah, that reminds me of the World War II story when the British, I think, modeled how to optimize the size of convoys coming from US. And the solution was to to sink your own slowest ship. And the rest will be coming sooner, and therefore avoid German U-boats. Like this is decisions, well, rational maybe, but not acceptable. So same analogy kind of applies to your agentic application. You have to understand what you can, what do you feel comfortable with.
Yeah, and it's kind of fascinating because so the traditional way of developing, at the time, machine learning features, right, was this cycle of first you have to like model and optimize the data, like your data system, your data relationships. And then from there you would then train, or pre-train is now what we call it, right? You would then pre-train a model, and then you would like deploy it, and then you would at that point then you would figure out, okay, like how do we use this in the product? Part of it was you just wanted the data available. But, I think the challenge with that process that I'd experienced as a data scientist and as an MLOps engineer, helping data scientists deploy, was that you put in like 6 months of effort only to get to product, and then the product team's like, oh, actually, we didn't really need this feature. But it's nice that you guys did that. But instead, I think now it's the opposite, right? Where it's like you can go MVP, like what you want the product to look like, what the user experience. Then you say, okay, like how do I build an agent around this? And then from there you can then go, okay, like do we need to like fine tune the model? Do we need to swap out the LLM? And then from there, then it's like, okay, now we need the data to like fine tune and eval and things like that. And what I found really fascinating is that I think people are a little bit stressed out. And what they'll do is they'll say like, okay, I will go take a greenfield project, and that's where I will build the first agent for my company. As opposed to like maybe picking something they're familiar with the behavior and using that as a baseline to then determine, okay, does adding an agent actually improve this?
Yeah, I totally 100% agree with you. I think this emphasis on let's build an agent is completely wrong. Your application, if your application does not have agentic capabilities right now, it's a legacy application. We should treat them as legacy. So we should be framing the question not when you're going to build the agents, but when you're going to modernize your application to have agentic capabilities. And then we just talked about how much autonomy you want to give to your application. So we kind of shifted a little bit away from data as a kind of output of your application to more data-driven agentic capabilities within your application. And that's why even generic models are working fine, because you have your own tools and agents that can do things autonomously. Your data is driving those tools, or agent, your LLM looks at come up with an execution plan, and then based on the tools available, executes it. So I agree with you. You don't need to invent a new use case. All your existing applications should be migrating to agentic capabilities, because that's what users are expecting. There was a study where they said it's cognitively harder to memorize, I need to go to this menu in the top right corner, then select submenu, and do that. And imagine if you want to do like some kind of flow, if it's 3 or 4 steps, you have to remember where all these things are. It's so much faster to just say it in one sentence. And if you don't have this capability, your application is old. Like a lot of new apps have the chat interface where you can just say what you want done, as opposed to finding which submenu had that option that I need to change.
Yep. Okay, yeah, sorry, the agent's name was Anton in Silicon Valley, and then I think the second generation was son of Anton. I'm sorry. I'm sure someone in the comments is like correcting.
Oh yeah, that's the Canadian dude that he was running it on his own from and fried it eventually.
Yep. Sorry guys, I'm still jet lagged. I should have remembered that. So I love the direction you're going in. So like, what's the most common architectural mistake you've been seeing teams make when they move from like we have a chatbot with RAG to we have an agent that like actually does things for us? Like, what's the first or many of the first things that breaks?
Well, exactly. Well, the first thing is let's find some kind of thing to work, but you should look what capabilities your application has. But stepping back a little bit, first people thought, oh, I have a data lake. Let me deploy an agent on top of data lake. But data lake stored in Parquet, derived format, open table, or Iceberg. It's columnar format. It's designed for analytics. It's not designed for fast lookups, right?
Yeah.
Another kind of challenge is people are thinking, well, I need to do always semantic search. I know you have semantic search capabilities, but you don't always need to do semantic search. For agents, you might need a direct lookup. You might need a regex lookup. You might need a text search, which is great. MongoDB supports all of those. Like you've noticed for coding agents recently, they are grabbing the code. They do grab. They do so the patterns in which you retrieve your data are very varied.
Yes.
So there is no single pattern. You don't need to kind of think of what, I need to do the best. I need to find the easiest, not the easiest, but I need to have specific retrieval mechanisms. You don't have to do that.
It's almost saying like it's people trying to reach for the one tool that does everything, rather than understanding like the full toolbox that they have and like which tool is optimized for what use case. I've seen people do that a lot where like because so for example Karpathy had released that that like Obsidian knowledge base project that he was working on, and I think like people were basically like, some people had looked at, he didn't say this, but some people had looked at his project and went, oh, he didn't use RAG, he didn't use semantic search, therefore both of those are like major dead.
No, they're not dead. It's just
they're not. Yeah. And he himself had even said like this, he had acknowledged that there are a lot of use cases for which his setup is in fact not correct.
Well, in fact...
Yeah, or not sufficient.
Yeah, RAG, in my mind, RAG evolved, and RAG, it became a subset of an agentic case. So I have an application in AWS. So I'm maintaining it's a chatbot. And I started with a RAG.
Yeah.
But what I did later on, I folded the RAG component into an agent.
Yeah.
And LLM decides when to use that RAG component.
Yes.
So agentic system is basically a superset of a RAG.
Yes.
So it's an evolution.
Yes.
They're still alive. Look, depending on your use case, like if you're working with data that have a variety of meanings, like you need semantic search, you cannot do exact match. It doesn't happen in the code, right? But in other, like if you have a catalog type of description, that use case does not go away.
Yeah. Yep, and even like that, what you had pointed out earlier, for example, about coding agents grepping, right? And using like file system interface.
Yes.
Now, Langchain had published a blog post, right, where Harrison had said like we have a file system interface, but there's still a database underneath.
Yes, there is a still database. In this file system, it's a very specific access pattern. It's basically you're listing a directory, you're grepping through files.
Yeah.
It might not work for you because it's not indexed, right? It might take longer than latency is super important, right?
Yes.
For developing these applications. You may not be able to wait minutes for, especially if it's interactive. You want your answers faster, especially if you have multiple tools. Because some of these tools may be running in parallel, some are sequentially, and then the agent has to wait for all the input to be coming together. So latency is important, and maybe file system is not always. I think file system is more appropriate for coding assistance, because naturally project structure has code, has files. That's a natural structure. If you're working in a banking application, you need exact customer record. You are not going to list grab through your file system and find your account. Like, that's not going to work. I mean, it will find it eventually, but it's like the problem with data lakes, right? They're designed for analytics, they're not designed for fast lookups, and that's what you need most of the cases.
Yes, I agree. I feel like we are aligned on this idea that nuance, folks, nuance is very important. Understanding the nuances of your use case, understanding the nuances of your tools, and matching them appropriately, and not just throwing out, like, I don't know, not throwing out a hammer because it can't do the job of a saw, right?
Yeah.
So what's one thing about how data infrastructure supports agents that you wish more developers understood? Like something you find yourself explaining over and over again?
Look, yeah, well, from infrastructure, from AWS perspective, we try to offer a variety of models, and we have compute. So you deploy your agents on AWS. It's a AWS Agent Core. That's like developer-oriented. We have other kind of different level of abstractions. We have like a higher level, which is more for analysts. A lot of people get hung up on the model. I need the best model. Like, and the same goes for the frameworks, actually. People like, oh, I need to decide which framework to use. I cannot do anything. I need to find the best one. Actually, you don't. Like, start with what you think is reasonable and optimize. I'm pretty sure it's going to work. Make sure you have tracing capabilities and guards, maybe some guardrails. But it's not like we have choice. We have models. We recently announced partnership with OpenAI, so you have a variety of models you can choose from. But don't let that choice befuddle you. And you should start, like, if you want to do something, just do it. So Nike.
Yes, absolutely. And I think something that for me that's personally exciting is this harness engineering, that's coming up. And I think it goes back to the days of, like, for example, ML ops, and also the days of data ops, right? This idea that if you are a company or a team or a developer and you're trying to figure out, like, oh, how do I keep up with every single new model? Do I need to try every single new model? Well, if you invest a lot in the operational infrastructure around running said models and running agents, then it almost doesn't matter what new model comes out. You know that you have a system or process that you can control, and you can swap out models as you need to for your use case. So for me, that's very exciting that I think people are starting to understand that again.
Exactly. You need to focus on your use case first, not on which model it is. Once you get the use case, see what tools you have available, what, like, agentic tools, I mean. And or you might need to convert your application to have to wrap your functionalities tools. There was an interesting blog post where somebody was comparing MCP as a protocol, as a replacement for APIs, REST APIs, because functionally the same. In fact, I think modern application, I feel like you can build it in days, in hours, and it's basically you're gluing multiple tools together with an LLM and a prompt. And it's a modern application versus traditional approach where you have a bunch of APIs and you write boilerplate code. And you have a rigid application with APIs versus you have an agentic application that dynamically chooses which tools to use. So I think this is a brand new world we're in. We are still experimenting. There's new LLMs every day, new frameworks every day. You cannot be swapping frameworks. You will not achieve business value if you're doing it. Start with what you like, check out a couple, see what you like, and start coding and deploy it on AWS.
Yes, absolutely. AWS and MongoDB.
Yes, and MongoDB, of course.
Absolutely. But yeah, so Igor, thank you so much. I'm so glad we finally got a chance to sit down and talk. I know we need to do more stuff anyway. So yeah, thank you again for joining us. Loved our discussion. Hopefully everyone else did as well. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Go grab some water, hydrate, have fun.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Cheers.
Welcome back, everyone. So I have the pleasure of having Anand here with me. So Anand has worked in the software industry for 30 years, focusing primarily on backend systems and databases. Having spent the majority of his career building software solutions for the telecom industry, he understands the challenges in building highly scalable and reliable systems that demand low latency and high performance across large data volumes. He has had many years of working on relational databases and microservice architectures and has an appreciation for many of the challenges faced by developers today and its implications on the business. Thank you for joining us today, Anand.
Glad to be here.
So you've spent like 30 years building backend systems like telco, relational databases, microservices, the really hard stuff that has to stay up at 3 a.m. So now that you're watching enterprises stand up agentic platforms, and you've made that observation that most of these initiatives are being led by data and data science teams. So what are they getting right that traditional engineering missed, and like what are they missing that traditional engineering figured out a long time ago?
Okay. So I think it's encouraging to see a different approach where data scientists they're really driving the innovation around LLMs, around the reason we are where we are today is because of data science and the innovations that they've made there. And they approach the problem in a more probabilistic way. Difficult word to say. But, they're in a world where they're used to having those types of outcomes, where 95% accuracy is actually a really good thing. So they're able to kind of like use that to drive and progress and innovate quicker and faster. So I think there's a lot of positivity that can be taken from there. What I think they need to kind of like balance that with is really the dull, boring stuff, right? Yeah. So the dull, boring stuff in software engineering is really ensuring that you've got the right observability patterns in your code. Mm-hmm. You've got the right frameworks, the right validation, everything that you need to make sure that, once that prototype is up and running, typically it's testing sunny day scenarios. Right? Typically you want to find out what happens and when it works well. So what about all those edge cases? And that's really where, the learnings of software engineering can come into its own. And we need to find that right balance of, how can we take this, optimistic approach and blend it with the boring and really come up with something that's going to be enterprise grade and stay up 24/7.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you had pointed out because, my career was, I was a boot camp data scientist, and then eventually I became a self-taught MLOps engineer after I was trying to build a real estate tech startup during the pandemic. I mean, choices were made, and when I worked with other data scientists, once I moved over to the software engineering side, I realized that it can be really challenging, like balancing innovation with reliability. Because a lot of our data scientists at that time were so used to like working in Jupyter notebooks, and because that's also a really easy way to share any sort of research results with key stakeholders. But at some point, it does need to be a pipeline that is not running through Jupyter notebooks. It needs to be a pipeline with well-tested code.
And I think that's the trade-off, right? It's recognizing because data science is really driven data pipelines.
Yeah.
The way me coming from a software engineering background, I love using Jupyter notebooks. I mean, genuinely, because it just gets me to try things out really, really quickly. But would I build an enterprise-grade application in a Jupyter notebook? Hell no, right? So I think I like the approach of being able to fail fast. Like I can test things out, I can see how they can interoperate, and then how can I take that and actually, encapsulate it into a more, I guess, reliable means of running an application. And we're kind of lucky now. We've got a lot of coding tools that can help us get there quicker. Mm-hmm. But I think we still need to think about the architecture and the framework and the scaffolding that's needed within a module of a software stack that has to stand up and be redundant and resilient.
Yeah, and double-clicking on the, agents are taking probabilistic outputs and using them to drive deterministic decisions. Yep. So how should engineers be thinking about that boundary?
Okay, so one of the biggest kind of, I guess, things that we should be taking away is we are going to be, building applications in a very different way now. Now that we've got, agents that are responsible here, So, taking the approaches of domain-driven design patterns, the microservices architectures, and that's naturally happening, right? We've got, people recognize to have multiple different agents. People recognize the need to have an orchestrator that's going to be orchestrating these things. But what can you do to then really take that probabilistic, non-deterministic approach and apply the right guardrails? So to make sure that you do fully understand and comprehend what the output's going to look like before you invoke the next agent, or before the orchestrator is going to take the response and feed it into the next agent. So very simple things like making sure that you've got schema validation, or you understand the schema that you would expect to be generated as a result of a particular agentic action. Now, the data points and the different, data flows are going to be varying, but you also know that in order for you to initiate and invoke a particular agent that might go and make an API call to a system that's pretty well defined, you know what that's going to look like. You should know what that's going to look like. So you're just making sure you have the guardrails to actually, before you initiate that agent, making sure that it matches the schema, that it validates a schema. And if it doesn't, then be very intentional about what you do. Sometimes it's okay to let it go through and see what happens. Other times it's not. So that's what I mean by really kind of like be thinking about that modular level in validating what's going to be coming out, so that you have a little bit of determinism in what's going to go downstream, and that will save you coming up with scenarios of, well, what went wrong here, because you have no idea.
So based on that advice, so if you're a developer or an architect watching this, and your team is like 2 months into building an agentic platform that's working great in the demo, but you suspect it won't survive contact with real users, so what's the one thing that you'd have them go fix first thing on Monday morning?
Okay. First thing I'll do is make sure you've got the right level of observability in there, right? So making sure you're capturing what's going on, and then from there, I would actually use that as generating like evals. One of the most useful thing I've seen is like unit testing. Yes. Functional testing, and having like data that you can use within those evaluations to then have the unit tests and the capabilities of validating, autonomous agents and making sure that the outcomes are what you would expect. That whole, probability to deterministic outcomes, that's crucial. I would focus on that first.
Yep. Awesome. Very cool. Well, thank you so much, Anand, for joining us. I'm glad we had the pleasure of speaking today. And for folks online, we'll be back in just a minute. So take a breather, and we'll see you soon.
Good. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. I have the pleasure of having my colleague Pete here with me. I'm going to let him introduce himself because he'll do a better job.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me in this very cool environment that we have here on the show floor today. So hi, everybody. My name is Pete Johnson. I'm the field CTO of AI here at MongoDB, and I always like to remind everybody when I introduce myself, I wrote my first line of code in 1981 as a sixth grader, and I'm one of the people, like a lot of our listeners, who was able to turn a childhood hobby into what's now been a 33-year career in tech.
I love that. I think all the origin stories of all great engineers comes from when you were a kid and you got to play around with like the first computers. Of course, there's a question about whether or not one learned how to read off of DOS, but that's okay.
DOS was fancy stuff. I was working with a TRS-80 Color, 4K of memory, no hard drive, audio cassette player as storage.
Wow, love it. And it's interesting because you've been able to see like all the waves of technology. I don't want to say all the waves. That sounds really harsh, but like many of the waves of technology.
I can't tell you about punch cards. Okay, I don't go quite that far back, but yes, everything since.
Yeah, and so now we're in the agentic age, and it on the one hand it seems like people have opinions about things, but on the other hand, it seems like there is still a lot that's like unexplored. And so, for example, you've been making the case that there's no LAMP stack for agents yet, and that the whole industry is it's still figuring out the primitives in real time, regardless of what people say. Can you kind of explain more about that?
Yeah. So what I root this in is that W3C met for the first time in December of '94. I had my first web app in production January of '96, so 13 months later. And it was a mess by modern standards. It was maybe half a dozen CGI bin Perl scripts that generated HTML with print statements. It had a mix of UI, business logic, and data access all in the same 12 scripts or so. And the reason we did it that way at the time was we didn't know any better. Yeah. It wasn't until many years later that we started to develop this set of sort of bespoke architectures that we could rinse and repeat to build web apps over and over again. The first of those was the LAMP stack, but even for UI stuff, we've got, React and those kinds of tools now. We don't have that yet for agents. We've been building databases for 60 years. We've been building agents for 18 months. It's still really early in this life cycle. It's some combination of making calls to the LLM, having a set of tools that you might use to go get structured data, maybe some RAG to go get some unstructured data, and some memory to keep track of it all. But there's a lot of nuance in how do you combine those tools in loops that don't break the bank with your token budget, but still get you high accuracy answers and not hallucinations.
Yeah, it's fascinating because like what I tell people, especially ones who feel like very nervous, they're like, okay, there is this top-down kind of I don't want to say command directive, that we need to start including agents. We need to start building agentic features. And they feel really kind of like nervous, and they'll say things like, well, I'm not an expert. And I'm like, look, like being an expert being an expert 4 years ago doesn't mean you're an expert today. Like I had considered myself a reasonably well-learned, educated person in MLOps, and some of it applies to agents, but some of it's also very new.
You know who's an expert at building agents?
People who are building agents?
No, nobody. Nobody is an expert at building agents.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it's a very new thing. We're still all sort of figuring it out collectively together.
Yeah. Now, something that we've talked about previously is software engineering as being one of the first vocations being disrupted by AI, but like writing the code, and a lot of engineers have said this, that writing the code was actually not the hard part. It was kind of synthesizing ideas across multiple contexts. So can you unpack that?
Yeah, so if you think about all the different tasks that a software engineer does in their day-to-day, writing code is just one of those things. There's all kinds of sort of tasks that they take on to synchronize knowledge or synchronize different things going on in the software development lifecycle. And in fact, like my favorite keynote of maybe the last 5 years was the one that Werner Vogels gave at
He's so
reInvent.
good. He is so good. blog is amazing.
He's an amazing
Yeah.
communicator in many different forms. One of the things that he said about the future of software engineering is that it behooves you to be a generalist, because the LLMs are going to be really good at going deep, and what your job is going to become is to coordinate the different agents that are going across with some humanity and some experience in a way that the LLMs aren't currently capable of. And one of the reasons I know that they aren't capable of is, there's the consumer agents like the Claudes, the Geminis, and the ChatGPTs. But other than those, you could probably argue that Claude Code is the most advanced, most popular agent on the market today. And nobody uses Claude Code more than Anthropic does. I checked Friday. Anthropic's got 49 software engineering openings right now. Like, if it was really going to erase the career, you wouldn't have the leading user of it and sort of the leading proponent of it have all those software engineering jobs. The job will change. It's more about synchronizing and sort of gluing together the different phases of the life cycle.
Yeah, and when we say like coordinating, we don't mean like everyone suddenly needs to become like a project manager, or that's the only thing people will be, because it does require some domain knowledge in order to even like direct the agents in terms of like what they should be doing. Like, I think the most effective like people using agents right now are software engineers who have figured out like what their test harness looks like. How do they like set up their Claude Code files? But they've kind of they have those years of experience to actually figure that out. But the other aspect as well is the experimentation, and that was something Jeff had mentioned earlier, is that from what he's seen is that the most the CIOs and the CTOs that are implementing like coding agents or like that are enabling their organizations, they go out and they play around with it. Like, they're not making decisions in kind of a vacuum.
Right. Experimentation is a big part of it. Bringing experience is also a big part of it. I worry a little bit for people that are early in career that haven't sort of yet developed the calluses that come along, with having, 5 to 10 years worth of callus on your fingers to figure out what the hard part is, or like what good generated code looks like, or how to evaluate it. And then more broadly, it's evaluation is really hard in this space in a way that I think it's underappreciated. Because for so long, again, we've established that I'm an old man here in Makiko.
Well,
come on. I am so old.
You're a great vintage.
I am so old.
Think of it like that.
We went to the same college 20 years apart. That's how old I am.
Wait, you went to UCSD?
I did, yeah.
How many colleges were there back then?
There were 5. My first year was the first year of 5th college, and I'm so old that 3rd college was still named 3rd college. And if you don't know anything about UCSD and the college system, we just said a bunch of gobbledygook that you don't understand. But if you went there, it's meaningful.
Yes. Yes, for context, folks, basically we have a colleges system in UCSD, and so essentially any time a new college is created, it takes a number, so it's 7th college. I was in 6th college before it got renamed to, I forgot what it is now. So at some point it gets renamed based on the vibes of the time.
Thurgood Marshall is the one that ultimately is what they named 3rd college after.
Yeah.
But regardless, so I'm old enough to remember when we didn't have unit testing. Like, unit testing wasn't a thing, let alone like structured system testing and those kinds of things. And you learn a lot about how the ecosystem works by trying those things and failing them. And in both of those situations, with both system test and unit test, we had the benefit of determinism.
Yeah.
So with a unit test, when you put in input A, that you will get result B. And if you don't get result B, it fails the test.
Yeah.
But because we're now dealing with a central set of business logic that is non-deterministic, how do you know if what the agent spits out based on the LLM is correct or not? That's a way fuzzier definition than it was with the determinism that we had with unit testing. And like, how do we figure that out? That's among the things we're trying to figure out as an industry, is what's the right answer there.
Yeah, and I want to dig into the we're figuring it out as an industry part. So let's talk about economics, because the Uber stat was pretty wild. So they burned through their annual token budget in under 4 months. Would you say that's a story about agents being more useful than anyone forecasted, or about the industry having no idea how to budget for non-deterministic systems?
I think there's more than one story there. I think it's both of those things that you just mentioned. I think it's also, there was all this talk the last couple of months about like token maxing, which I think is the exact opposite way to think about it.
Yeah.
I tend to think of the context window as being a scarce resource, and you have to treat it with that scarcity. But I'm someone who had 4K of memory on their first computer and had to be very careful about how you allocated memory, and it's a similar problem with just a different scarce resource. So you can make an argument that Uber story was about cost control, it was about higher usage, but it's also, the scarce resource has shifted. And in my career, I've seen it go from memory to network throughput to now, tokens and the context window.
Yeah, and like as you're saying that, there were kind of two phrases that popped into mind. And the first one is this idea of moving fast by going slow, and being more sort of thoughtful about your approach. And also this idea of pay to play. So I think a lot of startups and even innovative mid-sized companies, probably when token maxing came out, I imagine the first thought in their mind was okay, well, so basically this means that I will never be able to keep up, I will never be able to accelerate. And I don't think that's actually the case at all. I don't think token maxing necessarily means that you are going to be more innovative. I think it just more corresponds to the size and maturity of your engineering budget, as opposed to the excellence of your engineering team.
Yeah, and I think it's a story of multiple things. It's this intersection of cost control and resource scarcity, and how do you handle all that? We in the memory case that I talked about, when I was a hobbyist, we didn't have paging as an example in the operating system. That's how old I am again, right? When you had database handles, or we didn't have database pooling yet. So what's the database pooling of token management? We haven't invented it yet. So that's why I say nobody is an expert at building agents yet. Everybody's figuring it out as we go. And as you share, best practices at conferences like this one, this is how we collectively learn together.
Yeah. And so Microsoft just made a big bet with Agent 365, governance, identity, the whole enterprise wrapper. And there's an argument that employees are the right early audience for agents because the risk profile is lower than customer facing. Do you buy that framing?
I do.
You do?
Okay. So, I think we all read a story in the fall about how, where's the ROI for AI? We've collectively spent all this CapEx, but where are the returns? I'd go to a lot of executive dinners. I probably talked to 80 different customers about where they are in their AI roadmaps this year. And for the first time in January, I had a customer tell me, yeah, I've got a agent in production, but it comes with two caveats. Caveat number one is it's employee facing, not customer facing. And number two, it's human in the loop, not autonomous.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons why the employee is a lower bar is, is it a great idea if you accidentally leak everyone's salary to employee? That's not great, but it's not as bad as leaking information about one customer to a different customer. So it's a lower bar from that perspective. And it's easier to calculate the ROI because you already know the KPIs that you're using to measure the productivity of that employee. And if you introduce an agent to that employee, you see those numbers jump, you can attribute the benefit to the agent and therefore calculate some ROI. So there's a couple reasons why I like that framing about the employee part. Whether or not Microsoft's play on the governance part of that, that remains to be seen. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and I love that. I love that you point that out because once again, I've heard a lot of people think that the best first project to do is a greenfield project where we have no existing history or baseline of performance.
Yeah, I think
and
that,
it's like,
because then how do you prove it did anything?
Yeah.
Like start with, like, what are your 15 biggest problems in your company? What do you have good data for? And then what do you have good metrics for so you can tell the difference? That's how I don't go through it like, oh, I'm going to go buy this tool and it's going to jumpstart my car in the morning. And no, like start with the problems you know and make sure you have a steady line through the data to support it and the metrics to be able to tell the before and after picture. If you don't have the metrics to tell you before and after, don't do it.
And before we wrap up, in terms of like enterprise companies that want to deploy like coding agents or like coding like agents, have you gotten a sense in terms of like how they're thinking about evaluating that like performance?
Typically it's with like lines of code, which I think everybody who's ever done it knows that's a terrible metric to determine that. But I mean, ultimately measure it by, are you shipping more often? Are you, does it increase your software development lifecycle? And there's some data that suggests that even if an individual engineer gets a boost of like 15 to 30%, does that mean you're lost in the rest of the software development lifecycle? So look at the output of the software development lifecycle and if that changes.
Yep, very cool, awesome. Well, Pete, is always a pleasure talking with you, and I personally love the fact that we get to hang out at all these conferences together. Yes, so we'll be seeing each other more today. And folks, don't leave the live stream yet. We do have a general session that will be happening in just a few minutes. But for now, thank you again for joining us. After the general session, we'll have a couple of my colleagues that will take over hosting, and it was a pleasure. Okay, see you guys in a few minutes.
Welcome back. The general session is about to begin. Please take your seats and silence your phones. Good afternoon, everyone. Please welcome to the stage MongoDB President and CEO, CJ Desai, and the founder of 20VC, Harry Stebbings.
So I've been to many events, and I find the worst interviewers ask these really boring scripted questions, and they normally start with like, so CJ, tell me, like, how did you get to be where you are? So I want to like dive straight in, which is really easy one. We heard ElevenLabs obviously use Mongo, but we're also in a changing world. Will databases become more commoditized in the next 3 years, or not?
It's a good first question. From my standpoint, yes, there is, Harry, a lot of talk about compute being commoditized, storage being commoditized. There is this thing about large language models being commoditized, SLMs being commoditized. And if you truly think about artificial intelligence, and the intelligence has to come from data. So I absolutely believe that data layer will not be commoditized. Actually, what I would argue is that data layer has been the only constant since the tech industry started. You start with the mainframe 60 years ago, 70 years ago, with IBM and many other companies, and they had different databases. Then you had the Oracles and others that came through. So while internet transformation, cloud transformation, and now AI, data layer has been the only constant. And it's still a large market that's growing, and it's not commoditized.
I think the best is when you go off script, so I'm going to go off script early. What did you believe about data and the data layer that you've changed your mind on in the last 12 months?
So I started my career at a data company, or database company. It's called Oracle Corporation. And I understand somewhat how it works and why people build applications or whatever they build on top of a database. And then when MongoDB originally reached out saying, hey, would you consider being CEO at MongoDB? And I said, wow, that's interesting. It's like full circle, starting from Oracle as the first job out of university and coming here. And what I was surprised is that not only frontier model companies that I found out later on who use MongoDB, but like you mentioned, ElevenLabs, they were here this morning, great. They use MongoDB, and of course, large banks here in the UK, many of them, for mission-critical workloads, including payments, use MongoDB. So that was a positive surprise for me to understand that I thought they would bucket us in this NoSQL category. Yeah, there is SQL, Oracle, and NoSQL is Mongo, but Mongo is used as a mission-critical workloads. And now, when I think about AI, I feel that there are just more conviction after speaking to many, many customers, startups, and others, is that there are 3 things that will be constant in this AI world that I have now learned. Of course, LLMs are here to stay, whether it's LLMs, SLMs, people talk about different type of models, open source models, whatever it is. Then you have the data layer, and data layer is here to stay, and agent layer, whatever you want to call, wherever you want to draw the boundary, that's here to stay. So that is a new learning for me. Everything else, whether you look at application software, other types of software, is in question.
Can I ask you, one thing that worries me as an investor is we see this kind of hollowing out of the middle, which is like people don't care about an asset class that they used to care about. Companies growing at 300 million ARR, 30, 40%. What happens to those companies if you're not ElevenLabs or you're not Anthropic and you're growing well at 300, 400 million ARR, or even less, 40, 50% growth rates? What happens to those companies?
For me, unless you have completely transformed yourself. So ChatGPT, somewhere in 2022 fall, and then all the advances in Claude over last few months, including Codex and others, from my standpoint, these companies that you talk about, unless you start with AI first principles and figure out, are you going to leverage AI to create a brand new product? Because just to infuse an AI and say, I'm an AI company now, I'm rebranding myself as an AI company, that does not work. So either you use AI to create brand new products that are relevant in this world, or you really, really make on AI first principles a completely different company and reinvent yourself. That is the only path to growth. And unless you can accelerate growth, like ElevenLabs was $350 million in December, and Matty posted 500 yesterday or day before yesterday in 4 months. Unless you show that acceleration of growth, these companies will have a very hard time.
How do you think the world changes when you are building for agents and not for people? It's a fundamentally different UI. It's a fundamentally different API requirement. How does the world change when we sell to agents and not to people?
First, I want to say, one of the frontier model companies that I just spoke to last week, okay, they are very well known. Cannot use their name, but you can guess. But when I spoke to them last...
Does it start with an O or an A?
No, I cannot comment on it, but it's one of the two.
Okay, there we go.
So when I spoke to them last week, they said, CJ, we are behind in selling to enterprises. And I said, why are you behind? And they said, we thought that our software will just sell itself. And we don't need a quota-carrying seller, and it will just sell. Because we are AI, that's the message we are trying to give. And we found that was very, very hard. So we are accelerating hiring people, because still today, it is bought by people, at least in the B2B context. It's bought by people. So at least in 2026, if a frontier model company is saying that, Harry, I personally think that tells you a lot today. In the future, if agents are buying, assuming they get to the right level of deterministic behavior and so on, then yes, 100% you want to get ready for any company that is trying to sell to a business. What would it mean in that world for an agent to buy you? What would be the evaluation criteria? Because today it's still Excel with weightage across every line item, pricing. I'll go to Gartner or industry analyst and get a pricing that is this fair market value and so on. That whole thing needs to translate in the agentic world for agent to then just make a decision. Because I'll tell you, even on database today, people will say, oh, I prompted my favorite tool and said, which database should I use? And particular AI tool said, you should use this database, okay? And then it's a bank, and the bank is like, no. That's okay that ChatGPT may have told you this, but we have only these standards because we run mission-critical applications here. So even if agent is recommending this particular database or this particular software tool, you cannot use it because this is the control and governance function we have. So those are the multiple levels that you have to pass through before an agent can just make an autonomous decision to buy something.
So I think something that worries me is, like, bluntly, we've never seen such a chasm between external expertise from companies like Palantir and then in-house expertise of how to deploy solutions effectively and get up and running with AI.
Yeah.
What do large enterprises not know about getting up and running with AI, from adoption to integration to training, that they should know?
Yeah. I would say the more regulated the industry, the higher the bar, right? So if you're in a regulated industry, the banks, healthcare, and so on, you have to follow a certain set of rules because you are in front of regulators all the time, right? Sometimes once a month, with multiple countries that you do business in. So for those regulated industries today, they have data sovereignty requirement, they have this requirement, that requirement, and so on. you can just show up and say, hey, use this AI product that automates your legal department or finance department or HR department. They are going to say, hey, man, we really need to understand all this really well. So the first thing is the higher the regulation, the higher the adoption barriers.
Sorry, do you think that's actually true, though? Like, when you look at the ARR ramps of ElevenLabs or Legora or any of these companies, this is like such a unique time because everyone is in market to buy a solution, and every CEO is getting beaten with the, where's my frickin' AI?
100%.
And so actually, like, are they willing to reduce the barriers they had before to get AI in the organization?
I would say where the stakes are lower, like internal employee-facing tools or productivity, that place, they are adopting knowledge worker, companions, and so on. But true client-facing, so say you want to make a determination on mortgage, and you want to say, I will approve, the agent will decide whether you get a loan or not, and then we have to prove to the regulators the audit and other things. That's where the adoption barriers are much higher.
Do you think teams internally are set up from a data perspective, from a training perspective, to ingest AI in the way they need to be to win in this next generation?
Because we speak to enterprise customers, MongoDB has many enterprise customers, so we speak to them all the time. And it depends. There have been firms, whether it's in financial services or healthcare or public sector, who are on the bleeding edge, and they say, hey, we need help. Here is where we are. Here are the use cases we have identified that needs to be either AI enabled or we need to create agents. And CJ, does your team have forward deployed engineers? Like even ElevenLabs was saying that they have FDE teams that go, Brett Taylor does the same thing with Sierra, as you know, because the skill set on the other side is not there. And it is all about the ROI, meaning Brett, and I'm sure he'll be okay if I say this, last year when he was pitching Sierra to me, he said, CJ, I'll get you to the first outcome in less than 30 days, and I'm going to put my top 4 forward deployed engineers so that we help you build these agents rather than you building yourself, so you get to the support outcomes that you're looking for.
So can you sell to enterprise in the future without an FDE model? It's like we're ingratiating in the customization of software again, where it's like, oh, no, we can make it perfectly for you, which is a nice future in some ways. But is the future of FDEs enterprise only, and is that required?
I have 2 ways, Harry, is I've been entire career selling to enterprises, the products, whichever products we had. And on one, is agent just another application? And if you think the old model, you had system integrators who help you build application, then you had Indian system integrators who would customize and maintain those applications for you. So you look at those, and now with AI, is forward deployed engineers basically the same thing? That these people are going to come, help you set up once, but they also then need to maintain. So on one hand, I want to say ADLC or SDLC, what people call software development lifecycle or application development lifecycle, where consultants, contractors, engineers help you design, build, and maintain. If that same thing happens in AI, because it's just another piece of software, I want to believe that, yes, they will be there for a long time to stay. And is that where you are scaling your investments that you get for all these new AI age companies that say, oh, I have a great FDE team. I mean, Palantir pioneered that model, for a lack of a better term, and they are still going at it with armies of people to help them out, help their customers out.
Well, Palantir's greatest joy is, like, if you're a CEO and you need to be AI first, you need to drop 20 to 30 million bucks for it to meaning at all at any scale. And only Palantir and Accenture and a few others can actually absorb a $20 to $30 million check from the biggest companies in the world to do deployment at that scale. Can I ask, how much of Mongo's code today is AI versus human?
Today, because we are a distributed architecture, systems architecture, databases, you cannot, I'm just going to say it, you cannot just cloud code a database because there are lots of corner cases. And I'm not saying never say never, but it's very, very hard today to do. If you go to Claude or Codex and say, can I create a MongoDB with these prompts? They'll say, no, you're crazy. You cannot do that. Okay. So there's a lot of R&D that has gone in, including all the edge cases, integrations, and so on. So we have rolled out, we were a little behind in rolling out AI tools internally. So we started with Cursor, we started with Claude, and others. But right now, I would say more than 90% code is human written. But that would change a year from now.
More than 90% is human?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you expect the shape of your teams and organization to change in the next few years?
So one of the things that I'm right now obsessed about in speaking to our CTO and product teams is, if you look at just pick 40 hours, right? We want to be generous. And
40
say
hours.
40 hours of engineers' time in a week, okay? Yeah. Out of that 40 hours, what % of the time is actually spent on coding versus designing all the builds that they need to do and all the other work to get that code checked into production? 20 to 30% tops. So that 20 to 30%, that window has shrunk significantly now with all these coding assistants. So then you say, okay, can I take that to the bank? So if you were a shareholder or investor, I know you're an investor, but if you ask me that question, I would say, if every single engineer, if I average out or median, 30% they are more productive, that means two things. Either I increase the innovation velocity by 30%, but keep the same engineers. I keep the innovation velocity the same, but I may not need these 30% of engineers. Or as the company continues to grow and our chief revenue officer wants to sell more, we want to create new products, these folks will write brand new products using AI first principles. That's how you look at it, and that's how I look at it in terms of what does it mean to be 20%, 30% more productive with these coding assistants.
So do you think you'll have more engineers in 3 years' time than you do today? Benioff came out the other day and said, no, no more engineers. I'm hiring salespeople, but no more engineers.
I want to be thoughtful. My entire
the
company
joys of podcasting is we edit out the pauses. So if you ever listen to it and they just like go straight in, you're like, wow, so, trust me, they didn't. They were yeah, we just took out minutes.
I would say we have a lot of imagination in the company on other areas of the data platform that we can build ourselves. And to build, we still need human engineers. And I want to give them a canvas on which they can paint, as in write code, and create great products. And if AI tools are helping them, that's great. But I would say we would have actually more engineers, not as many as I thought we would need 3 years from now, because it's a growth company. We are growing every year. We have more and more customers that we need to support. They ask for requirements, features, this and that. So we will have more engineers, but not exponentially or linearly. Our revenue growth, whatever it is over the next 3 years, our engineering headcount will not grow linearly with it because of AI.
What would you do if you had unlimited budget and no scrutiny? So like Wall Street places a lot of scrutiny on you, and budget is another constraint. If I were to remove all constraints, what would you do? It can be new geographies, new products, new team assignments, you name it. Like, what would that be?
I would say, I thought about this question actually, so there will be no ums and ahs.
It's impressive because it wasn't on the schedule, so well done. What would you do if you had unlimited money? I've thought about that one.
Yes, I did think about that one. I would say at the highest level, MongoDB, the most modern database got created just 19 years ago. And there are a lot of areas that are adjacent to where we play. And we want to create those products in those areas because we believe we have great teams that can now leverage AI. So if I have truly unlimited budget, first is innovation. The product platform has to be world-class. And as these enterprises, because whether you ask Mark Benioff or somebody else, the TAM is really selling to the businesses for companies like us. There are a lot of things that we could disrupt in the market that we can build ourselves with AI. So that's the one thing I would do.
What would one be, as an example?
That I cannot share, but you should just think about, as some of our competitors try to get in our space, we want to get in their space, and we feel that we have the unfair advantage to do so.
Which competitor do you most dislike?
Yes, so I am going to pass that question.
A secret to interviewing is like, be willing to pause and wait for silence.
Yes.
Pass, good.
Yes. But second thing I would say is also, you asked about the go-to-market question. We are not ready today for agents to buy software on their own. And there are geographies that we would like to invest in that we have not invested as the company grew with public market pressures and so on. So that's what I would do from unlimited budget perspective.
In terms of buying software, everyone says seats dead. That's not how we're going to buy software in the future. You speak to CFOs, they're terrified about a world where they don't buy seats. They don't love variable pricing. It's hard to not know what their COGS is. Are seats dead? What does the future of pricing look like?
I would say, even if you look at the software industry's history since 1970, so now it's 50 plus years, that was the easiest model. Seats was the easiest model. Hey, it's Microsoft Office, how many employees you have? They didn't even have Office back then. It's Microsoft Excel, how many employees you have and who is going to use Excel. And you look at today, and you look at next 15, 20 years between cloud and AI, I would say the value that these enterprises are asking, they do not want to buy, because there is a recent history, a lot of people bought a lot of things that they did not need during the pandemic era. Right? So you see many software companies say, hey, it was overbought, so our retention rates are not high, our churn is higher. That would have not happened if it was not seat-based pricing model. So I'm a massive fan of consumption-based pricing model. That is the right way to go. And even I look at the new age AI companies, they are all saying the same thing, that either it's outcome-based pricing, it's consumption-based pricing, but it cannot be seat-based pricing, because you really do not know what would be the future of that company. You asked me, hey, will you have more engineers? The truth is, I don't know how many more. I know I will have more, but I don't know how many more. These companies want to sign a 3-year contract, 5-year contracts based on seats. As a CEO, I would never sign it.
What are you struggling to come to grips with in this new world? Like, I'm traditionally was an enterprise software investor. I hoped I was good at enterprise software. Now I have to invest in fucking data centers in space. Kind of a stretch on the diligence side, you know?
Yeah.
Not that comfortable with it. I'm like, rockets.
Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable getting to grips with this new world. What are you struggling to get to grips with in this new world?
You know, I'll start with something just recently, and of course I have recency bias. Just kidding. You see the announcement from Anthropic today, right? This morning or last night, whenever it was in the US.
About the compute deal with Elon. Yeah.
I mean,
Sam's crying in the corner. I forgot this was recorded.
Yeah. I mean, that was... So...
CJ said it. You're like, Jesus, why did I get you to interview me?
No. This is going good so far. I think I'm doing okay.
You're doing great.
You look at specifically that specific partnership that got announced. It's all about the capacity. Where can I get the capacity? The new data center that's not even being built, we are going to use that because we see that demand for next 3-5 years, whatever it is, or 10 years. So on one hand, when I look at that, that is not what I expected a year ago, that this is how much people will talk about neo-clouds, moving to on-prem. You know, I had a customer, Fortune 50 customer. They are one of the largest spenders on this particular hyperscaler. Do not ask me which one. One of the largest spender on that particular hyperscaler. And they said they are now moving their workloads to on-prem, the data center they were going to decom, because that particular hyperscaler, the CEO from that hyperscaler said, we cannot give you more capacity in the regions you are asking for, and too bad. like literally. And they said, wow, we spent this much money, it's in Bs as in billions, we spent this much money with this hyperscaler, and the CEO is still saying, physics, whatever you want to call it, I just don't have that, and so they are doing that. That I did not expect a year ago, that this is what the world will come to in terms of data center in space or...
What's the takeaway from that then? We just buy the shit out of CoreWeave and Nebius? I don't mean that stupidly or glibly, but like, shit, compute is just like the resource of the next decade that we are so starved of. What's the takeaway? That actually we need to get so much more intelligent around forecasting CapEx spend?
I mean, you have it on both sides. On the customer side, yes, that's what they're worried about. And there was this whole 10 years ago, approximately, oh, we are going to move, data centers are dead, 100% of the applications are going to move to public cloud. Yeah. And then it drove, the growth in the hyperscalers. And today, the way I look at it from both sides, if you're a software company, what does that really mean from your architecture standpoint? If you're 100% in hyperscalers, what does that really mean? If the large language model, the 3-4 frontier model companies, they become the next hyperscalers for 10, 15 years, that's the signs they are exhibiting right now. What does that mean for you as a software vendor? But on the other side, if you're a customer, a Fortune 50, Fortune 10 bank right here in the UK, you really have to figure out what does the leveraging AI mean, and will you be stuck, like the example I just shared with you, someday, where you're locked in by a hyperscaler or by a frontier model company, and you don't know where to go.
Are you ready for a quick fire round?
Yes.
These will definitely get me in trouble, but I'm going to roll with them anyway.
Yeah.
You can sponsor any sports team that you don't have a partnership with already. Which sports team would you like to partner with?
Oh.
Oh, that was a surprise.
Yeah, lots of choices.
Yeah.
I would say, because I'm originally from Bombay, it was called Bombay when I left, so now it's called Mumbai or something. The IPL team, Mumbai Indians.
Yeah.
We would sponsor MongoDB because, one, I'm from there. Just kidding. Second, we have a massive developer community in India. Everybody watches IPL, and that would be great.
There we go. Everyone does watch IPL. Who would you most like to have on the MongoDB board that you don't already have?
Oh, wow.
I told you they'd get me in trouble. But it's like a positive thing. You want this one.
You know, Harry, this is live, right?
You invited me.
Yes, I know.
I was shocked too.
Yes. I would say because, and I know you have discussed this with many other guests in the past, the speed at which things are moving right now are so fast. Like the cloud era, the internet era that happened over the last 30 years, that's nothing from my standpoint. The compounding change that's happening is so fast, and somebody on the board who is current, who is technologist, and who can keep up with all these things and provide some kind of guidance to me and the management team, that would be super helpful to do that, so that they can say, okay, yes, you are reading as much as I'm reading. We follow everything that's happening, whether it's frontier model companies, AI native companies, or just tech and how it's changing in the industry. That's I would say we would benefit from that.
What have you changed your mind on most in the last 12 months?
What did I change my mind the most on last 12 months? I would say I definitely, originally when I joined even MongoDB, I said, okay, we are the core database company. People run there. You know, one of these customers in Spain told me that this was in Barcelona, CJ, 1/3 of payments go through MongoDB, and if something goes wrong in your software, you will have many, many folks in Spain very unhappy with you, okay? So, I mean, that's a high bar. That's the accountability and privilege we have as an infrastructure software company. And I said, okay, we should be always very systematic in terms of how we release the product. It should be secure, durable, all those things. And now I'm like, if AI is writing X% of the code, which will go up over time, right now it's sub 10, but it'll go up over time, how we still, AI being table stakes for the engineering team is like, I would say, the biggest pivot I've made, because we are learning a lot from customers who are trying to also move fast, and they say, here are the agents that we are building and this. So we need to be fast even though we are at the infrastructure software level. Like, not being fast is just not an option, because most infrastructure software company leaders will tell you that you have to be very systematic on how you move forward, because you can bring down companies, nations, or governments for the use cases they run infra software on.
Final one for you. When you look at the next 5, 10 years, what are you most excited about when it comes to AI, application use of it, and the future?
I would say I have a very simple parallel from my standpoint, whether you look at industrial revolution or whichever revolution you want to look at. The speed is so high, and in next 5 to 10 years, so MongoDB, human developers loved us, right? And they still love us, and that's why everybody's here. But I think it will be orders of magnitude more agents that we don't even know, right? Over long term, 5 to 10 years. I think AGI becomes real, so there is a lot of work that gets done. And coming back to your first question, I think data layer will always be the constant in the next 5 to 10 years. And that's the opportunity we have. And that's what gets me really excited, that everybody should use our data layer, and the AI world will truly deliver on its promise. So I'm an optimist there.
If you could only invest in Sam or Dario, just kidding. breathe. On that note, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate you putting up with my pushing. This has been fantastic, dude.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. So hopefully you enjoyed that great session there that we just had, wherever you're watching from. So I'm joined by Prasad now, who is the Director for Global Partner Pre-Sales here at MongoDB. He's got a proven track record of originating, launching, and scaling modernization factory initiatives at system integrator and advisory consulting firms. And as a Director of Global Partner Solution Consulting at MongoDB, he aligns with GSI application and data modernization practices to develop joint offerings and work with go-to-market accounts on mission-critical workloads at their GCC and delivery centers. So welcome, Prasad. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Luz, for having me.
No problems. So you're probably a good person to ask this question to. So why do partners choose MongoDB as the core operational platform for AI reference architecture versus other data platforms? And what does make MongoDB suitable as that real-time operational and intelligence layer rather than just a traditional transactional store?
Yes, it's interesting you highlighted the real-time operational AI and the intelligence layer. So I want to take our podcast listeners back at the time when MongoDB was designed and developed, during the time when internet was scaling. There were advertising properties hosted by multiple agencies which were primarily offline, and the ask was to move them to internet, web, and scale across the social and mobile platforms. So these applications have generated tons of new properties, new fields, attributes to this media content, along with storing the insights that are generated for content analytics with BI and traditional AI ML tools. So fast forward those capabilities to the evolving needs of AI applications. What I'm noticing from our partners and customers is the schema changes rapidly, which means the MongoDB has to have the ability to not only support the CRUD operations, but also provide search, relevancy, reranking, then forming a faster context assembly, harness around storing the new data types for AI applications like the metadata, feedback, sessions. More importantly, the humongous, as Mongo in it. So the humongous output generated by these AI tools. So effectively, I feel like MongoDB is uniquely positioned to store these data types because of the foundational element of document model. And document model naturally fits into the objects generated by application so that the database layer stores it. And MongoDB collects these data sources across the private cloud, public cloud, hybrid cloud, and what we call as multi-cloud platforms. So what does that really mean for partners and customers? So it means Atlas is designed for sub-millisecond latency and has guaranteed performance, scalability, and the scalability, and more importantly, the security and governance guardrails around it.
Yeah, which is really important, and like you touched on there, like it's this idea that you're working with documents that look like the code that you'll see in the applications, and so you can keep it all together in one place, which is always a huge advantage. And obviously, we talked about how MongoDB and documents store things in a certain way, which kind of really helps, and it almost kind of gets you thinking about the fact that people are having to modernize old monolithic RDMS applications. What would you say sort of it looks like on the ground, where people are trying to simultaneously modernize their mainframes and they've got these monolithic applications while they're trying to operationalize the AI? So if they don't actually address this convergence, what do you find are the most common failure patterns that you're seeing, especially around like time to value and brittle architectures with AI?
Right. I think I would start off by putting two key data points on the table. Customers is where the teams are untangling the mainframes and monoliths, and in order to fix it, they end up just lift and shift the technical debt. So they move the tags from one place to another place and don't really solve the aspects of modernization. The other pattern is where the businesses ask them to develop new use cases around AI, which means these teams have to ship new AI applications into production, and they bring another pressure for AI, what I call as the stalled time to value for AI. What does, again, for the customers and partners that I work with, these two areas really converge on the ground, where the teams should not have to consider them as two siloed transformation. I call it modernization for AI readiness, and hence we work with our partners to certify them around how to scale data and AI strategies through our MongoDB skill badges and the SI architect certification programs that we run for them.
Which is amazing, and actually, yeah, we see a lot of people getting benefit from skill badges and that, I think. So, what sort of interestingly as well, we've seen talking about modernization, everything, and technology is constantly moving forward. Like we've had. We see a lot of talk of agents. So, for example, this morning I was saying to you earlier that I've been delivering a workshop today on AI agents. So, how do partners, do you find in your experience, design and orchestrate these agents so that they actually modernize these applications and can act in real time on top of that MongoDB layer? And things like native capabilities like Voyage AI models, semantic search, and sort of AI framework integrations, and what is different about agentic AI compared to traditional machine learning?
Excellent. I think, again, I've been working with partners on modernization initiatives for a decade now. And what I realized at the beginning of those experiences was modernization programs where elements of reactive assistance, now you see element of agentic coding assistance, but truly in the last few months, I am seeing modernization initiatives turning into systems of action. And what I mean by that is the answer that they are expecting from us is to provide autonomous modernization processes. Hence, there are three key aspects around it. The first one is where the modernization program should have those capabilities to really have full access to a sandbox environment. which means the shell, the browser, the editors associated with that solution should be able to validate the new refactored code. The second one is in terms of storing long-term reasoning and not just the short prompts, because you can never really modernize a large monolith, large code bases without storing the reasoning for modernization. And finally, the ability to have multi-agents who can then spawn child sessions to really refactor monoliths into microservices. So what I'm working with partners is to develop the solutions around having a discovery agent that can identify the low-hanging fruits for modernization, then have a planning and analysis agent that can really modularize and split those large tasks into subtasks, and finally a testing validation agent that can generate the documentation and test cases to understand the quality of more refactored code. And the partners also layer an element of native MongoDB AI capabilities on it. So they're able to leverage our Voyage AI embedding models that can truly answer what is the semantic search around transactions rather than just the exact query matches on transactions. They're able to leverage the Atlas vector search to identify the not only the run the vector search queries, but also run them at scale rather than just using a niche vector database. The other element of that modernization solution is around the ability to create knowledge graphs with MongoDB's document model, where they can store parent documents and sub-documents, and ability to create an hierarchical graph using the hybrid search queries. In the last few years, these modernization practices are truly providing 30% TCO savings and around 5 to 6 faster innovation cycles for our customers.
Wow. So obviously you're talking about agents to help with that modernization stuff. One of the things that we released at MongoDB recently was agent skills, markdown files that you can put in your the project files or globally. Do you find that that these skills are proving helpful with your partners modernizing, or is it something that actually you could almost, there's an opportunity to take those existing skills and tweak them slightly and make a version that works best to help partners and things like that?
Exactly. These agent skills are providing the MCP clients for our partners, and the partners expand and create new referenceable playbooks, referenceable markdown files that have the entire modernization playbook documented in their modernization solutions. Exactly.
Amazing. So we've mentioned reference architectures a couple of times. So the kind of reference architectures that partners built talk about things like data federation, SQL interface, and unified data fabric. And security is something that often comes up from their point of view. CSFLE, so client-side field-level encryption is important, queryable encryption, compliant agents. So from a consulting and delivery perspective, how do you help customers move from pilot stuck in PowerPoint, as it were, to AI in production at scale, especially when the data is scattered across mainframes, RDBMS, data lakes, and SaaS platforms? And when you layer agentic AI on top of this sensitive data, how do you actually design governance, lineage, and auditability so that regulators are actually comfortable with the autonomous decisioning in things like payments and anything else like that that's so regulated?
Yes, thanks. There are elements of how you modernize, but what is more important is the target data platform that you choose. So partners select MongoDB exactly for the way the data can be stored on document model, for scalability, high performance, but additionally the services that we provide on top of Atlas, which is really around Atlas data federation that allows developers to seamlessly query against the hot clusters as well as the cloud object storages. Then Atlas SQL brings in the data engineers into equation where they can query against the likes of SQL interfaces, particularly tools like Tableau, Power BI. Atlas Streaming provides the ability to bring in data in and out of MongoDB, especially if you want to power the data from MongoDB into Spark and other algorithms. The core aspect then becomes what are the security guardrails and how you can control. So client-side field level encryption and the queryable encryption, especially the client-side field level encryption, provides applications the ability to bring in their own keys managed outside of Atlas in their own key management servers, but still ability to encrypt the data, pass the encrypted data over wire, and still query against that encrypted data sets. So again, Atlas is SOC compliant, HIPAA compliant, GDPR compliant, and when it comes to stricter environment, we have MongoDB Atlas for government. So what does that really mean for agentic AI modernization? So applications and the solutions have to really track how was the code and data transformed, what queries were, what data was retrieved, which policies approved that retrieval, who authorized that execution of that query. All of this has to be created through a data lineage, which comes out of the box with Atlas. So data lineage is part of the product architecture rather than providing that as a product feature. So, and hence I think building those security guardrails to build the modernization solution is super critical.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. So it's very much about making sure that there's fewer limits to what make people want to move over to MongoDB and modernize and get all these benefits of not just the MongoDB data platform but also AI on top of it. So amazing. So I've got one more question for you because this has been an awesome chat about so many different things. But if someone's listening to this or they're a partner here at MongoDB.local London and they were responsible for modernizing their organization, what 3 concrete steps should they take in the next 6 to 12 months so they can move towards this more, unified AI-ready architecture? And what does good look like in the next 3 to 5 years that gets right this modernization plus AI plus agentic orchestration versus one that just continues to treat them as siloed, just on their own initiatives?
Yeah. I think for our partners and the listeners of our podcast, the key takeaway is do not consider modernization and AI readiness as 2 siloed initiatives. It is modernization for AI readiness. I have seen companies who have treated these programs differently, ended up creating multiple data pipelines, and every time priorities change, they need to reconstruct new data pipelines across multiple databases and brittle integration architectures. So the key takeaway is to have this in a single data plane that can support multiple data types around columnar, time series, knowledge graphs, ability to store derived attributes coming out of operational insights. And hence, in the next 3 to 6 months, they should really audit their transactional data and analytical data, take a single use case that can operate through the agentic stack, and really find the guardrails for that one use case to build that single data pane. So essentially what I have seen, and this gap is now becoming compounding and structural. Companies that leverage a single data pane on MongoDB have the ability to reduce TCO and increased agility to take new use cases to production, faster innovation cycles.
Amazing. That's some really, really helpful insights there. So thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of .local London.
Sure.
And we'll be able to, never know, next year you might come back and share even more amazing insights with us. So thank you for joining.
Excellent. Thank you, Luz. Thank you.
MongoDB's been around for more than 15 years now. They grow up so fast. And since then, it has grown from this...
MongoDB is okay for getting started, but I wouldn't use it in production.
...to this.
MongoDB is still okay for getting started, but I wouldn't use it in production.
Wait, what?
Yeah, MongoDB is not ACID compliant.
Excuse me?
It's not secure.
Maybe for a niche task.
I can't make joins with this.
It
doesn't scale.
Whoa. Hold on. Okay, I get it. Such a long run comes with its fair share of myths and legends. These guys might need some clarification here and there, so stay around because in this video we will debunk the top 9 myths about MongoDB. MongoDB myth number 9.
It doesn't have a schema, it's just a mess.
MongoDB has a flexible schema, which is different from being schema-less. With flexible schema, developers are able to start building applications without having to design beforehand the definitive schema, then constraining themselves to it and requiring downtime for schema updates. MongoDB's flexible schema, on the other hand, just allows devs to hit the ground running. Now, after a schema has been decided upon, MongoDB allows developers to lock it, if they want, ensuring that every document in the collection has a consistent schema. However, will your schema require to evolve? Who knows? But most importantly, who cares? Unlike legacy relational databases, MongoDB also lets you switch between schema versions in your collections with absolutely no downtime. MongoDB myth number 8.
MongoDB is not ACID compliant. I mean, it's just a base database.
MongoDB is ACID compliant. Right at the bat, every time that you perform any CRUD operation on a single document, data integrity is preserved. MongoDB handles data one document at a time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a document database, it would be a post-it database. Everybody, right here at the same time, last write wins! Now, I hear you say, what happens with multi-document transactions? Fear not, because with MongoDB, data loss is not an option. MongoDB guarantees multi-document ACID transactions from and to any location in your MongoDB cluster. In fact, transactionality is one of MongoDB's greatest strengths. Many financial services companies who are the kings of transactions trust MongoDB transactions for core banking and trading use cases. The all-or-nothing guarantee of MongoDB multi-document transactions has got your back. MongoDB myth number 7.
How am I supposed to handle relational data? I can't make joins with this.
MongoDB can do joins with the $lookup command, but the fact that you can do something doesn't mean you should. MongoDB data is modeled in a different manner than tabular data. In MongoDB, data that's queried together is stored together, hence joins should not be necessary. This shift from the relational model to the document model can be challenging. I've been there too. However, if you're still required to do joins with MongoDB, the command $lookup is your best ally. Pro tip, you can even create a view to join two collections if you want to. MongoDB myth number 6.
You can use it for some niche tasks, but nothing serious.
MongoDB is a general-purpose database. This means that it was designed to be flexible, to adapt to your use case.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So now we're going to be moving on to talking about beyond the LLMs and why Agentic AI needs a MongoDB memory architecture. So I am joined today by Logman, who's the AI director at Gravity 9, one of our amazing partners and sponsors today. So thank you very much for that. So
thanks for having me.
You obviously, so you lead the AI practice and work closely with MongoDB and enterprise clients to design and deliver Agentic AI systems in production. You've got two decades of experience with deep learning, or sort of data science, machine learning, AI engineering, retrieval architectures, and all sorts of things that are all a really good foundation, I guess, for modern AI, which is always very exciting. So thank you for joining us, first of all. It's nice to have you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to have a good conversation about the concept, specifically with the I believe, noise around the AI and how enterprises try to integrate the production.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is that we were talking about before we went live. You know, there's AI as a common theme in lots of places. There's lots of things where you see things, but actually, one of your things from your prep doc when we were planning this conversation that caught my eye was that we can outsource thinking, but we can't outsource our understanding. And I'd love to kind of unpack that a bit and understand what you meant by that.
Amazing. Yeah, I think this is some things that a while ago I found on X platform. Somebody posted this expression and it really resonated with me. And I try to go back to this expression constantly with our client.
So there is a difference between the thinking and the understanding that specifically apply for the concept of the agentic AI applications and having enterprise AI solution in the production. When it comes to the thinking, so at the moment, I believe everybody is agree with that concept that LLM and the AI model powerful enough to think. So when we say we can outsource our thinking, it means at the moment we can have a problem, we can hand over this problem to AI model. The model can analyze and then reason and then maybe plan a series of action, trigger a couple of tools, running operations, finally coming back with the result, maybe summarizing and keeping human in the loop. And this is the bit that is working properly at the moment. And it is the reality in the world. So thinking is a part of the process. It is real. It is acceptable by everybody. But understanding is different. When we say understanding, maybe before handovering any problem to the AI, we need to ask, okay, why we want at all to solve this problem? What is the reason? So it is about the context. Then we need to decide, okay, what decision matter, which one not? And then it comes about, in fact, understanding about the knowledge across the enterprises. So understanding is about knowledge that's spread across different people in the organization, across documentation, maybe on Confluence, maybe on the Jira ticket, maybe in a conversation look like same as conversation that we have.
Yeah.
And this knowledge and this understanding create a organization knowledge base. Without this understanding, AI agent will be struggle. They cannot properly provide what we expect to receive. So if I want to summarize, generally, enterprises in this day, instead of asking, okay, what LLM or what model do we should select or choose for this use case or application, they need to ask themselves, where is our understanding live or stored, and how we can provide AI to access those information and knowledge base.
Yeah, which is super important. And I suppose, you're talking about models a lot, and I think one of the things that you hear so much, especially now as new models come out all the time and they're released so often, is, models are great now, just plug them in. But when you actually see projects coming across your desk, why are they actually failing? Because as I said, like so many of the time, people are like, oh, well, it's fine, just plug the model in.
Exactly. Very good question. So in fact, when it comes to the model, you mentioned model, they are good. They are really excel at the moment. But when it comes to, in fact, AI solution implementation, the key failure point is around the understanding, around the context, how we try to provide the required context for the agents to properly understand what should be analyzed, what should be considered during the process. And this is the key. So, and the backbone now, maybe to come back to the concept of the real implementation of agentic solution. So if you have an AI agent, what we expect from the AI agent to do properly when we, for example, hand over a task. We expect the agent to remember what we have mentioned previously, which is, we refer to that as a short-term memory. Then we expect the agent to remember the previous situation, similar situation, and the result of those situations. So it is an episodical memory that should be provided for the agents. Then, as an organization or enterprise, we have some sort of knowledge, and this knowledge spread across different places. So the agent should have access to that knowledge. It is a semantic memory. And then any businesses, they have some sort of procedure, workflows, instructions. Those instructions also should be provided for the agents. And we call these P's procedural memory. So if I want to answer your question in a one sentence, the key failure point at the moment is not the LLM, is not the model. It is about the architecture that we try to build for agents' memory. We have brilliant models, but they cannot remember anything. They cannot recall the last conversation that we have. Every time they start from zero, try to plan, try to reset. But if we create a proper architecture for those agents, this is the place that we can handle the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I was delivering a workshop this morning on how you can design memory systems for AI agents. And we were talking about those different types of memory. And it's, one of the examples it gave was, you could go into a session without short-term, no short-term memory or anything like that, and just say, like, I want to use MongoDB in my next project. Then you come back to it later or a different session, and you go, what should I use for this project? It forgets that you said I prefer MongoDB, and then starts recommending others. So that's definitely something that you do see out there in the real world. So
yeah, that's maybe one point I want to add, because we in a couple of situations we noticed specifically when the client tried to use the agentic solution without the proper memory structure and architecture, they noticed the system tried to propose or answer the same question in two different occasions completely with a contradict result. So why? Because the system has not been designed properly. The architecture is failing. The model, they are good, but we didn't give the proper way to retrieve those information and having the capability to recall what has been discussed.
Yeah, which I think, is really important. I think, and what would you, from your experience at the moment, I know it can, obviously we've got the potential to be a little bit biased, but what would you say is your recommended sort of architecture at the moment to avoid some of these pitfalls that you're seeing, real world applications and fall into?
Exactly. There should be some sort of piece of architecture before doing some sort of implementation or giving some sort of option to the agent to decide by themselves. So without that, we will fail very quickly. And this is the key reason we notice across multiple enterprises, multiple clients. So it is so easy to create, for example, an agentic solution, a POC, that can work maybe for a week or a month. It try to help the client or the users, but after a while, without the proper architecture for the memory, they will fail. They will hallucinate. They will give some things that can impact the business.
Yeah, and it's actually there was a MIT survey last year that said that for like 95% of companies that you try to use, I'm trying to remember exactly what the survey said. I think it was something like 95% of Gen AI projects fail, but it's not because of infrastructure or talent or anything like that. It's simply because it doesn't have a memory and it isn't able to learn. Like, without a memory to learn from, it just won't work. So yeah, so out of all these projects, this survey with like or MIT report, I think it was like a state of survey type thing, but yeah, said like 95% failed because people don't implement a memory, and it just doesn't have that memory available, either short term or long term, to learn from.
Exactly. I think maybe I can give you an example, or real example, or a real project that we are working at the moment.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Yeah. So think about really large healthcare provider. So they came to us with the MongoDB. They asked for a conversational AI application. But maybe before moving to that part, it is better to understand what they have. So if you look at the scale of this organization, they have a multiple business unit. They have insurance, pharmacy benefit, network of providers, and lots of other business lines. Then, alongside that, they have decades of legacy system on top of each other, who they can, all of them is some sort of silo data. They are not talking to each other. The data is not accessible. for any use cases from one system to another system. So short story, when they said we need a conversational layer or conversational AI application that can sit on top of all of these legacy systems, the first maybe impression for everybody would be a chatbot. But it's really not a chatbot, it's much more than the chatbot. Because, for example, when a member try to call, or maybe a clinician try to use these AI assistants, they will not just only ask one question. They have follow-up question. And maybe a member call about, I don't know, a claim that they made a while ago, maybe about a prescription that has been prescribed maybe 2 weeks ago, or maybe they have some problem with the new plan and the change that has been made on the plan in the last January. So lots of things. So all of these information and pieces of data are stored in different systems. So it is not a simple chatbot. Then in lots of cases, people try to solve these kind of solution and thinking about the RAG, retrieval augmented generation. Okay, to get all the data, chunk them, embed them, store them in the MongoDB, use the semantic similarity, retrieve the similar data and try to use a LLM to reason and provide responses. But again, we will fail here. After a while, the system will fail because the simple RAG is a very naive solution. And this is the key concept that we discussed previously. Architecture for the memory, for these agentic solution or these conversational AI component on the top that provide the user experience should have multiple agents. And those agents should have access to the knowledge that's stored across multiple, in fact, silo data. And bring this understanding to the agent is the key part. So in this case, what we did, we use the MongoDB, and MongoDB is look like a backbone for our solution. Specifically, the document model these days is not some sort of stylish concept. It is
come a long way.
Yeah, it is a necessity. It's something you should have when you try to implement the agentic solution. Then, for this solution, we try to, in fact, store all the unstructured data, long structured data, anything that has been, in fact, spread across different systems, try to bring them together in one place, building this understanding layer that we discussed, and then relying on the thinking capability of the agentic layer on the top to respond and provide a proper, in fact, details, appropriate, in fact, result for any query that the conversational component will receive. So this is I think, the key part, and I'd like to highlight maybe a couple of maybe later on about the key capability that we utilized.
Oh, please do, because I think obviously it's easy for me to say because we're here at .local London, which is a MongoDB event, but it does feel like MongoDB in this age of AI has a place in almost so many parts of these sort of modern AI architectures and everything. So yeah, absolutely, you highlight away. The platform is yours.
Amazing. Yeah. So maybe to start, as I mentioned, the first component or the first feature is the document model. With the agentic solution these days, specifically when it comes to the agentic memory, it is a very messy area. So we don't have any standards at the moment. So everybody try to build the architecture. We don't have any standard architecture reference to follow or best practices. We have lots of frameworks, agentic framework. Each framework try to treat agents in different way. They try to propose different approach for handling the memory, and nothing has been standard. And because of that, the document model is the best, because you cannot come up with the best schema for storing the memory. Then alongside that, what we have when it comes to the agentic solution is the any interaction, any decision that agent try to take, any tools that agent try to, in fact, trigger or invoke, the result of the middle of this process, the state of the agent. So everything will be again redirected and stored inside the MongoDB, and it will be piece of the memory and piece of the understanding that agentic solution require for future. Then we have the change stream, which is, I think for any solution is the key piece, because we are not creating a solution for enterprises to live for a couple of weeks or a couple of months or a couple of years. The data should be flow in and out to the Mongo and to the memory of these agentic systems, and agent should have access, in fact, to the new data. When the new data generate, it should be available for the agent. It should be part of this memory. It should be recallable and somehow accessible to the data. And then I think alongside that, I remember you had the same conversation with the previous person in this stage about the concept of the MCPs, how that could be helpful. So for agentic solution, generally having a MCP server registry is the key. So communicating with multiple tools, lots of infrastructures and those kind of things. So MongoDB play a key role to create this registry. Tool registry, agent registry, and all of them all together is make MongoDB an ideal option. Generally, if I want to summarize, despite that, so we are partner. I'm not trying to advertise for MongoDB, but what we saw, there is a really few frameworks or platform look like a MongoDB Atlas that can support the agentic solution, because it will bring everything to one place, and you don't need to go out.
Yeah, which is super helpful. So I've got one final question for you that I want to ask some of our guests, which is obviously today you saw things like keeping everything AI related in the MongoDB ecosystem is becoming even easier with the public preview of auto embeddings with Voyage AI. What are your thoughts on that, and how do you see that from as a partner to us? How do you feel about that? Is it exciting? Do you have any plans to use it? Is there any use cases you've already thought of that might where it might play a part?
Really good question. I think we are working on another project, exactly the auto embedding, one of the components that we suggest as a part, because it will close the loop when we have the auto embedding. So instead of having embedding model, specifically with the previous release or integration of the Voyage AI into the MongoDB, so it makes so easy to, in fact, instead of managing multiple softwares across different APIs and those kind of things, everything's consolidated in one place through the Atlas. Now with the auto embedding is another step. I believe it brings us more closer to a unified platform that can support any angles of the implementation for the developer who they want to build real agentic solution for the enterprises.
Yeah, which is, I find it super exciting because in my role as a developer advocate, I create content and create demos, whether it's sample code to show people how to use it. And so auto embeddings will be great because, you don't have to worry then about, okay, am I going to use Amazon Bedrock? Am I going to use AI Foundry from Microsoft? Am I going to use anti-gravity from Google? It's like, oh no, that's a Copilot. I can't remember what the Google one's called, but Gemini. Of course, it's Gemini. I was using Gemini this morning. But yeah, there's all these different options. Like you don't have to think about, okay, which one am I going to use, which is best, which is going to be most. It's like actually,
it's solved the problem.
Exactly. It's already sorted. It's Voyage AI is there to help an auto embedding. It's not just okay, there's one recommended provider. But it's actually, hey, do you know what? It's okay. We can auto generate the embeddings for you. So, and you can still store it next to the data it represents. You don't have to plug in all these external systems. Yeah. Like you said, it's unifying everything across this MongoDB layer, and the auto embedding just makes it even easier.
Exactly. I think maybe if I want to leave our listener with one point, it would be that instead of thinking about what model, what platform is really important for me at the moment, specifically regarding the LLMs and the intelligent component, instead of that, you should think about how we will choose the platform that support the agentic memory in one place and properly empower our agents to understand our business, our rules, our facts in the business, and all the routines that we have.
Yeah, it's super exciting, and I think this is. I know everyone keeps talking about the age of AI and how it's exciting, and it almost comes up every year. But I think at the moment it's just getting better and better, and it's really exciting.
Exactly.
So thank you for coming on and talking to me about it.
Thanks a lot for having me.
No worries, and hopefully you and everyone at Gravity 9 will have a really great .local London.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
everyone, welcome back to the podcast here at .local London. So we're here now. We're going to pivot slightly, still, the topic of AI somewhat, but we're going to move on to skill badges and actually the evolution of our skill badges here at MongoDB from long-form content to customer-centric technical learning. So I'm super excited to be joined by someone that I've known for a very long time in my career at MongoDB. So Owen is a senior staff engineer on our education team. God, you've been at MongoDB 12 and a half years. That's a long time. But you've worked across the company, starting firstly supporting the organisation and then moving to the education department. So you've helped design the Skill Badges program, which is one of the best things that we've got. So that's always awesome. And you've acted as the final technical approver for every skill badge. That is super cool.
It's a joy of my job.
Yes. And you've done so many other technical advisory roles and things. You're one of those people you know your stuff, and you've been involved in lots of things. So I'm really glad you're here. So first of all, thank you for joining us. Which
it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for asking.
No, anytime. So obviously, I mentioned that you're on the sort of education team, so we've got our amazing, well, I call it Learn, but it's technically our university platform. So can you just tell me a little bit about MongoDB University and actually what the Skills Badge program is? Because I've touched on it, I've got excited about it, but not everyone is me that's got there and tried to catch them all like Pokemon. So yeah, just tell us a little bit about it.
Well, MongoDB University started, I think, over 13 years ago, and we've always been a company that's highly prized providing training to help enable developers and bring them along. And all of our training has, and as long as I have a speak in it, will be free and is free. So it really helps introduce people at a very low cost. We do offer certification, we do all of that. What we first started with 13 years ago was kind of a university model of weekly releases with cohorts. There'd be 8 weeks. Every Tuesday, I think, there'd be a new lesson and people would take it. And they'd have to take it within that week and do all the courses associated with that. One of the things we learned from feedback in that yes, it's great to apply the real university style to it, but for on-demand learning, which is what we really are in MongoDB education, that people wanted a bit of flexibility around how they could take that. So we did that. They also said that maybe some of our courses were a little bit long, and 60 and 90 minutes per lesson, not per unit, per lesson. And there were, I can see you laughing because you've taken some of that content, and it was a lot to take in one go. And we took that feedback, and I suppose attention and time are two of the most valuable things we ask of people. And in the world, and even in those 13 years, they have become even more valuable and more scarce. So we evolved the university. In 2022, we revamped our whole catalogue. We started with shorter courses and put harder time limits on it. But they were still kind of to the older model. But we had learned some stuff, we fed it in. As we moved to the last year where we launched the Skill Badge program, we were taking a lot more feedback from our go-to-market teams. And one thing that really resonated with me was the feedback we got from some of our sales and account folk who were really highlighting a technical knowledge gap in some of our larger enterprise customers. So that was one of the genesis for the Skills Badge program, because we wanted to provide sort of shorter form content that was still applied, but was maybe much more focused on a topic. Maybe in the past we would have talked about indexing in all its colors, whereas now we kind of have looked at more focused pieces within indexing, or within sharding, or within querying or data modeling, and broken them out into more shorter form, 60 to 90 minute, consumable, multi-lesson, so no lesson is over probably 9 or 10 minutes, blended with at least one hands-on lab. And that's essentially what a Skill Badge is. Plus, slightly gamified. We learned, who hasn't had Duolingo or one of these gamification.
So my Duolingo streak, I think I'm at something like 1,600 something days at the moment.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have turned and come back, and I think I'm on 9 days now, but there was a couple of years absence there.
Yeah.
But that gamification and those platforms really asked questions of us. Why weren't we doing this? So we looked at digital badging, because we obviously still do have a certification program, but that is a 30-40 hour commitment plus an exam to gain a high value credential. what we wanted to try and do with skill badges was let people get more rewards in a sort of in an immediate sense, in that we don't want you to put down 40 hours to just get one piece of paper. We wanted you to go away after an hour and be, enthused to take more of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and so, and as part of like moving from older, longer content to skill badges, did you find any kind of gaps like that you identified that like maybe you needed to address as part of the skill badges, or was it mostly focused on shortening the content?
There were some very clear gaps, frankly, and you will know this from your own role, and people would have heard this on the podcast as well. One of the key points with MongoDB is maybe breaking the relational mold that people have. So helping people understand the document and the power of the document model is still a knowledge gap to this day at all levels, whether you're a student, whether you're an enterprise customer, actually helping people get through that. Now, that isn't the only area when we have a lot of skill badges in data modeling. We did surveys. We had our entire SA workforce fill in a survey. We interviewed them. We interviewed loads of other people, and then we got to skills that maybe we wouldn't have done as quickly. Say on bring your own key, looking at all of the maybe networking side. We have a badge on what you can do with Atlas and VPCs and all of that good stuff. And we brought stuff back from the customer teams on things that maybe we hadn't given the right priority in the past. And that's why you will see a sort of different flavor when you go to learn.mongodb.com/skills. You can go in and see that these are actually quite practically focused, and they're all blended with lessons and labs, so you can really try and do it when you're doing the skill badge.
Yeah, and I think I love that as well, because I think, like you say, I've noticed from when I've gone in to try and get all the skill badges myself, because in my role I benefit from quite a breadth of knowledge, is the breadth of different things that you say, like, even networking on-prem or on Atlas or Auth, and things like that. And so now that you kind of moved across these different skill badges, how do you measure the impact of them across these different topics?
One of the most important things, and probably different things we did with this program, was we set a baseline of, in the past we'd looked at maybe quality and some of the feedback we were getting, and quality was our big measure. Now we were looking at badges, how many users were taking them, and then we went down and developed data pipelines and reporting, looking not just at that as you a person taking it, but looking at were you a customer, looking at all these aspects, looking at was that something that was done with your team, with the developer relations team, was it something that was done with the solution architects or our technical pre-sales folks, or ourselves in education, and looking across those teams to try and see where were we impacting the customers and where were they learning, because that was also helping us figure out where the next wave of badges should be built for and who should be built, because it showed us where the knowledge was missing on those things, and also helped sort of spin up the program as to if they're the people taking these and they're finding these gaps, those are the people we should ask as to what we will build next.
Yeah, absolutely. So okay, so we've looked back a little bit. So one final quick question before we're out of time, as much as we could talk all day.
Oh, we certainly could.
Yes. What do you think is the next evolution of like skill badges and technical learning? Like what should viewers look out for coming in the sort of skill badge program?
I think the biggest evolution in skill badges is the realization that, and this probably goes for the industry and websites and everything as a whole, we now and in the last 6 months have really two audiences. We have our human audience, which the program was originally designed for, but we also have an agentic audience, and we have the agents who are coming, who will look for agent skills. So we will be evolving the program to teach both humans, but also teach the agents that they will be sending to do tasks. And we already have that in MongoDB with the agent skills we've released last month. And we'll be building those in as well, and building out the knowledge we have in skill badges into those, because it's very important that we meet the developer where they're at. And if that's in Claude or in Gemini or in Cursor or wherever, that we meet them there. It's no different to what we did when we put the VS Code plugin together and met them in their IDE. This is just another channel to meet them where they're at, using the tools as they use them. And I think that is a big difference, because obviously designing for an agent, it doesn't perceive or read things the way we do as humans.
Oh, amazing. Well, so thank you so much for joining us. So you touched on it earlier, but yeah, if you want to learn more about our skill badges, just visit learn.mongodb.com/skills, and you'll see the work that Owen and his team of amazing work they've been doing, and you can join me in trying to catch all your 25 plus badges as they keep being released all the time.
28 as
28. Oh, well, see, I'm getting behind now. That's my job tomorrow.
I think you've Rita coming on shortly.
I do, so we can talk even more about that.
And she will drill into the Gen AI, and all I can say is, if you're looking to bootstrap, go look at those Gen AI badges, because that's where you can see the end-to-end value of MongoDB, and particularly MongoDB Atlas, from the whole spectrum of the app.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
everybody. I'm Didi, a developer advocate at MongoDB. And today I'm excited to have here with me Bikram Das from the Tata Consultancy Services. Bikram leads the NoSQL Center of Excellence for the BFSI vertical at TCS, where he has helped several huge financial institutions to modernize the data infrastructure and operational systems. He also comes with over 25 years of experience in the data modeling, consultancy, and delivery space. So I'm very excited to speak with him today because I feel like he has a lot of knowledge to share with all of us. Bikram, welcome and thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
How has .local London been for you so far?
Oh, wonderful. But this is not the first time that I'm visiting .local.
Oh, nice.
I've been here last year also. Given the fact that this is relatively a cold day, the warmth in here is, making me more comfortable. And the warmth is not only because of the weather, it is because of the hospitality provided by MongoDB. And also the fact that I'm hearing some very warm news from MongoDB in terms of, what is the latest and the greatest in this market. And this is one reason why I come to .local every year. I get to hear a lot of transformative ideas that is, being implemented using MongoDB by various customers. And I get to hear the latest which is happening in MongoDB. So it's very good, very useful event that MongoDB has every year.
Oh, that's so amazing. I like what you did with warm. You said the weather was warm and then the hospitality is warm. So I'm like, it's truly a warm day. It's really a warm day. So I want to jump right into the conversation because I feel like a lot of organizations are struggling with this tension of modernization and AI adoption, right? Take banks, for instance. They're trying to navigate between modernizing decades-old systems and then also trying to operationalize AI in their systems, right? So as someone who is in that space and has worked with several large banking institutions, what exactly is that convergence looking like on ground?
Yeah, fortunately, I'm quite close to some of these large banks because I'm, a data consultant as well. So what I witness is most of the large banks are having multiple transformation programs happening all at the same time. So for example, the fact that there's a huge amount of investment made on mainframes by most of the banks, 90% of the transactions happen using mainframes. So they are actually perpetually trying to either do away with the mainframes, but they have not been successful so far. But at least they are trying to chip away on the, on the mainframes, trying to offload the transaction. That's an ongoing transformation program that the banks have. At the same time, they're trying to bring in microservices-based architecture, and that's also something that they're investing in for a long time, but they have not been able to solve it totally because, as you can understand, the mainframe still exists and microservices on top of mainframe is a tough proposition.
Yeah.
The third area where the banks are investing in is in terms of building data lakes. So they're trying to reduce the number of data silos that exist within the data platform that they have, but instead they end up creating another silo in the data lake itself. But that's also an ongoing project that the banks have. The fourth is the executive mandate in terms of adopting AI. So that's also, basically something that every other bank is trying to adopt in a big way. What is happening is at the ground level, the operational teams are getting stretched into all this, and the budget is competing. So you would have an amount of investment being allocated for AI, but then that is hitting your mainframe modernization project. So what's happening on the ground is when you have an AI pilot, you have tried to basically test out the pilot, but your data pipeline is not ready because your mainframe is not able to provide you with that data pipeline. So it's a organization requirement versus architectural requirement disconnect which is happening right now.
Yeah.
And that's a convergence crisis which we are witnessing in most of the banks. So they're kind of grappling, trying to prioritize AI versus their traditional requirements, which is probably not happening at the pace that it should be.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing you say basically is that a lot is happening and there are like different silos where these different banks are trying to do so many things at the same time. So in that particular context, how do you see MongoDB coming into the picture?
So MongoDB has been a visionary in the sense that it is trying to move away from a traditional data store technology platform to something which is providing it as a unified platform. So traditionally it has been providing a data store, and one of the features which everyone is utilizing nowadays is the variety of data structures that it can accommodate within a single collection. So the flexibility that comes with the schema, but that's a given. What it's also trying to do is trying to collapse the operational data with the AI. And the way it is being able to do that is inherently it has got vector features inbuilt within the database.
Yeah.
And at the same time, with the acquisition of Voyage, it is providing the embeddings also. And it is providing a much enriched AI capability than before. It has also got integration with the AI infrastructure like LangChain and Llama Index, etc. So these infrastructure being integrated with MongoDB is helping the developers not to build bespoke code, glue code, but they are basically able to code in an environment which they're already familiar with within these AI frameworks, which are quite popular in the market. So what is happening is it is able to provide an entire functionality within a single platform. Not only the fact that it is a data store, it is providing vectorization, it is also providing integration with the AI framework, and therefore you are able to utilize this platform as a unified platform, doing both your modernization in terms of AI as well as whatever consolidations you want to do as part of your data platforms that the banks are struggling with. Single platform.
Yeah. So MongoDB is basically more than just the data store. It's also an operational backbone.
Absolutely.
Amazing. So I hear a couple of people talk about how they already have relational databases, right? And they're doing fine. They want to keep going with it. So in this context where the world is now moving to a place where agentic AI now seems to be something that needs to be part of the system, how does that fit into that particular context where these organizations are using relational databases?
Yeah, I mean, the RDBMS is traditionally has been harping on the fact that they are ACID compliant. But MongoDB has solved that problem way back with version 4. And right now it is in version 8.3, and it is definitely, long time ago, it has solved that ACID problem. The flexibility which is built into the NoSQL database, that's an added advantage that people get when they're using NoSQL databases in transactional systems, because it is ACID compliant. You are now able to use MongoDB in your transactional systems also. And I've witnessed a lot of the banks which have migrated from traditional Oracle mainframe systems onto MongoDB, and it is performing very well. Along with that, you have the scalability factor, the horizontal scalability which comes with the database. To top it all, as I mentioned, that it is AI enabled. So it is quite different from RDBMSs, that traditionally would provide you with a data store and with frozen schemas. Right now, it is not only a database platform, but it is also providing you with a platform where you can build your AI agents. Same platform, reducing the round trips that you might be having, and therefore it is a much efficient platform, not only as a database, but also something which can, provide support to your AI transformation programs within the organization.
Amazing. Let's talk a bit about real-time updates, right? If you think of the financial and banking institution, people want to send money and get immediately notified that the money has been sent, because if it doesn't happen that way, they start to panic. So what does that look like in this context, and how does MongoDB and AI help to make real-time updates a lot faster than a traditional banking system?
Yeah. So essentially, this is what we are trying to build together with MongoDB, is If you look at if a transaction happening, a cross-border transaction happening, let's say a supplier in the UK, a customer in the UK is trying to purchase a good from Singapore, for example. So it's a cross-border payment and a cross-border, goods supply happening in this system. So as soon as a transaction hits one of the channels, let's say an internet channel, it lands onto the orchestration layer of the payment platform.
Yeah.
And immediately it kicks off the workflow process associated with the processing of the payment. And in the initial 100 milliseconds, for example, it could be activating an agent, which is a fraud investigating agent. So that fraud investigating agent is going to leverage the information that is there in the vector database. And because it's a dense vector, your entire transaction information, the payment information, is embedded within the vector database. And what it enables you to do is, do a semantic similarity search. So because it is providing you with that semantic meaning, you are able to identify a pattern associated with the transaction much faster than a traditional platform would do in a fraud platform.
Yeah.
And with that sub-millisecond identification of a potential fraud, the other thing that can happen is a decision process. So you're able to understand, okay, yes, this is potentially a fraud transaction, but then, how do I confirm that it is actually a fraud? Do I need to look at the counterparties, for example? So you could be kicking off a sub-agent which is going to look at the counterparties to see whether there's already listed or not.
Yeah.
Or you can get into identifying the location of the transaction, the geography, whether that is listed or not. So therefore, the false positives, which are much more in a traditional ML platform, gets reduced because it is not only providing you with a score. The initial agentic investigation agent would provide you with a score, but that's not the end of it. It's the end for an ML algorithm, but it's not the end for the agentic solution. The agentic solution can get into sub-agents and provide more authentic information about whether there's a fraud or not. So it's much faster because it's not happening, round trips happening with other platforms.
Yeah.
It's in the single platform, which is providing you with the operational data, and it's also providing the metadata that AI needs and the vector embeddings that is providing you with a richer context for getting the right information back from your LLMs.
Yeah.
So it's a much better authentication that is happening in terms of the decision that is being taken as part of the processing of the transaction.
That's very interesting. One of the things I heard you say, you talk about like a fraud investigation agent. Would you say that fraud detection would be a lot challenging in like this new agentic system, or would it be less challenging with like the traditional banking system?
Yeah, this is definitely an improvement because you're not only talking about a risk score, which is provided by the ML solution. You're talking about a reasoning process, so a decision-making process, and it is within the agents.
Yeah.
But mind you, in any agentic solution, you're not eliminating the human out of the loop. The human is in the loop.
Absolutely.
And what is making it more efficient is that the feedback from the human being is making it learn, as it goes along. So if, for example, in a particular transaction, you look at the frequency of the transaction and, your agent might say that it looks like a dubious transaction, but I'm not sure. So you basically pass it on to a human being. He looks at the parameters and comes back with a feedback. This feedback is actually stored in your vector database. The next time you get the same pattern, you know that this has been a fraudulent transaction which has been verified by a human being.
Yeah.
So it's always improving, and that's the thing. It's a learning system opposed to an ML transaction system, ML-based transaction system, which is not learning.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I feel like AI agents is like the talk of the town right now. There's so many people talking about it, but for some people, it still feels very abstract. So in your words, like what would you say is happening in the banking system right now when it comes to AI agents?
So I think, something that is definitely happening is in terms of the governance. So you have a lot of agents being created, and they're doing their own stuff. They are providing you the decisions, the predictions, and etc. The challenge is how do you verify it? So there is a governance process that is associated with any agentic solution that you're building. And what MongoDB provides is the ability to log all the parameters that are being utilized as part of this decision-making process. So it will not only store the session information, it will look at all the parameter values that you've utilized for coming to a particular decision. And therefore, this is well logged, and therefore the explainability and the auditability is built into the agentic solution.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, we will still be having a human in the loop, but that's going to improve. With the human in the loop, the learning is going to be faster and it's going to be automated. So in an agentic solution, this is a very important feature. It's a learning solution as opposed to something which is hard-coded.
Yeah. And I think another thing I'm thinking about too is when you think of like finance and banking, there's people's money in there, right? So there's lots of conversations around like privacy and ensuring that everybody's data is safe. What does that look like in this space? Like, do you think that the regulators, because now like when Agentic AI comes in, it has some sort of autonomy, right, to like make certain decisions. Of course, like you said, there are some contexts where it would send it over to a human and say, hey, do you want to check this thing? But sometimes we can set it up in a way where we can make some decisions. So what do the governance and regulation looks like in terms of ensuring that this AI agents, right, don't go outside of what they're supposed to do and maybe do something wrong that impacts someone's data?
Yeah, I mean, so this is the very, very important aspect of any agentic solution.
Yeah.
But it's not only the governance process, there's a security involved as well. And MongoDB provides a very unique feature, which is client-side field-level encryption. So what it does is, before the attributes, it could be sensitive attributes that you're capturing as part of a transaction process, for example, the name of the person, the account number, etc. These get encrypted at the client side itself before it hits the database. And therefore, anybody trying to break into the database will not be able to get the values. Even the database administrator will not be able to get the values because the encryption key is on the client side. But you're still able to query the data because, the key is with you.
Yeah.
But, there are hardly any possibility of a person having access to both the client-side key as well as, breaking into the database. That's a remote possibility. So you're providing a security both for data in motion as well as data in rest.
Yeah.
But topping it all is the fact that you're able to provide the governance and the guardrails so that you're able to provide the auditability of the entire decision-making process, and also the fact that what kind of data is being used. All that is getting logged, and the fact is that this is getting logged in MongoDB itself. So it's a single platform again, and that's why it's called a unified platform. It's a single platform which is providing all these features.
So do you think that these regulators would eventually get used to agentic AI? Because think of like 5 years ago, this wasn't really something that people were paying attention to. So do you think the regulators would be more open to it and say, okay, cool, let's maybe lay back on some of the rules? Or would they continue to insist that banking institutions follow specified rules that had been set?
No, so it's a change process, and because of the features provided by MongoDB, and I think the regulators are going to be more confident in terms of the amount of information that is being stored, and the security feature provided by the RDBMS, provided by the database, which will make it more compliant to the regulatory requirements. I think it's going to be a time with the human in the loop. That's an added assurance that the regulators will get that it is not only an agentic world, but it's going to take time before the human element is getting eliminated, because I think there's an amount of improvement that needs to happen to ensure that no human intervention is required as part of. But that's something we can look at the next 3 or 4 years before it happens, if at all it happens.
Cool. You said 3 or 4 years, and I'm like, my next question should be like that. So let's look into the future, like 3 or 4 years from now. What do you think you'd see in like a banking institution that will make you think, hey, this bank is actually using or integrating with AI agents the right way?
Yeah, I mean, I would be look forward to a day where real-time intelligence is embedded in every transaction, a banking transaction. AI-led decision-making process is happening. There's a lot of human interface in terms of taking critical decisions. But if it is AI-led, I think it's going to be faster. The third thing that I would like to see happening, and it's probably already happening, is the automatic learning process. So as I mentioned, one of the features of AI agentic solution is that it learns automatically.
Yep.
And secondly, and thirdly, the fact that we can reduce the time to market for example, a payment product. Time to market can be reduced to weeks rather than months going forward. So in a traditional database, we are bolting in an AI layer, which will not only solve the fraud problem, but it's probably going to be architectural philosophy going forward. The fact that the data store will not be only for the data storage purpose, but also driving AI transformation, because MongoDB provides a unified platform where both can be done.
Yeah, I absolutely enjoyed speaking with you, and I wish I could continue this conversation, but I'll ask you my last question now. In your words, in one sentence, what would you say is the thing that you're most excited about when it comes to MongoDB and TCS partnership?
Now, this is the first time that we are coming up with a blueprint of an AI-led payment platform. But the fact that we were just starting off with the payment platform and banking and financial institutions in mind, and that's the beachhead. But the kind of learnings that we'll be having and the kind of constructs that we'll be having as part of this architecture can be not only used for other use cases within banking industry, but also other industries as well. The fact that this is event-driven architecture, orchestration that we are having, the fact that we are having the operational data store unified with the artificial intelligence layer, these learnings can be used for other industry verticals as well.
Cool.
Exciting times ahead.
I know, it's very exciting. Thank you so much for joining us today, Bikram. It's been so great to learn from you, and I'm very excited to see all of the incredible things MongoDB and TCS does together.
Thank you for your questions, and thank you for having me here.
Pleasure. Thank you, everyone. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're continuing the conversation on AI, data, and where the industry is headed today. And I'm so excited to continue this conversation with all of you. I'm now joined by Vivek Bala, who is the Competitive Intelligence Strategic and AI Lead at MongoDB. Prior to joining MongoDB about 5 years ago, he used to work at Gartner as a research director. But since joining MongoDB, he has done a couple of interesting things in product marketing, and now is in the competitive intelligence team where he shares insights on what's happening in the AI world, and also, most importantly, some database collections happening across the world to keep all of us at MongoDB updated. So, Vivek, thank you so much for being here. It's so great to speak with you. How has the local London been for you so far?
Oh, first of all, thank you very much, Didi, for such a great intro.
My pleasure.
It's been awesome to be here at .local London. We just finished a session on data sovereignty and governance. Seemed like there's from some really good best practices and tips that were practically delivered by Matt Johnson. I was helped sort of moderating that session, so that was great.
Cool, that's so amazing. You know, I really like that this conversation is happening with you, because you are like the AI guru, so to speak, at MongoDB, right? So I have like so many questions for you, because if you go on like LinkedIn or Twitter or like everywhere, even today too, you see that Agentic AI is one of the conversations that everybody's having and talking about. But and maybe for people that are outside and not really deep, they might not really get the context. You'll probably be like, oh, what's everyone saying? So for you, who is in that space, what exactly is happening in the market when it comes to Agentic AI?
There's a lot of attention around it, isn't there?
There is.
So what I would say is we are seeing just as much as there's a race around enterprises, customers, developers, and SRE teams all trying to get onto this AI bandwagon. And there's almost a sense of FOMO, fear of missing out. And that is also being reflected across the vendors, across the software space. I mean, MongoDB is no different. I'm on official business here, but there is a degree of market FOMO that we see, whereby we're seeing a plethora of different vendors from different technology domains that are all wanting in, and it's all happening in a very tight time frame. If we actually looked at this space even as recently as 6 or 9 months ago, we would have been thinking about maybe, your LLM providers, your framework providers. The hyperscalers are always going to be in the mix. And of course, you've got analytical players, people like Databricks and Snowflake. And that was pretty much, where we would regard, the folks that obviously we were keeping an eye on, but we would consider those as the foundational areas where you would see agentic AI and generative AI, LLM development procure. Now, I think we've got over 22 distinct technology domains that are all coming in.
That's insane. That's a lot.
That has all happened in the last 6 to 9 months.
Wow.
And we're talking about people from, obviously, integration and platform as a service, iPaaS vendors, API management vendors, the security vendors. When we think about data and compliance and governance, suddenly they want in on what's happening in the agentic space.
Yeah, everybody wants in.
So we are definitely seeing this fragmentation. And I would say the aspect to be careful there, as for the listeners here, is do be aware of agent washing, as I'm calling it, where people will put together a platform, maybe it's an orchestration or a management tool that they've been dealing with in the past, and it's been serving regular, use cases pre-agentic AI, and they slap the word agentic or AI in front of it, and then they're hoping that they can put a few more, shipments of licenses through the door. So when procuring and looking at these tools, first of all, look at yourself. It's there's often a case, I think it was Gartner say, they actually put my old employer, they put out a prediction by 2027, so this is like less than a year ago, yes, in less than a year's time, 40% of AI projects will fail.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
So this is like almost the yin to probably all the other sessions that you heard about, all the hyperbole, all the excitement. Of course, that does indicate 60% of projects will succeed. But what you want to make sure of, if you're listening here, is you don't want to fall into that 40% bucket. What I would suggest there is making sure that you don't fall into the trap of thinking of AI as a strategy. There's no such thing as an AI strategy. You should have a strategy, and AI should be a means of helping you get there. That's often why we're starting to see people are saying, "Oh, I need AI." They see the boardroom, the CEO, the CTO. They'll just saying, what's our story on AI? Without actually taking a step back and asking the question, what problem, what pain point, what business challenge are we looking to solve, or eke out some sort of competitive differentiation?
I agree with you. I feel like everybody just wants to, it kind of feels like a point where if you don't have AI included in your tool or your business, it feels like you're not doing the right thing, like you're left out of some sort. So I do agree with your thoughts. Another question I have for you is, yes, we know there's a lot of hype around like AI and agentic AI, but what exactly, name a few things that you think organizations are still misunderstanding when it comes to agentic AI?
So this is a very, very nascent space. Like I said, probably less than a year ago, there are certain even subsections that didn't exist that are around now today and front and center. And because of this coalescing of segments, and I'll give you a couple of examples in a minute. There's a blurring of delineation of what one platform does versus another, and often vendors will present certain solutions and maybe overclaiming capabilities. And a good example of that is, when we saw agent development initially, it was very much tiered around a single agent doing a simple task. And the focus was on the building and deployment of that single agent. We're now starting to see that in terms of from an enterprise use case, that needs to start progressing to the point where you can manage fleets of agents. And that focus is moving more from the deployment element, where there are already agent development kits. Google have got that, OpenAI, and they talk about ADKs. And now we're starting to see the formulation of agent management platforms. And where the focus or the emphasis there is not so much on the building, although sometimes that might be an element, a component of an agent management platform. However, the emphasis there would be more in terms of management, orchestration, possibly monitoring, and maybe optimization. The last two, again, are areas that are very nascent in a nascent space. And therefore, what we're also seeing, though, is many agent development kits are being presented as management platforms. And so we have to be very careful of what actually are you looking at, what problem, again, are you trying to solve even on an agentic level, and is the platform that's being presented to you focused around that? Is that their sweet spot, or is it perhaps something slightly more different?
Yeah, I hear you. You talked a bit about how, much more than just wanting to slap AI on your product and saying it's like an AI product. Like, people need to take a step back and really understand what problem are they trying to solve, and if AI can help them in those situations. So let's assume that one of these organizations has done this and they want to now actually adopt or integrate agentic AI because they've seen that it will be beneficial for their business, but then also for their users. What would you recommend that they do in terms of prioritization? Because like you said, there's so many things right now, so many things that's come up in the past 6 to 9 months. So what exactly would you recommend that these organizations prioritize?
So there's multiple things they can do there. First of all, when you're looking at all the different options available to you, first of all, think about the use case. If you're more concerned about governance or compliance, maybe someone coming from a security perspective may offer more than someone who's an LLM provider, who's probably they're at a race to try and push out more features, more functionality as quickly as possible. Governance may have been an afterthought. But then likewise, if you are looking to develop a fleet of agents across a breadth of different use cases, then interoperability and integration might be something more top of mind.
Yeah.
And in those sort of situations, maybe someone coming at it from an API management perspective or as an iPaaS vendor, integration and platform as a service. They may be offering certain sweet spots or strengths that, again, maybe a framework provider or an LLM provider or a hyperscaler, that's probably not where their focus is on. So that would be one aspect. The second aspect, though, is also when you're looking at all these options that are out there, take a look at what they've actually delivered, not what they're claiming. Does the vendor have an actual GA product rather than in private preview, public preview, some sort of beta release? Apologies to our folks across the pond. Or do they also have discernible use cases and actual deployments, production deployments? Again, not something in some sort of trial
staging or testing.
Yeah. Can they point to production deployments and at scale?
Yeah.
Because again, another thing is that you tend to find is, yes, they may be able to point to one or two examples if the product is, come to market but hasn't been properly field tested. They may have been working with an early adopter who's now transitioned into a production release, but it's in a very limited capacity.
Yeah.
So again, has it been field tested? Kick the tires, really look for examples, and if you can, ask to speak to the customers that are actually using this technology. If the product stands up to that level of scrutiny, then you're onto something.
Yeah.
But don't just take the marketing spin or the brochures and what they say at face value.
Yeah, don't take their word from it. Definitely go around and ask people to see what they think. And I think that's so cool. It's one of the ways I think developers work as well. They like to see what other developers are using and their experiences, and then they now okay, if this developer thinks this is a cool product to use, then okay, maybe I should jump on it and try it out to see. So
absolutely. And obviously there are there's Reddit, there's lots of forums out there. Also take a look at there are you'll see community user review sites, so Trustpilot, Capterra, G2, Gartner have peer insights, so those are also indications, because particularly on those sites you tend to find that they gravitate towards again, production and enterprise oriented use cases. So if you start seeing a lot of chatter on whether it's on Reddit or Hacker News or what have you, but then there's a disparity in terms of when you're seeing the same product being discussed on those other review sites, that may suggest that these are still very immature solutions that are maybe not going to stand up to an enterprise grade requirements.
Makes sense. When you started earlier, you talked a bit about how you were doing a fireside chat with Matt Johnson around data governance and sovereignty. Why do you think those are really important conversations to have right now?
Well, it's quite interesting. So the session just before us was actually, it was with CJ and with Harry Stebbings. We were just the encore, I guess.
That's cool.
But they were actually discussing how, regulation, they were lowering the bar of regulation, or looking at ways of lowering the bar of regulation to enable the adoption of AI. And that was actually quite poignant, because what we actually if we think about data governance and sovereignty, that is right on the other end of the spectrum. That is where there is actually regulatory mandates that are actually pushing us in the direction of making sure we actually increase the bar.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And so particularly when we are in this juxtaposition, there's a lot of geopolitics happening in the world, which means that data governance, data sovereignty, we've got to be mindful of this for reasons not just from an internal company perspective, but responsibilities from the wider world. That balance and striking that need to enable AI to be a tool that can be offer options for innovation, yet maintaining our obligations from a regulatory standpoint cannot be discounted. And that fine balance of giving one's organization the ability to still eke out a competitive differentiation while meeting their compliance and regulatory needs is a very fine line to bridge. And what actually Matt described was almost like a regulatory pyramid where you can start at the bottom with foundational needs, things like encryption, things like auditability and what have you. But as you go further up the stack, and this may look at like residency, access controls, and then you move further and further up, yes, you get a greater degree of compliance, and you're tightening your security posture, but you don't want to go too high, because then it's a law of diminishing returns, and you're then also potentially curtailing innovation that could be taking place.
Yeah, cool. You mentioned that the top priority, I was talking more about like reducing the regulations, and then you think it's actually on the other end where it's more so like you need to increase it so that there's like some security. Like in your opinion, do you think that regulators would eventually reduce these regulations, or they would actually increase it more?
We're actually seeing different regions taking different approaches. The US has deregulated their AI space, but then what we've seen in Europe is they've increased. The EU AI Act came out last year.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see which competitive dynamic evolves as the winner on a regional basis, not just on a technical one.
Yeah.
We are seeing that many startups are actually appreciating the ethical boundaries that Europe is providing, but likewise there are certain other organizations that are gravitating towards the US model.
Yeah.
What will happen in 3 years' time, we can only observe and see and find out.
One final question before we end. Assuming we're having the same conversation 3 years from now, since you used 3 years, what's one thing you think would be very surprising to people of where AI ends? Like 3 years from now, what do you think people will be so surprised? Like, oh my gosh, like how did we get here? Or like, what are your thoughts?
So I mentioned earlier, we've got agent development kits, we've got agentic management platforms developing now. We're starting, we've got the LLMs out there, the framework providers. There's a lot of different technologies that are either in full flight or coming to, they're nascent and they're emerging. And I'm going to go back to my old employer, the Gartner hype cycle. We're at the moment at that peak of inflated expectations.
Yeah.
And what will often happen here is the expectations of what will be delivered versus in reality what will transpire are going to be mismatched, and that typically is the case for any emerging technology. What's going to be really interesting to see is which of those technologies will actually get through what they call the trough of disillusionment, when everyone thinks, oh, okay, this isn't quite as much as the hype was touted up to be, and see which particular technologies will demonstrate sufficient value to move into this slope of enlightenment, as they call it, whereas other technologies will become commoditized because maybe everyone jumps on board and it's just a Me Too functionality.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be some winners and some losers in that, and people will be surprised maybe in 3 years' time. Some of the things that we're talking about, very, very popular right today, will be table stakes, and therefore there's no area of differentiation if everyone's got it.
Interesting. I'm going to save this video, and 3 years from now, I'll watch it back to see which of these insights is going to happen, like if your predictions are right or wrong.
I look forward to that. 3 years' time, you've got it.
Cool. Thank you so much, Vivek. It was so great to speak with you. Really love all of your insights, and looking forward to see all the incredible thing MongoDB does.
Likewise. Thank you very much for having me.
Pleasure. Thanks, everyone. We'll be right back.
welcome back. I'm back to do some more conversations, but I'm very, very excited for this one because my next guest is a long-standing friend of mine. So Rita is now the Director for Curriculum on our education team. So welcome and thank you for coming to chat to me.
Thank you so much, Lucy. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
It is. So obviously, one of the things that you're doing a lot at the moment is kind of looking at AI and skill badges and kind of a bit of not just how we've got skill badges on AI, but also how AI can be involved in skill badges. So, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, spot on. And I know that Owen was here talking a little bit about how our skill badges are such a great learning experience. But yes, we've been working behind the scenes and, working a lot and launching these new AI skill badges. So I wanted to start with that. I'm very excited about these ones. They really are not just about learning AI in theory. They are really for building real practical skills that you can use. And to be honest, while we build them, we use AI as well behind the scenes. So we are a team that is AI assisted. So we use our own tooling. That's the reality. But it's super excited. From these skill badges, I wanted to talk about in particular the Voyage with MongoDB skill badge. And that's definitely, the one that comes with the launch of the auto embeddings, but it is one that goes through that, as I said, it goes to the main concepts that you need to know, but then gives you really practical choices of, how to select the right embedding model, or should I use reranking models or not, and talks about a little bit about the trade-offs of latency versus result quality, and honestly, I'm super excited about that one. You should all take it. And as I said, there will be more. But I stop there.
Yeah. No, and I love that. And I think as someone, I was saying this to Owen as well. Like my knowledge of MongoDB and my job role has to be quite broad, and you actually hired me to have a broad knowledge of MongoDB. So to me, skill badges are just gems because, I know gems technically a Gemini thing, but the skill badges are a gem because they teach you a little bit but really succinctly and accurately loads of things. And at the moment, I'm working with your team as well, writing a book, and the skill badges are proving priceless to me because actually I can go in and make sure that what I'm teaching people in my book is accurate and up to date, but also the messaging's correct, that it's right, and it's I'm not using old terminology or I'm not confusing people. And so for me, the skill badges have been amazing. And so are there new skill badges out today then? Or they're recently released?
Yes. So today the big launch of there is 3 AI new skill badges. One is the Voyage with MongoDB that I just mentioned. The other one is memory for AI applications. So talk a little bit more about long-term memory for agents. And the third one will be the vector search performance or semantic search performance. So it builds on the existing learning experience that we already have for our AI skill badges, but they're super exciting, advancing on more core building blocks that you need when you are building agents in production, when you're thinking about your semantic search in production and things like that. So
yeah, which is, I think it's important because I was talking about this with Logman from Gravity 9 and about how it's easy to create something with AI so you could apply the knowledge that you've learned, but actually it's also easy to get it wrong. So these skill badges are a really great way to go, okay, MongoDB actually provides AI products and tooling for all sorts of things, whether that's for agents, for humans, but actually you can. So there's all these different ways that you can use AI, and MongoDB provides AI related things like semantic search, but it's easy to do it wrong. So these skill badges are an amazing way to make sure that you're getting that knowledge and that it's up to date and that it's accurate. And so I think what would you say is your favorite one of those? Where do you think people should start?
Yeah, so from depending where you are, there is already a MongoDB AI skill badge learning experience, and you can start by the fundamentals of understanding, what are vectors and embeddings, and why should I care about, semantic search to provide better experiences. But then as you go, you can go to use cases like RAG or AI agents, and then you can talk about, how can I, on the AI agents world, tune a little bit more, think about long-term memory, or you could go, how can I in RAG, tune better the retrieval side of it. So I think there's several subpaths. But I would, if you start anew, fresh from on the Gen AI world, I would start with vector search fundamentals for sure.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, so I guess like people can. The best place to start would be learn.mongodb.com/skills, right? Like
exactly.
That's the place
Sorry.
to go
No.
It's my job as the host to go and be like, remember the links, right? So yeah, learn.mongodb.com/skills is the place to go. So it's like absolutely, go check out the badges, and your team's doing amazing work making these skill badges, and like sometimes I get to see sneak previews of them and be involved, so I'm very honoured with that. So thank you for joining me, and thank you for all the amazing things that your team does.
Thank you. It was such a pleasure being here, and thank you everyone. Honestly.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Here I have Pakul Agawal, who is a Senior Product Manager, Machine Learning at MongoDB, working on innovations in vector search and embedded models. So before that, he worked for machine learning training at Zoox, right? The car initiative, Amazon self-driving car initiative, and drove cloud products at Salesforce and founded WeGrew, which is an AI music startup using deep learning for real-time music recommendations. Welcome, Pakul.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great to have you. Yeah. So to start off with, where are we actually seeing agents running? Like, why are you seeing agents running in production today, not just demos? Are there any patterns across verticals?
Yeah, so as a product manager, and we have a product in the space with vector search, and so we have a variety of customers who are building agents with MongoDB, the database, with the vector search, with the Voyage embedding models. And I think over the last year, things are starting to shift, right? Like there were a lot of POCs, but not able to get into production, but we are starting to see a lot more cases where people are like, oh, we have something out in production. We have finally gotten that kind of confidence where we are doing that. So generally, I think three big patterns, I would say. So there is kind of I think coding has been a breakout star, just for agents. So that's been very well talked about and said. So you have companies using their own coding agents, just like Cursor and Claude Code, etc. But we have customers who are actually building certain products which they are selling to their own customers. So I think that space in general has been very well adopted. So there are certain agents for building documentation for your code, so you're not maintaining it. There are a bunch of those cases for the code review, so there are a lot of niches which have been explored there. So the second one where we have seen a lot of adoption and some of the things going into production have been around customer service. So all the way from basic refund chatbots, just being able to do triage when customer requests come in, to being able to do routing to the right agents, maybe doing a pre-filled response to a customer question, and with a recommended action before a human comes and does it, versus being able to do the entire flow themselves. So customer service in general has been a thing. The third big pattern that we have been seeing with these agents going into production has been just around healthcare. Healthcare is a pretty niche thing, but just few of the companies have gotten in there from things like internal research assistants. So essentially, these are the kind of agents that would be able to ingest different research reports as they're coming out, and be able to convert that into certain digestible chunks for different stakeholders that they have. So we have some few large healthcare customers on those lines. Now, in all of these three kind of use cases where we have seen the production adoption, I think one big pattern has been lower acuity use cases. And what I mean by that is these are the ones where the cost of getting things wrong is on the lower side, right? So I think just when you're giving that permission to be able to take action, it becomes very critical to build the right guardrails, because the cost of doing things wrong is pretty high. So I think that's where we have the use cases where you have that permission to be able to make mistakes. I think those are the ones which have been the highest adopted in some ways. These are all the different agents for healthcare even that I was mentioning about. These are internal facing, or these are not taking an action which does things that break things, right? So I think just from a use case selection and just getting in, I think the whole getting the confidence in your agent, evals, and how do you actually observe them, how do you make sure they're compliant, all those layer and toolings have been improving a lot, which will enable the next batch of use cases to go into production. I think all of these things are very much about getting the right context. So I think all of us understand building agents is about using a large language model. But often, talking to customers, it's like, oh, my large language model is not working well. Maybe I should get a more expensive, better one. And oftentimes that's not what the bottleneck is, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like you're feeding that agent the wrong context. Without that context, without that knowledge, it is not going to be able to take the right action, not be able to resolve the customer question properly. And getting the right and fresh data is kind of where MongoDB excels at. Like having that accuracy, having that freshness. So just pushing the bar on that, I think just getting that thing right. So some of the customers we have been working with, how can they improve that accuracy? Just having some of the tools in our repertoire. So those have, I think, pushed the boundary a bit.
That's nice. Yeah, so looking at all this, if a team is starting now, what's the minimum viable data stack for agentic apps? Because as you said, there are different use cases now. There's like customer facing, and then there's more punishable ones in quotes, like in the health sector. But what's the data stack that's across layers that you've observed so far?
Yeah, I think for that kind of data stack, for this kind of agentic experiences, almost there is a word there used to be, we used to call DX, a data experience. There is this whole agent experience kind of a vertical emerging. So the one thing obviously is your harness, like the agent harness, that's important. So that is something that's taken up by frameworks like LangGraph, Mastra, etc. Or you could be building this kind of a harness yourself. But I think those frameworks are pretty critical in this space. The second kind of a thing that's important with this is obviously your large language model, right? That's where the intelligence and reasoning happens. And the third one is having data layer, the data layer strategy. So that data layer strategy consists of three main things. One is your operational database. That's where your real-time information is coming from, and that's where you're minting the transactions. The second one is having some kind of a free-form text search to be able to work with agents which are doing natural language queries. So that's typically is a vector search or a hybrid search solution. And the third thing is like a more of a kind of like a data warehouse, which can allow for long-term storage of non-critical data, right? So it's those are the three things: the framework, harness versus LLMs, and the data store.
Yeah. So as you said previously, people used to be more focused on DX, which is the developer experience, right? And we have certain platforms and serverless infrastructure that hosted those things. But looking at how the world is moving, who will shape AX, like agent experience in the future, and what do they need to get that right?
Yeah, so I think laying the foundations of this kind of agentic stack. So making some of the right choices around the harness and the data layer is super critical from what we have learned from the customer. So LLM, in some ways, the large language model that I laid out as a second component of that data stack, is something which is a little bit more fungible. Like it is replaceable. You can choose different providers. But the harness and the decisions there are pretty solid, as well as your data layer, right? Like what you're using your vector search for, what you're using for operational database for, those are kind of critical. So in terms of like laying out those decisions, so one thing we are noticing is on the data layer side, agents have fundamentally a different access pattern than humans. And what I mean by that, like they would ingest a lot more data, they would do a lot more queries than a human can, right? So it becomes critical that as you're designing a system, it's built for that agentic pattern, and your data store is able to scale. Like it's actually able to handle those high concurrent stream of data coming in. Right? And when you're building out for something like a vector search, right, like which requires use of these models, embedding models, which run on GPU and like have a very different pattern than how a database would work. Like they have different rate limits. So this whole point of is my agent able to write and read data quickly from this data layer? So I think those things are very fundamental and hard to change. So I think That's where the one-way decision is. Similarly, on that harness side, like having the evals and like guardrails, like knowing when you're going wrong, when agent is going off, and having some kind of like, just the guardrails where you can prevent certain actions which are very destructive for your things. I think just doing that from the very beginning, almost like the world of test-driven development stage, like, that's like, so it's similar to that, like, just have your guardrails and evals as part of an ongoing development as you are building the application.
Nice. So now, thinking about certain things which are trending now, such as compute and context, what do you think about agent memory? When you think about agent memory and grounding, is the bottleneck compute, context window, or the data modeling? What do you think is a common pattern?
Yeah, so like, we talked about like, agents, and one of the important step being like retrieval.
Yes.
That's where they are getting the right context that they need to make decisions to be able to make actions. So that's kind of the, in some ways, the grounding, right? Like, that the more accurate you can make that thing, and that becomes a thing. So in terms of the bottleneck on that piece, I feel like first thing is like, with agents, the model, the data model, how you have represented information is something that will change a lot more frequently than it would in a human defined software era. So I think that piece, like, you want to have ability to be quickly changing your data. That flexibility is critical. So I think that becomes a bottleneck. Where if you had to do tedious process to be able to migrate data, that becomes a bottleneck that we have seen. So the context window, not so much. I think the context window limitation of the LLM has something that has been reasonably solved with these RAG-like patterns. Like, because one misconception I've always seen is, the large language models context window is growing. We don't really need vector search. We don't really need RAG. But the point is, like, that's not coming for free. Like, it adds cost, it adds latency. So even if you had like larger and larger context window, you cannot just go ahead and use it. And also there is the whole problem of loss in the middle in large language models, where they don't reason that well in the middle of the context window. So all in all, it goes to say, I don't consider context window to be a limitation, because you will, even if it continues like, increasing or decreasing, you have to be smart about what you put into the LLM.
Yeah, because it's expensive.
Because it's expensive, it has impact on your retrieval, so you need to solve it anyway. So like, going beyond that basic context window is gonna be a problem. The other thing, as I said, like the LLM is definitely not the bottleneck, very fungible in some ways. Once you have the product market fit, you can iterate on that. And the fourth thing that you mentioned was just around, I think the compute is a ongoing problem. I think GPU capacity crunch is real. So like, you would see, like, as you're doing this retrieval, both on the large language model and the embedding model side, getting the capacity is a challenge. Like, people are facing that. So having enough quota to convert your corpus into embeddings, for instance, or like, get the queries right, or the large language and running those models. So I think even if you have the budget to be able to spend it, that limitation is real. So just one of the products we launched today with automated embedding in vector search, we focus very much on that constraint, which is you will not be able to get enough capacity on the embedding model. So if, let's say, you're ingesting millions of documents, how effectively do we convert that into vector embedding? So like, we have built a special inference mechanism where it will be persisted and it will happen in an eventually consistent manner. So it will burst up to all the capacity we have, but it will come down, be lower if there are other users trying to use it. But what you're assured is it will get done, right? Like, you're not building anything there. And that's kind of partially motivated by this constraint, like, which is capacity. Compute capacity is real. We're seeing that. So yeah, like, I think.
Interesting. Thank you so much for sharing this kind of insights with us, and hopefully it helps us see more products that are built with these kind of constraints in mind, because topic of memory, context, and the compute power are very, very like trendy right now, and hopefully we get to see a much more like better shift when it comes to building these kind of products with AI. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you too.
welcome back. So Afi has just joined me. You might have the infamous recent interview fame. So has come to join me. So we're going to just talk a little bit about our day here at .local London, because lots of you might have been watching in person or watching on the live stream, which if you have, of course, thank you for joining us all day or dropping in and out. But I thought it'd be fun just to chat to Afi about our day and sort of what it's been like for us. So first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
I suppose I should welcome in myself because you were just here. So what's your .local look like, and kind of what's been the highlight of the day for you?
Yeah, it's been very insightful hearing the different customer offerings, seeing the features that we have and how it's being used and users' pain points. Also going through the labs, because Luz and I hosted or led the labs for AI agent memory before. I also had the MongoDB overview, which was great, and yeah, just seeing how everything comes together. Also learning about the public preview of Auto Embeddings with CJ talking about it on stage, seeing the demo from Mikiko and Frank. So yeah, it's been a very interesting day, like so much packed in one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, and I think for me as well, the public preview of Auto Embeddings is really exciting, not just because, we're in a sort of world of AI, and lots of things like today there's been a lot of focus on AI because that's especially here in London there's a big AI startup scene, for example. But actually, as we've had our vector search, our semantic search product for years. One of the things that people are always saying to us, I don't know if you ever experienced this before or since you joined MongoDB, but one of the things I found was that we'd be teaching people, you can store your embeddings in MongoDB, then you can use them alongside MongoDB. But the most often question developers and customers would ask us is, okay, but how do I generate them, and why can't it just be done for me?
Yeah.
And now it can be.
Exactly.
Thanks to Voyage AI, and obviously it's in public preview. So if you visit the MongoDB website, obviously it will talk about it more. But it's been super exciting to just see that come out and see people get excited about it. And obviously, as you mentioned, we delivered that workshop this morning on designing AI systems. So if you weren't at .local London, but that intrigues you, keep an eye out, because we will start to be delivering these as virtual webinars, so you can join from wherever you are, and one of us or one of our amazingly talented colleagues will be available we'll have online virtual webinars that you can join where the content will be delivered. So it's not too late to learn all about memory systems for agents and how the Sims plays a part in AI agents. Like if you know, you had to be there. But no, join a webinar and you'll know exactly what we're talking about. But no, it's been super successful, and it's been really nice being part of hosting interviews as part of the podcast this afternoon, because obviously while you were off doing an amazing job, no doubt, delivering the MongoDB overview workshop and webinar. It wasn't a webinar, I suppose, more of a workshop. But while you were off delivering that, obviously I came down here to help do the interviews, and you won't be able to see behind the curtain, as it were, but essentially behind where we are here in this podcasting space is the main hub of .local London, where you've got some food spots, but also booths for some of our partners, but also our education team where people can earn skill badges. So this really has been the hub of the event, and so there's been a real buzz about it. And I think that's something that's been really exciting to see, is just how much people are talking to each other, interacting, getting involved. There's been lots of excitement with the skill badges, but also the content we've had. The sort of keynote this morning, and then this afternoon the session that we had. It's exciting to see how much people are getting excited about MongoDB and seeing where it can go, and like you say, just seeing what people can do with it. So that's super awesome. Yeah. So we won't spend too long. Obviously, people might want some of their day back, and we've got lots of exciting things going on here. But one final question for you. What would you say is the best thing that anyone watching or has attended MongoDB.local London can do now after .local? Like, what's the best next step thing you recommend?
I'd say probably going through Learning Hub because there's so much content there and there are newly released skill badges. I saw Rita talking about it.
Yeah.
That's one of the best ways to ramp up on your knowledge when it comes to AI or probably vector search, or it could even be data modeling, which is very crucial in developing your apps. So that's one thing I recommend. And also to catch up on the live stream sessions if you probably miss a couple of them.
I'd second that. So yeah, like you'll I don't know whether anyone will add this in post-production as like a nice thing with sparkles along it, but learn.mongodb.com/skills is your place to go to for all things skill badges and learning, and it's amazing. And keep an eye out on our YouTube channel because over the next few weeks we will generate a playlist which will have the sessions from .local London today. So if you weren't here, we missed you, but thank you for watching the live stream, and you will be able to watch these sessions back. So you haven't completely missed out on the opportunity to learn more about it. So hopefully you'll make it to the next .local near you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our amazing partners and colleagues and developers and attendees for being part of it. And these things wouldn't happen without people. So I think it's super exciting, and I can't wait to see what people do next. So thank you for joining me for our little wrap up.
Thank you too for inviting me. Thank you all for watching.